But they had success in their. Perhaps this is actually where he's come from. Their men's beginner 2 last year did a fantastic result with the second place. In their B final, but I think Derby just beat Hertfordshire in their Derby day, so perhaps he's riding on a high. Maybe this is where it's coming from. But fantastic from him.
Yeah, and he's really trying to cling on to Murta of Queens. That would be a real result there. Only about a length separating those two scullers on your screen, and you can see just on the right-hand side the battle for bronze emerging, which is yet again Queen's University Belfast trying to go with Nottingham. It's Queen's that sits in bronze medal position at the moment, clinging on to a podium with his fingertips. James Foley just ahead of James Lawn of Nottingham. This is going to come down to the wire. What a great race for this first medal race of the day.
Fantastic. And the pain will be setting in, and the legs will be hurting. The lactic acid will have built up as he looks around and he sees the red boys. This could be it. The final push for the first BUCS gold medal is underway, and I think it's almost half a length. Going to be a fantastic win. The crowds have gone absolutely mental underneath us.
Yeah, huge surges from the crowd, huge surges here from Dominic Murta of Queen's University Belfast, who's found that additional energy to get himself clear water ahead of Derby's Ollie Hanks, who will come over the line in silver medal, and then that fight for bronze, well, barely half a length to separate it, but Queen's with 2 athletes on the podium.
Wow.
What a start to their regatta for Queen's University Belfast. So provisionally, Dominic Murta, Queen's University Belfast gold medalist in this, the men's intermediate lightweight single sculls. Ollie Hanks, you can see there Dominic Murta on the screen, then Ollie Hanks of Derby in silver medal position ahead of James Foley, snatching that bronze in the final few strokes. A punch in the air there for the successful Queen's athletes, a little wave to one another to say well done. 2 podiums in the first opportunity of the day.
And I must admit, there was a fantastic push from the Nottingham sculler, James Lawn, for, really quite something in the last 250 metres to come as close as he did. Really quite impressive.
So the next race on the screen should be the men's championship lightweight singles. So ignore the graphic that says women's beginner singles. I don't think we've got that. What we do have, however, is the men's championship lightweight singles. So this is the top ends, the next grade above from the event we've just seen at intermediate. This is the championship lightweight singles girls. We've got Cambridge in 6, Queen's Belfast in 5, Strathclyde in 4, Edinburgh in 3, Oxford in 2, and Reading in 1, and no surprises here at all to see who's leading. Dale Flockhart of Edinburgh University, fresh from winning Great Britain trials at the in the lightweight category.
A very casual Sunday.
Well, and Dale's raced for Edinburgh for a number of years now. He's very familiar to winning championship level gold medals here. He's one of the most decorated athletes that Edinburgh has, and like I say, he's won at the very top level. He's won the British trials already. He should be, should they send lightweights to the events this season, he'll be on the Great Britain team for some of the World Cups this season. So yeah, great to see him back. And it was Ben Parsonage, in fact, who came 3rd at those trials as well. So Ben Parsonage trying to get some get his own back, but not quite. I think this was the way it finished at trials. Looks like it's going to be the way it finishes here at the championship singles at BUCS. But what quality in this field.
Absolutely, and I think it's really impressive for these athletes to just be consistently racing, and it's so there's the opportunity to refine, of course, but to mentally just be putting yourself in that position again and again and again really does show that excellence, and that's why they are in the championship.
Yeah, Dale Flockhart is a really sensational athlete. He was lightweight for under 23. He went to the under 23 World Championships. He then took a bit of a break from trialling and has now returned to the senior scene and put his marker on trying to get one of those seats and hopefully go to the Olympic Games in the lightweight double scull. You know, that would certainly be his aim and his motivation. The last 200 metres for him, he's got clear water over Ben Parsonage, who sits in silver medal position. The bronze at the moment, well, if we were to award it at 200 metres to go, it would be Kieran Purdy of Queen's University Belfast. Wow, a third podium for them.
Victor Ladora?
5 minutes. The Queen's Belfast are really showing that they mean business here, but someone else who means business, Dale Flockhart of Edinburgh University.
Fantastic.
Never a doubt at all.
Absolutely. And, you know, fantastic from Ben Parsonage as well. You know, I think it's just the mental constraints and the mental, you know, discipline exchange to, you know, even race against someone like Dale, to just be able to just consistently do that and get those points for Strathclyde as well. We love to see that, you know, it's very important.
So there he is, Dale Flockhart, your champion, your BUCS champion in the championship lightweight single sculls, fresh from winning the British trials as a lightweight. The university student throwing some big punches, making some waves, excuse the pun, in the lightweight scene for Great Britain this year, and hopefully we'll see him racing, as I say, at the international stage at the World Cups later this season.
Obviously, to the top left of your screen, you can just see the timings for our previous race, which was our men's intermediate lightweight. We have, of course, just watched our championship, and champion, Dale Flockhart.
So we're underway with the B final now. So we've gone from a couple of A finals, few medals now, to the B final, which is determining places 7 to 12 for the women's beginner singles. In lane 6, Imperial; in lane 5, Portsmouth; in lane 4, Bath; in lane 3, Newcastle; in lane 2, De Montfort A; and in lane number 1, Bournemouth. And it looks to me like Bath University's Kira Usher is leading the charge towards the finish line. She's joined up at the front by the sculler from Imperial College London. You can see there on the left hand side of your screen. We're focusing on these two. I think they're out at the front of this pack of 6, determining the rankings in the B final. So out in the front of this B final of the women's beginner singles, it is indeed Kira Usher of Bath. You can see there in focus on your screen, being chased down by Imperial's Helena Shapton. Now, we're through 1,000 metres, that's the halfway point in the race. If you're just tuning in and you're new to rowing, 2,000 metres, these are the finals that we've just kick-started now. We'll be running through with finals until last thing today. So a long old stint of finals now. So Kira Usher of Bath is currently sat in what will be 7th place overall in the rankings, but leading this B final. And it's important, I think, as beginners to get a bit of a sense as to where you are in the country, right? This is a countrywide competition, a national competition, and it means that they come away with a placing overall for where they sit in the beginner rankings.
Yeah, absolutely, and also for a lot of these, this is the first time they're going to have a chance to race in a single. We obviously have been running beginner categories earlier in the year, but at the head race it's big boats, they don't get a chance to race on their own, so some of these beginners will have been doing a lot more in the singles than others. But predominantly, in a lot of programs, the beginners are rowing in big boats or sculling in big boats. So yeah, it's definitely nice to just kind of see where you stand on your own within the country. And also it's nice to see some beginner singles that are not Edinburgh.
We've got them coming in a little bit, Alex, so don't hold your breath. The next race we've got, which is the A final of this event, we have 3 Edinburghs, 2 Durhams and a Birmingham. So we're all happy, actually, in fact.
Absolutely, yeah.
So still, you can see the kind of spread of these singles. It's quite characteristic, I guess, of singles racing sometimes, that you do get a sort of draw out because they've come through the semi-finals. There'll be some tiredness. The pacing won't be quite as fierce as it will be in the A final, and so difficult to get 6 singles of identical pace, I would say.
Do we happen to know if this Bath sculler is a start athlete? Not entirely sure.
No, not entirely sure, but Bath is a start centre, isn't it? So potentially, benefiting from some of the infrastructure that they have at Bath University, which is a world-class start centre. If you're listening and you don't know what that means, don't worry. It just means that they're on a programme that gets a certain level of influence and funding from British rowing. It's a programme that is set to identify potential Olympic superstars of the future, tall, long levers, and oh gosh, a bit of a disaster there actually. A buoy hit there for Kira Usher just as we were talking about Bath in this final. It doesn't seem to have disrupted her lead, but certainly it will have disrupted her rhythm, Alex.
Yeah, these buoys are a pesky nuisance sometimes. I'm not convinced they're always in a dead straight line. You think you're down the middle of your lane and suddenly you've hit a buoy. It's definitely happened to me down here. But yeah, just a bit of a wobble, just recompose, take a couple of breaths and off you go again. I mean, it does look to me like those blades on the left are perilously close to hitting a few more buoys. And if anyone is wondering or is just watching for the first time, basically they're anchored by a vertical piece of wire underneath, so it's not so much just only hitting the buoys. If you kind of scoop under one, you can hit the wire as well and get a bit tangled up. So really it's just better to be straight down the middle of your lane and avoid being over to that side. But the umpire hasn't told them to move across at all. But I'll just hand over to Camilla just to kind of call this last part of the race.
Yeah, so this B final, like we say, determining places 7 to 12, been fairly uneventful so far. I think we will have quite a close finish for second potentially. The sort of been plugging away there from the Newcastle athlete Halima Sharif. She's been sort of just keeping steady, keeping consistent, and it was the Imperial Sculler that was in second further up the course. But Newcastle making waves. They've not got a huge beginner squad here actually this year, which I think is a deliberate choice. They've not got many beginners at all. Halima's probably one of a handful and contesting the singles, so it would be a great result for Newcastle for her to finish in the top 2.
Yeah, so definitely across a few events we've seen slight changes of the guard. If you were watching some of those inter-8s races, to see Exeter and Bristol coming through the lines first rather than just a classic, well, Brooks have won this and Brooks have won that, or UL. It's really good to see a bit of a changing in the guard, and like you say, maybe not quite as many beginners at Newcastle as there have been in the past, but obviously they do run certain beginners. The Bath Sculler looks like they're going on a bit of a tour of the other lanes there, so it looks like lane 6 rather than the kind of lane 4 we wanted it. You'll see just coming through the line now, so didn't matter. It's not really getting anyone else's way. Halima Sharif, you can see just on the screens, just crossing through there. Coming up to the line now, is that Imperial? Actually in lane 6, like they're supposed to be crossing the line there. And then we've also got Portsmouth and Bournemouth, a bit of a south coast battle just to round this out. They're just coming into shot now.
Yeah, a little bit of a steering woe there for Kira Usher in this B final of the women's beginner singles, but all part of the sport, all skills you have to learn and all things you have to fight with if you're racing in the single. And look, like Alex says, it happens to us all, and it didn't impact anyone else, so nice clean finish there. So next, well, we're off the start here with the women's intermediate pairs, but we should have the A final of women's beginner singles coming through halfway. So great to see the start of the next race. That's the B final of women's intermediate pairs that we'll come to in just a second, but we want to be able to bring you the medal race of the singles, and here it is. I've been looking forward to this one because I've had my eyes on Imogen Curtis of Durham University through the whole morning. She's looked so strong, and there she is, look, out in front of a packed field of Edinburgh and Durham scullers. You can see here just how strong these beginner programmes are, Alex, and it's been this way for some time actually, hasn't it, that these programmes have just shown everyone what you can do with beginner rowing in the space of 9 months.
Well, I always enjoy the challenge of beginner rowing, and it really is, who have you got that's willing to put their time and effort into people just coming into our sport for the first time. Myself and Camilla have been in this sport quite a long time, but the only reason it exists is because people keep joining it and keep going, because definitely people retire at the other end, so we need this new blood coming into the sport, and Edinburgh were really strong in it last year, and it's good to see they're strong again. Obviously Durham are making a final for the first time for a few years here, because we didn't have BUCS 2 years ago. Last year it was all 6 crews, Edinburgh in the final, so it's really good to see these other names, and of course Birmingham in there as well. We've been putting a bit of time into our beginners, not loads, but Hannah here has just come across from swimming and just sort of taken to the single more recently, and is doing a really, really good job to get into this A final.
Yeah, I should clarify for the listeners at home, I'm ex-Durham, and I'm an ex-Durham beginners coach, so a number of years ago now, but hence why for this final for both of us, Birmingham and Durham both featuring, great to see for us, but just great for the sport. Like Alex said, just love watching the beginner racing, and look at the margin that Imogen Curtis have got over the rest of the field. Like it's really impressive, like hugely impressive to have this much coming into 250 metres to go, just over. Edinburgh in second. That was another very strong Edinburgh athlete, Olivia Burns, who sits in lane number 3. You can see her on the right hand side of your picture there. And then the bronze medal at the moment, well, it's a Durham and Edinburgh battle. You can just see the times coming in from behind, just 1 second separating Durham and Edinburgh for the bronze medal. It was Edinburgh going through 1500 metres with, well, a bow ball's advantage essentially, but all can change, especially in the singles. You've got to both keep keep the pressure on when it hurts, but you've got to keep focused, because it's such a technical boat. One slip up and you can lose not only a few lengths, but you can lose your balance and end up in the water, as we've seen in previous years at BUCS.
Yeah, it's always that risk-reward of winding up for the finish when you're not necessarily the most proficient sculler in the world, and but wanting those extra strokes to try and surge you to the line. I would say, as we just sort of look down, it does look like the Durham sculler has just unfortunately fallen off the pace for the bronze, but the other Durham sculler here, Imogen Curtis, what was it, 17-second gap at halfway, just phenomenal, and looks like could cross the finish line before the next crew gets to 100 metres out. So this has just been a brilliant performance. You'll see just coming into screen, they've cut to the final shot, so this is going to be Imogen Curtis to win the gold, as long as the white flag comes up, of course, but to win the gold. The first beginner medal of this BUCS championship will be going to Durham.
Yeah, and look, you can count the seconds in between her and the next sculler to come towards the line from Edinburgh, and we'll cut to that line in just a second. But what a performance from Durham University there. She'll be told to turn around to collect her gold medal in just a second, I hope. She seems to be rowing back in towards the pontoons. But Edinburgh there, the silver medal, providing all goes well for Olivia Burns. I wonder if any relation to Jack Burns, in fact, actually, because I know he rows at Edinburgh and has been doing extremely well. I'm unsure, but then third for Edinburgh, so silver, bronze, not quite as dominant as last year, with the full podium, gold, silver, bronze going to Edinburgh, spoilt this year by Imogen Curtis of Durham taking the win. It's then going to be a Durham 4th place ahead of Edinburgh 5th place, and Birmingham concluding this A final of the women's beginner singles. But great sculling and great quality across the whole field.
Yeah, I think this event got added in 2009, if I remember rightly, and the crews that year that we sent down, some of them were a little bit Bambi on ice, I think, but it was a very windy year as well. But great conditions here at Nottingham. There's been a bit of a headwind pickup, but for anyone who's raced here at Nottingham and how windy it can be, they probably just think this is about as good as it's going to get. The windsock opposite me is just pretty much downwards, but there is a slight headwind, but nothing that would upset the sculling, and it's good to see such good sculling from these beginners. And like we say, we hope they turn around to come get the medals, because a couple of them look like we're just paddling back to the landing stage.
So we're now joining back in with that race that we did see go off the start, the B final of the women's intermediate pairs, so determining places 7 to 12 in women's intermediate pairs. Oxford University B in lane number 6, Aberdeen A in 5, Imperial A in 4, Edinburgh in 3, Cambridge in 2, and Glasgow in lane number 1. So not much separating the top 3 crews top 4 crews in fact, in this B final. Cambridge, who are very dominant in the A finals in the next 2 races, the women's intermediate pair and the women's championship pair. Cambridge have got a serious amount of contenders in there, but at the moment Cambridge leading this B final by just a smidgen. You can see they're on the right hand side of your picture in the light blue, but then second place, well, that's going to be a tight one here between Aberdeen, who are just in the middle of those 3 boats on the left, and Imperial College, who sit in second currently, I believe. Yeah, there's the times there you can see coming through 1500 metres, so only 500 metres to go. But one of the things I love, Alex, about small boats racing, you can say one thing 1 minute, and then if you both decide to go together in a pair, the amount of difference and the amount of change, it's a bit like a single that you can get if you both decide to go together in the last 500. This could change very dramatically, couldn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you haven't watched it, you want to see Roland and Andrea, the French pair, just sort of forgetting where the finish line was and kicking the hell out of it at halfway. About a 6 or 7 length move in that Olympic final, and it can happen here as well. Absolutely, the change of speeds in the small boats is so much more pronounced than you get in the 8. It's really difficult to change an 8 speed significantly in sort of these high level races, and this of course is women's inter pairs. These are superb athletes in here, really, really good technicians across the board here. I mean, I know it's the B final, but there's still going to be excellent sculling here. And you were mentioning Cambridge. 7 of the next 18 crews to cross the finish line are going to be Cambridge crews. So they obviously are doing a lot of pairs work, and it's paying off here because, as you can see, coming to this line, so it's just going to keep panning round. It is close here, but it's looking like Cambridge just holding on to about half a length. You'll see as it just sort of swings across to the finish line. Really good shots from our camera crew here. So Cambridge, as we get that finish line camera, Cambridge coming through. Looks like one of the crews is just sort of taking a last couple of strokes off, which has cost them that second place. But yeah, some really, really good racing there, Camilla.
Yeah, that was absolutely the definition of why you need to row through the line. Like that Imperial crew there just stopped 2 strokes before the line, and it cost them second place in that B final, I think. We'll wait for the official results to come through, and yeah, you can just see it on the screen there, 0.3 of a second. That's how much that cost them. And that's how much separated second and third, and that's what happened there. But there are your winners on the screen from Cambridge University for that B final, and just a replay there of what happened, we're going to look at the second place crew there. Look at Imperial bow stops rowing 2 strokes before the line, thought that they'd gone through. And listen to your coaches, everyone. Row through the line. It really makes the big difference.
So you can see it's not only Coxes that miscount the number of strokes to the line. Sorry to any Coxes listening out there. But definitely it wasn't just Bow that stopped, they both stopped at the same time. So there must have been a call of like 5 strokes left. They took their 5 and it wasn't enough to hold on to that second place because they needed just 1 or 2. Like you say, it was 0.3 of a second was the difference. But okay, now back to the business end. This is the A final, and like you can see, there's a lot of Cambridge in here. 4 of these crews are from Cambridge. You've also got Durham and Nottingham here. So Cambridge and Nottingham are the 2 central crews. They would be the 2 crews that won the 2 semi-finals. So I guess those are where we want to be looking the most, but you just never know. There's so much Cambridge depth here that maybe one of them just kind of snuck into the final and wants to find their speed now.
Yeah, and I know a lot of the Cambridge crews, it's a mixture of the sort of lightweight squad from Cambridge that raced in the lightweight boat race that are contesting in intermediate, and the champ pairs that we'll see in a minute are the blue boat champ pairs. We've got some real calibre there that we'll talk you through in just a moment's time. But yeah, sticking true to the roster as it stands at the moment, those middle 2 lanes, the ones that you'd expect to be fighting for the gold, lanes 3 and 4 from the winners of the semi-finals. Cambridge currently coming out favourable, but by just over a length, 4 seconds. Cambridge ahead of Durham in second place, who are currently a bow ball ahead of Nottingham. So trying to flip that around from the semi-finals. Durham here going for the podium. Have they gone too early though, Alex?
Well, it's better to go too early than too late sometimes, but what's the point in coming 4th? Try and be in that top 3, and silver's better than bronze, to be honest. So you might as well go for it. It's 1.3 seconds. It's about probably 2/3 of a length in a pair. Gives you the opportunity to just kind of look across, but it is going to be tricky between those 2 crews seeing each other because they are separated by 2 lanes with that Cambridge crew in between. But the Cambridge crew is not that far out. It's only 5 seconds, and like you were saying on that last race, the change of speed can be pretty big, and also that wind up for the line. Unless you go together, then there needs to be some steering and stuff like that. So definitely looks like we could have some real battles for who's getting silver and bronze for sure.
Yeah, I think our top 3 crews are fairly clear cut. You'll see as the camera pans round that these leading 3 crews, Cambridge, Durham, Nottingham, are currently separated by clear water from the rest of the pack. So I think our medals are pretty well defined. It's just which colour, because it's just switched again going through the 1500 metres. It was Cambridge, Durham, Nottingham. It's now Cambridge, Nottingham, Durham. Do Durham have enough in the tank to respond? They're going to see the 250 metre board in just a second. That's just over 30 strokes out here in these kind of conditions. Maybe a few more because it's a slight headwind. But Nottingham steering, they're just starting to go off course a little bit here on home water. What can Durham do to try and reel them back in? I think Cambridge now are at the point where they probably feel comfortable. They've just broken clear water over the fight going on behind them. They're trying to keep out of that, and Durham have gone again here. I think Durham have pushed their bow balls back into silver medal position here, Alex.
So yeah, I've just been watching that last 30 seconds, and there's been a lot of steering from Nottingham. Their blades got a little bit close on bow side, and they've got a bit close on stroke side. So there's at least been 2 moves to try and straighten up. And whilst that's been happening, I've been watching Durham's rate has been higher throughout that whole process. So Durham must have been taking about 3 or 4 extra strokes in that period of time. I would say it's really close, quite possibly still Nottingham. Just watching them go to the change colour of the boys, maybe half a length. But yeah, really close racing. So of course this is for medals. Cambridge out in front. We haven't really spoken about them too much, but they've done phenomenally well to be out in front there. You can see them we'll cut to the sort of finish line camera now, but you can see there's open water. This is Cambridge crossing the line first. So we just wait with bated breath to see, has Nottingham steering cost them? Doesn't look like it at the moment. Nottingham seem to have held their lead. It was about a second with 500 metres to go, probably similar amount, maybe a little bit more there. Durham just been raced out of it. But some really good racing for medals here, and then of course it's going to be 3 more Cambridge crews just crossing the finish line here to round out this next medal race. That was the women's intermediate pairs A final.
Yeah, what a great race there, and Cambridge never in doubt, straight by Alexandra Riddell Webster. sat in the stroke seat for Cambridge. They held their nerve despite the chaos going on behind them for the silver medal, where Nottingham, despite their steering, managed to win out. They will, once the race is confirmed, spin around and be collecting their medals. So now on to championship pairs, and well, this is going to be another really interesting one. Women's championship pairs, that's Durham there on the screen, out in front at the moment, ahead of the Cambridge B pair. I can see that Cambridge C pair, the Quiver Dempsey, Adriana the Cambridge pair that's on the screen there. Nottingham just in front of the screen at the moment with the yellow blades, but I can't see the top Cambridge pair, which is Imogen Grant and Bronya Sykes. A last minute change actually for that pair. I can see them, I think, just coming into picture now, and they are indeed trailing Durham at this point in time. It was supposed to be Imogen Grant and Grace Prendergast racing in this pair, but Bronya Sykes, the late sub, because Grace couldn't make it, but still an Olympic 4th place winner here in the form of Imogen Grant, sat in silver medal position behind Durham.
Yeah, so it's amazing the calibre of athlete that we can have here at BUCS. I mean, I think last year, didn't we have some people that went on to the Olympics? The Bermudan scholar, I believe, was down here. So it's great to have these Olympians here, and as Camilla will tell you, it's great to have Imogen as part of the commentary team a bit later on.
Yeah, we can't wait. So Imogen, who's currently in silver medal position there, stroking that Cambridge pair, will be joining us for the commentary for the minor finals a little bit later on. So we're wishing her the best of luck in this final. But at the moment, trailing to Durham University, this Durham University pair of Evelina Davis and Tash Morris performed particularly well at the Great Britain Trials just a few weeks ago, going for under 23 seats and trying to cling on to that gold medal. And at the moment it's probably about a length or so back to Cambridge, who sit in lane number 2. Cambridge again sitting in bronze medal position, and Edinburgh out there in lane number 6 all the way over to the left. I mean, they're not far off a medal here, only 1 second separating them from bronze, so we could see just another great fight here. Durham just having some steering woes here in lane number 4. They're going to have to correct that if they want to keep on track for the championship, for that gold medal, and they're just correcting that now to try and steer away from Cambridge.
Yeah, I think always a little bit of a worry when your bow swings one way or the other way. Just a quick correction there, they were swinging over towards one of those Cambridge crews that was putting pressure on them. But yeah, like you were saying, it was really close, and actually there was only 2 seconds between silver and 4th, so it seems to have separated out a little bit between 2nd and 4th, out to say 4 seconds, but 2nd and 3rd now 0.3 of a second. I mean, that's not even really a gap, that's just where you are in your rowing stroke at that point. Durham's still looking good out in front, have moved it out to 5 seconds, but of course we're about to start hitting the sprint down to the finish line.
Yeah, and if there's anyone I would trust in a sprint, it's certainly Imogen Grant in the stroke seat of that Cambridge crew, and they are looking very ominous on Durham. Durham are going to have to respond very soon because Cambridge are motoring through. Here come Imogen Grant and Bronya Sykes of Cambridge University. It's going to be stroke for stroke with Durham University all the way to the line here. Durham still suffering with steering problems, and the crew's now coming very close together. This is going to be tasty. Can Durham adjust their steering, because otherwise they're going to be going into Cambridge in this final 100 metres.
Yeah, so the umpire has also warned them to move out of the lane, and the flag is still up and out, but they're sharing a lane here with Cambridge. Cambridge, you are still coming with this charge. I mean, could there be an appeal? Possibly. I don't think they've really balked because of the puddles, but my gosh, I'll just hand it over. So just call this finish for us, Camille.
Yeah, Durham University here still with a very, very slight edge. It's a canvas to Durham, but they're steering just going off here, and it's going to be on the line. I think Cambridge have nicked it just with that steering problem from Durham. I think it's pushed them into silver medal position. We'll have to wait for the confirmation. Cambridge C will come in bronze medal position, no doubt about that. Edinburgh and Imperial are going to cross the line basically at the same time ahead of Nottingham, but my word, we'll wait for the final data on that. But I think from my eye, Alex, that last stroke and the steering off from Durham cost them the gold medal there.
Yeah, the screen's suggesting that Cambridge have taken it by 0.4. I mean, I hopped on my phone and took a load of photos in a row to see if I could get one just near the line, but it's going to come down to where that official vertical line is. We're in the tower, we're pretty much sitting looking down the finish, but downstairs there's like a vertical wire that they're looking across. You can see here on the replay, like Durham had it all into that last buoy line, but then just coming through here, and it does come down to the surge. We see so many races that come down to just where you are in the stroke, and the fact that Cambridge crew were coming up the recovery, which in a pair like this, it really just drive the boat forward. You know, that's just how the physics of it works. They were just in that recovery, and it surged up through the line, and I think it looks like that was enough, because the Durham crew weren't in the recovery. They were just sort of in their dry phase or just after, and it might well have just swung it in Cambridge's favour. But you know what, I don't remember medals ever being given out anywhere but the finish line, and so that's where it matters. It doesn't matter if you weren't ahead up to that point, it just matters that you just sneak that bow ball across before your opposition.
So now on to the next race, which is the B final of the men's intermediate single sculls. Reading B in 6, Nottingham Trent B in 5, Edinburgh A in 4, Leeds Beckett in 3, York in 2, and De Montfort in 1. That's going from the left hand side of your screen through. So we're back to B finals now, so no medals on hold for this one. It's going to be Edinburgh at the moment leading the charge. It was very close back at the K marker. You can see from the provisional times in the left hand side of your screen, it was Loughborough that went through that timing marker ahead, but Edinburgh here in the baby blue centre of your screen looks to have made a move in that last 500 metres, especially the third one. It can be a really good place to put that push in, and certainly what has happened here for Robert Kilgar of Edinburgh, and he sits in the lead now ahead of Loughborough and Nottingham Trent. My apologies, not Loughborough, Leeds Beckett, LBU is the boat code that I was reading on the screen, and that's completely my fault. So my apologies to Sam Maloney of Leeds Beckett. Leeds Beckett currently sat in second position.
Yeah, of course, like we said, no medals up for this. This is just for the MEMS. And of course, there's two ways of going about a B final. You can feel sorry for yourself that you just missed out on the A final and just kind of paddle it down. Or what we really want is what we can see on the screen here, high quality racing. So you can see in the middle of the screen there, you've got your Edinburgh Sculler and your Trent Scullers as well. As we say, let's just recall it. We've got De Montfort, York, Leeds Beckett, Edinburgh, Nottingham Trent and Reading. So yeah, in the middle of the course, actually Leeds Beckett and Edinburgh are the two crews that are most prominent. You can also see the Trent Sculler sort of vertically on the screen above this Edinburgh Sculler, but they're going for it hard. Edinburgh and Leeds Beckett are separated by just about 1.3 seconds, bit of a gap out to the Trent Sculler, but yeah, good caliber racing, even though there isn't a medal for this.
Yeah, knocking blows the whole way down here. Edinburgh and Leeds Beckett, and Robert Kilgar of Edinburgh, Sam Maloney of Leeds Beckett, just exchanging with every single stroke now in this final 500 metres. I actually couldn't tell you who's in the lead at this point. It is that close. It's going to come down to the wire. Sometimes the best racing is in the B finals, and that is certainly what has happened here. And Edinburgh now has decided to bite the bullet and go for the sprint earlier than Leeds Beckett. Is that going to cost him? Does he think that he's got the power, the reserves to be able to hold this marginal lead, and he's eking it out with every single stroke. He's caught Sam Maloney napping from Leeds Beckett, and it's going to be a length at the end here. They've switched the entire way down this course, but it was timed right here for Robert Calgar of Edinburgh University. He'll take the win in this B final of the men's intermediate singles ahead of Sam Maloney of Leeds Beckett. Third place, well, it's going to be Nottingham Trent's Oliver Dominique, who will cross the line in third, and then De Montfort University's Stuart Bruton, who just edges out the York University sculler Ben Newton for the final places in this B final. So on now to the men's intermediate singles A final in this. Bath in lane 6, Nottingham in 5, Queen's University Belfast A in 4, Queen's University Belfast B in 3, Plymouth in 2, and Manchester C in 1. And Queen's University Belfast, well, they're the two on your screen at the moment in gold and silver medal position, and we've already seen medals from them this morning in the lightweight events, and they're also contesting the champ single a little bit later on as well. It's going to be an all Queen's affair in the small boats. They have really dominated and gone hard here, haven't they, Alex?
Yeah, so I believe it was a first and third for Queens in a little sandwich with Derby in the middle, so always good to see Derby picking up a medal, but it looks like it's Queens and Queens again, like you say. This is the men's inter single, the A final. Those two crews, those two scullers from Queens, Pazaya and Timoni, they're 8 seconds out. This is phenomenal. Like, this is a final. Everyone had to compete to get here, and to be that far out is really impressive at the halfway mark.
Queen's University Belfast A, Nottingham and the University of Bath.
So yeah, it's really close for that bronze though. Actually, Nottingham and Bath separated by less than a second. So yeah, those top two Queens crews really are the cream of this race, but there's a really good race going between third, fourth and fifth. Nottingham, Bath and Manchester all just second and a half apart, and the Plymouth Scullers only about a second and a half off of that. So we'll have to overhaul a lot of positions from sixth to get up to third, but you could throw a blanket over these crews that are competing for the bronze medal right now.
So not much change here coming through. 1,500 metres gone. Still Queen's Belfast showing why they are masters of the small boats, and it's currently Queen's University Belfast A, Conan Padzaya, who is leading the charge, and he's teamed up with Nathan Timoney to try and take the podium. These two scullers, though, will have to be careful of the Bath sculler on the far side. You can see James Gare just creeping up, but I don't think that they will put themselves in that much danger. Queens, they'll be very aware of his presence, but these three scullers have managed to shake off all other challenges for a podium position. So more medalware, more silverware here for Queen's University Belfast, and even a chance for the rating to be ratcheted up into the red boys here for Padzaya of Queen's University Belfast. He's really showing off for the crowds of Queen's fans, Queen's spectators, who will of course gathered. You can see the amount of spectators we got here at the National Water Sports Centre on the coverage, and a lot of Queen's fans here out in force to cheer through a gold silver in the men's intermediate singles. What a fantastic achievement, and they will be looking to replicate that again with the top two spots in the time trial for champ singles, Alex.
Yeah, Queens have obviously put a lot of time into their sculling, which is great when it pays off in the way it does. So what's that? A gold and a bronze earlier, and a gold and a silver now. And in, like you say, in this next race, they're the two seeded crews in the middle lanes. I mean, they'll have to be on top of their game to take on Surrey, Edinburgh, Reading and Durham. But you know, step one is to perform well in the time trial and get those better lanes, and from the middle, you know, you can survey the race much easier from there and see what's going on. So that's at least 4 medals for Queens that we can think of in single sculls so far, and the potential for a couple more here coming.
And we're already back underway with the championship race, and well, we did say Queens would be looking to replicate, looking to, you know, pick up and put that down in the championship side, and it is indeed Queens that lead the way. Ross Corrigan, the up-and-coming international star for Queens, he's been on the Irish team, raced to a medal at the under-23s last year, I believe, as part of the Irish Coxed Four, and here he is representing Northern Ireland and Queen's University Belfast in the single, and a great start for him in this race to try and take his way to etch his name onto the championship single sculls of BUCS Regatta, a title that has been held by numerous Olympians, numerous world champions. You know, I think back to the winners of championship singles, and we've had, you know, a whole heap of people that have gone on. You know, Angus Groom, who's just won a silver medal in Tokyo, previous winner of this event. We've had, you know, Olympians like Dara Alizada that came and got a medal here last year. It really is one of the blue ribboned events at the championships, and so if Ross Corrigan can hold on to this as a sculler, he'll really have proved his worth. In second place, Reading University's Josh Lyon, just holding silver medal by a second, by a fraction ahead of Nathan Hull, and certainly we were saying the Queen's boys will want to change that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really, really dominant lead there. I mean, I doubt there's anyone that's won the champ singles at BUCS Regatta that hasn't been in squad or gone on to squad, because, you know, as soon as they're off the water, if they're not in the squad, they're going to be holding up in front of the coaches and be like, well, what do you want to do with your rowing career? Because it, you know, as a single sculler, it doesn't get any better domestically for a university student than this. You know, there isn't really a student event at the Henley Royal Regatta or anything. You know, these athletes, if they want to stay in singles, are going to have to compete with the likes of Mahe Drysdale in the Diamond Scull. So to have that much of a lead, 7-second lead, is absolutely phenomenal. And so we want to see what happens on the next split. But, you know, Queen's currently 2 medals on it, but what colours are they going to be?
Yeah, and I know certainly Ross, who, as I say, been training with the Irish team, the Queen's University Belfast sculler in the lead at the moment. He's been training with the likes of like Phil Doyle. You know, he's again another previous medalist of this championship singles event. Went on to represent Ireland at the Tokyo Olympics last year. He was world silver medalist, in fact, back in 2019. So following in the footsteps of someone like a Phil Doyle, you know, Ross Corrigan here doing it in the single for Queens could be history repeating itself. But a great lead he's got in a very, very challenging event in this single scull. He'll be enjoying every moment of this. But I think we're going to have a bit of a fight here for the silver and bronze medal, because Reading and Queens, so Nathan Hull and Josh Lyon, they've still got overlap from what I can see behind there. And also Surrey's moving up now into silver medal position. Aidan Thompson, that would be a real turnout for the BUCS. Surrey with a medal in championship singles.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really see it on the screen, but just we're looking out the window, and just out of nowhere, really, lane 1, Surrey, Aidan Thompson, just keeping his powder dry. It's just exploded through this last 500 metres to take you through to about 100 metres to go. But yeah, you know, Ross Corrigan's out in front, but actually Aidan Thompson with probably the best of the third 500s of this race, you know, just avoiding hitting a duck right now. But you can see it on the screen, so the scully you can see on the sort of the bottom is Aidan Thompson. And in fact, you know, what you're seeing is not actually the gold medal, but it's a really tight race here between Surrey and Queens to try and pick up that silver.
This is going to be a huge race for silver here. Aidan Thompson, the Swansea University grad, the University of Surrey postgraduate, is going to get a silver medal in championship singles. He will be delighted with that, ahead of Nathan Hull, who did come through Josh Lyons in the end for that bronze medal, but disrupting the Queen's Belfast 1-2, Aidan Thompson of the University of Surrey with a championship silver medal in the singles. That's amazing. That's quite astounding as a result there for that athlete.
Yeah, just sneaking up there from lane 1, you know, one of the outside lanes. There was a battle going throughout the whole of the middle of that race between, you know, Reading and Queens in 3 and 5. But as you'll see here, it wasn't Reading or Queens that got the silver. It was actually Surrey, Aidan Thompson just crossing there, and it was Queens to pick up another bronze.
Yeah, and look, I know that Aidan Thompson's been part of we were talking about the START programme earlier, right? He's been part of that Twickenham rowing club group that's been doing a lot of stuff. They raced at Henley last year in a composite. I think they got to the semi-finals or even the finals. So look, he's not come out of nowhere, but certainly in the small boats, that's a huge result for him to try and prove his worth on the international scene. So yeah, kudos to Aidan Thompson there for the silver medal, and kudos to Ross Corrigan for the win. We must say, champion in BUCS championship men's singles, huge achievement. So well done. Now we're back up to the start now for the 8s and beginner 8s. So the B final now, no medals to be awarded, just for placings here, and there is your lineup up at the start.
Well, we've both coached beginners in the past. You know, some of our crews do inevitably end up not in the A final but the B final. And as a coach, what you're looking for is just execution of the race plan correctly, like high quality rowing. Just go through your phases, you know, get off the start well, settle in well, be in a race, you know, learn from it. The whole point really in beginners, like I've said this in our club, and it's actually the whole point of every single rower in a university program, is at some point in the future you're supposed to make a senior boat go faster. Doesn't matter if you're in the senior second boat, you're trying to make it go faster. Doesn't matter if you're a beginner, at some point in the future you need to make senior boats go faster, and the way of being useful at that is knowing how to compete, how to race. And you know, for these people, they're going to want to be racing at BUCS the next year, and even the year after in some cases. So it's just about learning that experience. So Edinburgh, Liverpool, Leeds, Bristol, Durham and York. There's some good names on there, you know, programs with some repute that, you know, should be looking to race really well in this B final.
So just a little bit of a wait whilst we wait for the crews to get onto the stake boat. This race is due to go off. It was due to go off a few minutes ago, 2:42. But you can see the lane number 2, I think that is, just getting into alignment, which is Liverpool University. They have to attach to the stake boats, which is always quite a challenge, I think, even in nice conditions for beginner 8s. It's a long old boat, you know, these things are, what, 25 metres plus, right? Like they're big old machines, and to try and manoeuvre that thing to one person, you can see them there lying on those platforms that needs to grab hold of the very end to keep you stable. It's a navigation challenge for these new beginner coxes.
Yeah, and unless you've gone to a specific, multi-lane course for the stake boat, sometimes it's hard to replicate this. Obviously you can sit there in a single and say, back down to where I am, and things like that. But, stake boat practice, something that does get overlooked sometimes if you don't have the right facilities to do it. But looks like these crews have managed to get attached. The good thing here about BUCS is the officials and the marshals, they do have a bit of, time for the beginners. They're quite supportive in terms of giving instructions, this person back down or pass your blade forward and stuff like that. And it's very rare for them to, try and quick start them or anything like this. So, BUCS here, it's the student experience of racing that we want. We want people to get on and be like, we don't want our athletes coming off and feeling like they didn't get a chance to show what they could do. So you can see now coming off, really good camera angle, this one coming off. Not as sharp as you might see in some of the senior crews. I think if you watch the men's champ eights later on, or tomorrow the women's champ eights, you probably see crews up in sort of the mid-40s potentially coming off here. Whereas for beginner crews, some of them might hit the 40s, but really it's just about getting off together and getting off clean. You can't win the race here, but you can definitely do a lot to put yourself behind off the start.
Yeah, it sets the tone, doesn't it? It sets the tone of the race. You don't want to be chasing and being behind, because it creates panic, it creates worry, it creates, you're not clear-headed, you're worrying about what you're going to do to make up rather than just conducting the race plan that you've set out in your head. So for these beginners, certainly a nice clean start will be one of the top things on the want list from the coach, right? Is get that first stroke away, get the blades out cleanly, make sure no one catches any crabs off the start, and it sets you up to be able to just think about the race rather than thinking about how do I come back from what's just gone wrong.
Yeah, well, as you say, it's about having each phase almost separate, and we sort of get out the first phase. A lot of these beginners will be absolutely fine just rowing along. They will have done miles and miles, or I suppose we count it Ks, but kilometres and kilometres of paddling. They've probably done lots and lots of race pace stuff, but the start and the transition, for me that's the real challenge in racing. Some crews can have really good starts but find it difficult to make that good transition into race rhythm. You see enough people on ergs, they don't make that transition well enough and they just blow up sort of 3-4 minutes in because they haven't quite hit the right rhythm. So that is definitely the challenge that these beginners are going to face, and the crews that do it the best are typically going to be the ones that hit that 1k mark first.
So because we caught this one through the first 500 metres, we're going to get those 500 metre split times, and it's Leeds and Liverpool out at the front of this field, with not much separating them, to be perfectly honest. 0.4 of a second between the battle of Leeds and Liverpool. It's then Bristol that sit in third place, and with that, Bristol, stroked by Lydia Shepherd, they've got about a second to make up if they want to be in contention for those top two spots. But like we said, no medals on the line for this. All they need to focus on is, where are they going to place overall in the grand scheme of things at this national competition.
Yeah, just watching on there, the coaches launch just moving across the lane just to sort of see what's going on. It looks to me like everyone's pretty much straight down. These are, of course, Cox boats. Someone's job in there is just primarily to stick it in the right line and motivate the crew. So should be pretty good racing here. You can see actually as well, there is a bit of a breeze. You can see the flag in the front of our shot here. But yeah, pretty good racing. Just unfortunately York a little bit off the pace, but pretty close between the other 5 crews. So that was at the 500 metre mark. That's going to come down to who's got the best start, who maybe gets out the blocks the quickest. Maybe not even the ones that get down to race rhythm the best, but you've kind of got that high octane first sort of 20 to 30 strokes in a race. And then really this part, the middle K here, is where the crews with the true speed really make the move. So you know, if you can find 10, 15 extra centimetres per stroke on your opposition, and you do that 60 times in a row for a couple of minutes, suddenly you're just moving a few metres out. So that's what these crews are going to be doing at the moment. That's what these coxes are going to be calling for. You can see on here, so Liverpool are in the front of shot at the moment. You know, really ascending program at the moment. Maybe not as sharp in the catch as they could be on every single stroke, but they've obviously got a lot of boat moving going on. So once they're in, they're doing a lot of work, which is really good for these beginners.
Yeah, 3/4 of a length for a beginner 8. You usually don't get that much of a luxury, and they are doing very well here out at the front of the field. And I think, like you say, an up-and-coming program, and part of becoming a really well-developed full program at the top end of university is not just specialising in having a couple of good champ athletes, but having intermediate, beginner, you know, all out here, you know, depth. A bit of depth is what kind of makes you a program that people look at and go, wow, you know, it's part of why the Victor Ladorum is great, right? Is that it takes into account intermediate, it takes into account beginner. It doesn't just reward you being, you know, great at sending 2 crews that are going to win championship, which is, yeah, well, some universities do it. You know, BUCS is a great example. They do enter some intermediate, but when do you ever see Oxford BUCS entering beginner? So I think Liverpool are starting to make a bit of a stamp on intermediate, beginner, you know, and that will encourage them to we might see them in some champ events in years to come.
Well, I think that should be the goal for many, many unis. It might not necessarily be sustainable every single year, but, you know, if you can develop your athletes, and I believe Liverpool won some medals at Bucks Head, you know, if they're winning medals there and then they've got a good crop of beginners coming through, there's obviously that choice of, you know, that chance or opportunity to go race at champ. Maybe not necessarily win, but sometimes it's just good to have yourself in the ring and competing with those very, very best athletes rather than just sort of staying in that intermediate level.
But a great race going on behind them for second place between Bristol and Leeds, the centre of the course there. You can see Bristol have started to come through now. I think they've just about got the edge over Leeds, who sat in second through the early part of this race. Bristol, again, just wanting to hold their rhythm through the third 500. That's where, you know, races are won and lost, right? Is you can have a great start, you can have a great finish, but if you've not got that middle pace, that middle engine, that sort of reserve speed that keeps you moving whilst things are hurting a lot, then you can forget it, right? And I think Bristol have managed to come through Leeds because they've been a bit of a diesel engine. They've just been chugging along, they've got rhythm, and now they've set themselves up really well actually to go for the lead. In fact, they're coming back, you know, it's still quite a way, 3/4 of a length, quite a way to make up in this final 500 metres, but at least they've got somewhat of an overlap on the leading crew.
Well, that race between second and third, Bristol and Leeds, yeah, it can always help push you up. Like if you two are in an internal race, it can move you up towards that crew in first. You know, Liverpool still out there, which is good. A lot of these white-coloured blades in the middle you'll see here. Those are the 3 programmes, Bristol, Leeds and Liverpool. We also have Durham in this. We've got York in this in Edinburgh. Camilla, do you know anything about this Durham crew? Is it a development group?
Yeah, so I think this crew is a development crew. We've got our top girls, obviously. I say my alma mater's top girls were in the singles. We saw that gold medal earlier in the women's beginner singles. So this group are the next 6 athletes behind those top 2 women's singles, I believe. So usually you'd see Durham competing in the A final, up for the medals in beginner. So yeah, good to see a new mix, a new group of people kind of pushing up through to the A finals and, you know, leading the B finals. And I did say Bristol could charge for the lead, and 3/4 of a length was quite a lot to make up, but they might do it here, Alex.
Yeah, they might do it. I mean, we're just watching on the screen here. It's the almighty charge for the line. Like the Bristol cocks looking to their left, just, you know, the Liverpool cocks looking to their right. Really just focus on what your crews are doing. So you'll see this is not the final camera angle. It'll pan to the last one here, just as it crosses this. That camera's about 50 metres up from the line. You see here, it is very close, but Liverpool hold their nerve. They had a much bigger lead than that earlier in the race, coming down to about 1/4 of a length. They cross ahead of Bristol and really, really close between Leeds and Durham. It looks, it's 0.1 there. I mean, these are kind of unofficial times here. So Leeds and Durham pretty much crossing in unison. But so, yeah, really, really good racing there. And to be fair, even that crew on that far side there from York, they were off the pace, but to cross the line and then to celebrate, you could see the fist going up in the air. You know, they've really enjoyed their race here today.
Yeah, so a really nice clean B final there for the women's beginner 8s. No medals to be awarded, of course, but the A final in just a moment's time we'll see powering down the course, and that will be where the medals will be to be won. There is the replay of that win in the B final for the Liverpool University crew.
So we've got a change in commentary here. Camilla's gone out and Freya will be joining us. So
Hello.
Welcome to you back to the commentary booth.
Thank you. It is lovely to have timed it so well to be back for perhaps one of my favourite races, and for the final of that is the women's beginner 8s final A. We line up with Nottingham, Exeter, Oxford, Surrey, Queens and Imperial, and here they go. You can just see it behind our graphic. The start. Oh, we've got a bit of a steering clash here. Who is that? Lanes 1 and 2. I feel like that might be a restart. Are we looking at restarting? Oh.
Well, it looks like the other crews have just been allowed to get on with it. So, I mean, but it does look like the umpire's waving a flag, and I'd say the crew in the middle seem to have stopped racing. And yeah, there's a lot of hand waving and no one's doing the YMCA, so I would say it looks like it's going to be red flagged.
Oh dear.
Not something we normally plan for. UEA, do you practice like red flags?
No, it's not a common practice, but it is something you are always aware of. A race restart will slightly throw off the coxes here, so composure is very much key and necessary. Okay, from your screens you can see that they have indeed stopped, so I think maybe perhaps you can pick up the sounds of "Yes Sir, I Can Boogie" as the medals are awarded. Fantastic. So we will just restart that race.
Yeah, so, you know, I don't coach beginners at the moment all the time, but you do get these worries sometimes of what happens if I go out of my lane? Well, nothing really if you don't impede anyone, or in this case it happened so early I don't think anyone's going to get red flagged. You know, typically if you go into someone else's lane and there's a clash but it's much further down the course, if the umpire has kind of warned you to move across and you haven't responded, that's when a disqualification happens. But anything that kind of happens here, particularly in beginner 8s or beginner events, that happens right at the start, there's usually some leniency here, and it's good to see they haven't tried to back it down 300 metres. They're just going to sort of, I think, go back to the start again.
Yeah, fantastic. I think the thing with novices is you know that there's always going to be something, and that is essentially sometimes what makes racing so exciting. And I think, you know, it's always good to note that actually these sorts of things do happen often in Olympic races, as we saw in the Coxless Fours this summer. So, you know, very much easy to forgive in this circumstance.
Yeah, now it's going to, you know, come down again a little bit here, like you're saying, to who can hold their nerve, and it's going to, you know, some of the coxes might be a bit, I don't want to say shaken up, that's not quite the right word, but, you know, can definitely throw your kind of plan a little bit. So it's going to be a case of, look, we're still in a race for medals. Medals are on the line at the end of this. We just got to reset, draw a line under what's just happened. Let's get back on that start, and let's just go again.
So, in your personal opinion, who do you think has this in the bag? Who are we going to see medals go to?
Well, obviously we got to race it, but a lot of the races so far have gone to the middle lanes. They're not particularly favoured in terms of weather or anything, but just seems like coming off the time trial and the semi-final results, it has been the middle lanes that have been meddling. But then we did see Aidan Thompson from lane 1 in the men's champ single, obviously a very, very good sculler, but snuck up the outside there. But the majority of the medals have come from the middle, so obviously Oxford and Surrey are going to be where the eyes are. But I mean, if it's not Surrey, it's a surprise for me because they have
Really?
looked absolutely smashing so
clean,
far.
so clean and so fresh. I think it's the pink. It's the fashion choice. I mean, fantastic rowers, but I love a coordinated all-in-one outfit. Fantastic with the skin underneath. Beautiful. Oh, you're getting a lovely shot of the crowd here. We obviously have quite a lot of onlookers, parents, family, friends coming to watch today. Someone enjoying the sun there, for example.
Oh, I mean, they're in a Leica as well, so I reckon they're just in their kind of rest. Maybe they finished racing. Maybe they've had their 3 rounds and there's not much to do except come back tomorrow.
It's been a fantastic... for those of you who haven't rowed before or are joining us for the first time, the crews are currently in a process called backing down, which is when they back on to the plinths in front of you that you can see that are called stake boats. They'll do that and you can sort of see it, but the person lying down will hold the very, very tip of the boat to keep it in line and keep it essentially in the lane. Perhaps there was an issue with stake boating. It has been known that a stake boat volunteer has held on after the person has gone and the person has capsized. So, you know, there may have been an issue there as well. But those people who are stake boating, who are holding the boats, are actually volunteers. So if you are a volunteer and you're watching the YouTube, big shout out. Oh, and some fantastic footage. What we all really come here to see are the dogs. Lots of friendly puppy faces around, giving lots of doggy love.
Freya, it's hard to tell, but some of the girls at Birmingham have taken to sitting along the path where we train and rating every dog. So what's that dog getting out of 10?
I think he's not very lively, so I feel like personality, perhaps, you know, you can't give points for that, so I feel like this may be an unfair score. However, very cute, very good colour, very well behaved. Is he up and about? He's up and about. I'm gonna say he's well behaved, good boy. It's gonna be 11 out of 10. 11 out of 10.
Oh, I don't think the Birmingham girls would appreciate an 11 out of 10. That's almost blasphemous. That's like beyond the perfect dog. We'll have to see what Molly has to say about that. I mean, just looking out the window, it's quite darker than I thought. I thought it was a slightly lighter colour, but anyway, good dog. Let's get back to some of this. Just FYI, if anyone didn't realise, stake boat is in S-T-A-K-E. One of my coxes a few years thought I was talking about like steak, as in the steak you eat.
Searing steak.
Yeah,
fantastic.
yeah. So that she was really concerned, like, what's Dobbs going on about? Steak boat.
Steak.
They serve steak at this boat.
Fantastic. They should. I agree, though. They should serve steak.
I would. It's not really one for the vegans, but at the same time, you know, I'd take a steak on the star.
There's fantastic bacon sandwiches available. Oh, right. So, it's a lovely photo of the duck. The video team really showing the best of what BUCS Regatta has. We've got lots of ducks, got lots of goslings. Actually, it very much starting to get into duckling season. Okay, so what you'll see on screen now is the crews are getting into place using backing down and taking strokes. You'll see the cox's hands are straight up. You can particularly see the one on your left of your screen has their hand up, which indicates to the umpires that they are in fact not ready to begin because they are not straight. I think there'll be a big emphasis because of this restart on making sure they're nice and straight. The crews will then get named, so they will go down in the order: Nottingham, Exeter, Oxford, Surrey, Queen's and Imperial. When that is said, the umpire will declare attention, and you can't see it, but behind the camera there are lights and they will change from red to green, a bit like the Grand Prix if you're a fan, and the crews will start. So as we wait for that, what's your favourite race bin of the day?
I don't know if I have one race. I did like the performance of Aidan Thompson just sneaking through. He's getting a lot of name checking. Probably isn't even going to watch this now because his race is done. He's not going to keep watching the commentary. But if anyone does happen to see Aidan, just say that Dobbs from Uni Rowing was very impressed by his finish to come second. But I'm looking forward to other stuff. Like we get the honour of commentating on the men's Champ 8 later on. I always enjoy men's Champ 8s. It's a very fast and exciting race. How about yourself? Anything standing out right now?
The semi-final where Bristol did in Oxford Brookes. Not a final. Fantastically close race though.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, Exeter and Bristol finishing those two into semi-finals first, that was pretty good. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And also Will downstairs, I was down there, I put it off on Instagram, like how close that medal race was.
Really fantastic.
Yeah, it was just really close on the line. Just Brooks just sneaking a bronze, where typically it's been Brooks winning a gold. But there we go. Anyway, Freya, go on, hit them up with what's going on.
Okay, so here we are. We are at the start of our final for the women's beginner 8s. Medals are at stake here. We line up with Imperial, Queen's, Surrey, Oxford, Exeter and Nottingham. Starts so critical, so short, sharp, clean and fresh, something Surrey have been particularly good at, and we will expect to see them and Oxford battling it out, but it's still very much all to play for in a beginner event. And I think it really needs to be emphasised that the girls you're about to see race down this course only started rowing in this academic year, so full kudos and hats off must be given to them. So what can we see from the start? This angle is particularly good for watching out for our blade synchronicity, techniques and body swings. It seems to be looking like Surrey on the left of your screen there, perhaps starting to take a bit of a lead, or is that an Oxford as well?
I mean, I think Surrey are definitely going to be quick coming off of this. Surrey are going to have the, I think you can just about make it out, the pink base layers like you were saying, really distinctive there. Oxford probably going to have these darker blades towards the middle. So that's your Surrey and Oxford. And you know what, Surrey have looked really, really good. They were like, 20-something seconds clear in the time trial, which is only a 1500, and they were miles clear in the one by the 1K and the other one. But I don't actually know what their race plan has been. I don't know if they've had a really rocket start or if they've just kind of got off the start and gone, we're actually just faster than everyone else.
Either way, either way they're doing fantastically. I think, Queen's University Belfast, wonderful women's programme, particularly strong, and it's been lovely to see Queen's have already got quite a haul of medals. Could we add another one, do you think?
Well, no reason why Queens can't keep adding. Like they've shown they're really, really strong, and I've mentioned like Liverpool as being an ascending program, but Surrey as well. They need the sort of the shout out as being an ascending program.
Yeah.
Like they've already got a 7-second lead in the first 500, so they must just have the best start and the best race pace and everything. So absolutely phenomenal.
So fantastic.
If you go and listen to some podcasts called like The End of the Island, it's quite a few episodes ago, but Surrey were talking about their program and what they do, and it's just really impressive how they pretty much try and integrate everyone. It's not like you're a beginner or a senior per se. Obviously, some people are beginners or seniors. I think they were saying how they try and treat everyone pretty much the same. You're just a Surrey rower. That's what it is. You row at Surrey, and then obviously depending on who you are, you might do this category or that. And at the head, I believe that their beginners actually race the Inter as well. A couple of reasons for that. Like if it gets cancelled on one day, they get to race anyway. But then if it's not cancelled, there's that extra race experience. They're not there to win it necessarily. They're there to just sort of compete and get extra racing experience, and that's what beginners are typically going to lack at this point, is racing experience.
So I'll just run you through it before we enter the first 1,000 metres. We have Surrey leading, followed by Oxford University, Imperial College London in 3rd, Queen's University Belfast in 4th, Nottingham 5th, Exeter 6th. Only a point of a second separating 5th and 6th though, so it still is all to play for. Okay, coming through to the first 1,000 metres, the Coxes will know this is where they need to get really technical, really detailed, and keep that crew nice and focused as the pain starts to set in. Interestingly, because obviously Oxford don't attend BUCS Head, Queen's University Belfast actually came second in this event, so will be interesting to see how they come back from a 4th to perhaps a medal position. Okay, here we have the Surrey crew showing their excellence on your screens with a 3 minutes 46 1,000 metre. Very quick, very, very quick.
Yeah, so anyone who's jumped on an erg, that's a 152.5, something like that, or maybe 153. But it's pretty quick, to be fair, and that's not just for one stroke. That's been sustained through this first kilometre, so they might just well do the same in the second one. Oxford's 4:04, that's a 2:02 and a bit split on that case, but still quick. These are women's beginner 8s, but this Surrey crew, phenomenal. Like possibly, I don't want to say it because we don't have all the data, but this is going to be one of the best beginner women women's crews that's ever competed at BUCS.
Absolutely. Just want to go back quickly to this very, very intense battle that's happening for fourth now between three crews of Nottingham, Imperial and Exeter. This is where side-by-side racing really comes into play in terms of, you know, how important it is for mental discipline and how important it is for novice crews to have experienced that before they could, you know, go on to either other universities or perhaps Henley Women's or perhaps even trialling. You know, the novice career can really lead to many, many different things in rowing, and we have obviously the British Rowing University programmes that are down to the left of the commentary tower should you fancy yourself a chance.
So yeah, there's crews over in lanes 1 and 2, which is actually the side we're sitting on. We're only 0.7 of a second apart, so those two are going to be spurring themselves on. The other crew that was in that lane 6, IC, they're like literally on the opposite side, but Nottingham and Exeter fighting with each other might well bring them up towards Queen's. So Queen's are going to have to just hope that the sort of intra battles between Nottingham and Exeter don't manifest as extra speed, and that Queen's can just kind of sit out there and basically let this scuffle happen underneath where they are.
Okay, we have our timing for Surrey come in for the 1.5k mark at 5 minutes 41, which is very, very fast, and something, you know, the whole Surrey team should be proud of. I think, you know, watching the blades and watching the synchronicity of, you know, if you'd have told me this was an intermediate women's day, I wouldn't question that at all. They are very, very good. And here we have the other timings coming through. 6 minute 08, 6:09. Could we see a battle for second happening between Queen's and who would that be? Oxford? Possibly Oxford, I think that's going to be. Again, still the battle for fourth continues with 0.2 of a second between both boats. It's really quite heating up.
Yeah, so we speculated would Queen's get a medal. I'd say it's looking like they're likely to, but what colour is the next question, because Oxford and Queen's are separated by about one and a half seconds, a bit less than that, which is about a stroke really. So, you know, Queen's could definitely get back on terms here. We haven't probably spoken enough about Surrey except to say how excellent they are. You know, these other crews that are winning medals are pulling splits just above 2, but this Surrey crew is pulling like a 154 or something like that. It's just a different class that's going on, and they do look resplendent in that. You know, I mean, Worcester Uni used to have blue lycras with pink, but you know, I think Surrey have just picked that up and gone, well, we're going to show when we wear that we win gold.
Exactly, and as they come into the last 250 metres, the boys have turned red, the girls will know they have done it. They will be emptying everything they have in those tanks to secure possibly one of the best women's 8s beginners we have seen in BUCS history, and I'm sure the celebrations we will see from these girls will be fantastic. And there we go, slapping the water, heads up. Well done, girls. Right, the battle for second, the battle for third. Here we go. In the dark blue we have Oxford University. Across on the left hand, hopefully on the screen you will see Queen's University Belfast, and it looks like it's going to be Oxford, but can Queen's give them everything? I think it's going to be Oxford. An absolutely triumphant row from both 8s. There we go. Celebration from the Oxford Cocks, and that's Queen's across the line, followed by Exeter, followed by Imperial, followed by Nottingham, and the Nottingham stroke goes down. Wow, what a time. 7 minutes 38 by that Surrey crew. I mean, nearly 30 seconds clear of rivals Oxford. Absolutely fantastic.
Well, yeah, 31 seconds in fact, like that's an absolute
showing.
absolute beating, like that
Goodness.
is, they just, do you know what, sometimes crews get put in the bin during a race, but it's normally one crew off the back. In this case it was 5 of them put in the rear view mirror. The beautiful thing about rowing is when you get off the front you can see your opposition, but I don't even know if that Surrey crew could see the opposition. 30 seconds, you know, you go about, at those splits it's 250 metres or so, is 30 seconds, you know, you go in 125 metres, you're going about 250 metres a minute, so yeah, that is a massive win. Like, crossing the
Unbelievable.
line before the next crews even reach the red boys. Phenomenal.
Okay, and now on to our next race, which is the Women's Championship Lightweight Doubles. We are watching the A final in lane 1. Surrey, lane 2 Queen's University Belfast, 3 Cambridge, 4 Reading, 5 Durham and 6 Edinburgh. If you're joining us, it is lane... Am I saying that? 6 is over there. Yeah, 6 should be on the left of your screen, 1 is to the right of your screen. Apologies, I don't know my lefts or rights.
So you say what was your favourite race? I mean, I should really have just said this, Imogen Grant in the pair winning it on the last stroke and then having to basically go back up to race this. So Imogen Grant, who's stroked the blue boat in the boat race just very, very recently, you probably would have seen on TV. Apparently this is the one she really wanted to win. So to have 1 gold medal in the bag already, and looking on course for a second, but obviously you've got to row it out. It's about a 3-second lead here, but you know it's a good position to be in.
Absolutely.
At the K mark.
So as we come into the first 1,000 metres, we have Cambridge leading, Reading, Durham, Edinburgh, Queen's University and Surrey, who've just won our previous event of our Women's Beginner 8s. Looks like the most contentious battle is probably going to be for 4th and 3rd. We have crews separated by 2 seconds and 1 second there. Surrey, again, fantastic programme, but they are up against, I mean, excellence, really. Excellence personified by Imogen Grant. But yeah, I think, could we see a move from Reading now as we enter the last 1,000?
Well, you know, they got to move to make sure Durham don't come after them, because Edinburgh are going to come after Durham. And then just by extension, Durham are going to just sort of try and keep moving up towards Reading, I would guess. So, you know, Durham have actually been performing well here, and it's another champ event. If Durham can pick up another champ medal, this will be another good thing, because like Durham have definitely been on the rise. You know, it's not that they've been living in the shadow of Newcastle. That's not the right thing. They're really solid programs in their own right, but I would say the results have been on Newcastle's side for a few years now. But it looks like it might be swinging over to being on Durham's side. So they'll want to back up like that kind of momentum with yet another medal today here on the Saturday of BUCS.
And obviously cannot be said, I know I mentioned Imogen Grant's name there, but sitting in the bow seat with her is Bridget Kennedy. You know, 2 people in the double, the synchronicity between the 2 must just be in complete harmony, particularly with sculling, you know, handling 2 blades at the same time. It's a different beast to sweep, but I think, you know, if you can be consistent and be concise with sculling, I think you really have it, and I think that's exactly what this Cambridge pair are showing now on the left of your screen. And the timings are coming in for the 1.5k. This is where everything goes down, and the Cambridge pair have extended their lead, followed by it's very close. Followed by Reading, then Durham, Edinburgh, Queen's and then Surrey. Queen's just gaining a second on Surrey there. Edinburgh just losing a few seconds to Durham.
I mean, they're small boats, so they, you know, can change speed quite quickly, but you know, this is the top of the game. This is champ lightweight doubles. You know, there's not going to be too much difference between the power levels of some of these athletes, so you know, where they are is almost where they're going to stay, and where Cambridge are is way out in front at the moment. So they just really put a big shift on in that third 500, because we said it was a little bit close. It's only about 3 seconds at the K, and now it moved out to 9, so that was a big shift that occurred there in that third 500.
Again, still, you know, a fantastic performance from the University of Reading, who you can just see in that black boat there. You know, will they step it up? Will they manage to keep Durham off? It remains to be seen, but as we come in to the last 250 metres and the boys begin to turn red for Bridget Kennedy and Imogen Grant, on the last race of Imogen Grant's day, can she retain that other gold? I absolutely think she will. A fantastic row from both, extending their lead even further, rating increase. Absolutely phenomenal display of rowing.
Yeah, and hopefully Imogen saves a bit of energy, because she's going to be taking over on the mics from us a little bit later on. So
wow,
but
congratulations,
really well done.
Imogen.
So great to have some gold medals in the commentary team. You can see just crossing the line on your screens now as well. It is indeed Reading. Reading, who do a lot of sculling, picking up the champ silver medal in this lightweight double, and then it's Durham picking up yet another medal for their program. So just adding VL points, adding BUCS points, adding medals. You know, it's definitely going to be out on their Instagram a bit later on.
Followed by Edinburgh, Queen's University, and then Surrey. I mean, as we look at the times, fantastic times for all. Very, very impressive that, you know, Cambridge, you know, nearly again 30 seconds ahead of 6th place there. Wow. Absolutely cracking stuff for Imogen. Double. Lovely stuff. I did see her championship lightweight 4 just having a lovely walk down the embankment with the gold medals, and I thought, that's funny. What have we got on screen now, ladies and gentlemen? We have got the...
It's the men's champ lightweight, Coxless 4s, the quick boys, these, you know, not having a lug of cocks around, it's just U4 against the world.
Quick boys is a technical term.
Newcastle have got 2 crews. We haven't mentioned them that much because unfortunately there hasn't been enough to mention, but this time they could be picking up 2 of the medals here. There's only 4 crews. It's Edinburgh, Newcastle, Oxford and another Newcastle crew, so 4 competing for 3 medals and some BUCS points of course as well. So I mean, Newcastle is certainly going to pick up at least 1 medal, but can it be 2?
You'd like to think so, but judging by your screens, we have lane number 2. No, lane number 5.
So this is Newcastle 3. That's Edinburgh 2. Oxford 4. Newcastle. So I think it goes to Newcastle.
Fantastic. So the order is currently Newcastle, Edinburgh, Oxford and Newcastle. Expected?
I didn't actually look at the time trial, to be honest. It's very bad on my part. I do apologise. I'm just looking down, actually, like you can't see it on the screen, but that Surrey crew are about to pick up their medals, and there was a lot of cheering. So it's really good to see, you know, the
wonderful
celebrations and stuff, and the 2 proud coaches here as well. Actually, I think Sam Tuck's also got a pink top on.
Fantastic.
So yeah, getting on board, you know, solidarity with what we're doing. Even the Cox has got the base layer. But anyway, the people at home can't see this. It's just a little bit of background for you, but yeah, it's Newcastle, Oxford, Edinburgh, Newcastle. Yeah, the medals definitely coming off of those top, well, no, the top 2 medals, but I would say Newcastle is still in with the shout of picking up the bronze. They're not that far off of Edinburgh,
and they will make that push in the last 500 metres. And I think it's about, you know, the thing that's about Coxless boats is having that impressive discipline to keep yourself going even when it hurts. And I think, you know, are Newcastle disciplined enough to make a big enough move? Yes, I think they very much are. And there they have, yes, Newcastle are catching up with that Edinburgh crew with only 1/3 of a second separating both crews.
Yeah, I don't know how much Coxless 4 you've rode, but I love a Coxless 4. I came 3rd at Bucks Head in a Coxless 4 in 05.
Aww,
and
lovely mems.
Yeah, mems, except I did clip the bridge. I was steering, but you know, whatever. I didn't tell
That's
2,
lovely.
but we still came 3rd.
Exactly.
But yeah, Newcastle here just making it look better than ours did. Just really firing it down. Oxford looking good as well. But yeah, that charge, really the eyes are going to be on what happens in 3rd and 4th. You can't really see the 4th place crew in a shot, unfortunately, but you can see this first Newcastle crew of clear water over Oxford doing a really good job. The Oxford University lightweights, I'm not sure if Runner Not a Rower is in there, I forget his actual name, but he always asked me to post stuff up for him. But yeah,
there they are.
just driving on, so you'll see just on your screens here, so go on Freya, call us over the line, especially this last
in
part.
the last 10 metres, and we will see undulation and celebration. There it is. There is the Newcastle A boat winning the championship lightweight 4s, followed by a very successful row from Oxford. And here's the battle for 3rd. I think this may be photo finish. Oh, but there they are, Edinburgh and Newcastle B. Heads down, pain, but celebration nevertheless. And there is confirmation by a second Edinburgh pips Newcastle.
Yeah, so it just did cut away. I think from where we're sitting, it looks like Edinburgh held their nerve and stopped the Newcastle charge. It was a really good charge, you know, from being a few seconds down to pretty much on par. But I guess that push just took a little bit out of them, and Edinburgh just decided, okay, well, they've had their push, time for our push, just move back out. And you just on the replay there, you could see it was basically half a length by the end. So Edinburgh doing really well to hold their nerve, because sometimes when crews come back through you or come back towards you, it can get a little bit tense and tight in there, but it wasn't in this case. Those crews did a really good job of just going, okay, they've had their push, we're still good, and moving on from there. So well done to those crews. One of them knew they weren't going to pick up the medal, unfortunately. That's what happens when there are 4 crews in a medal race. But yeah.
Okay.
So Freya, you've got some personal interest in this. Tell us who you want to win.
Hi, yes, I do. I actually row for the University of East Anglia, and the boys have done an absolutely amazing job overcoming our lack of coaching from our lack of coach. But they have absolutely smashed us out of the park, from the direction of Callum Bland, who's in charge of our novice men's programme, to achieve a B final with the year we've had. It is incredibly impressive, and all the boys should be so proud. And Tommy, the Cox.
Yeah, I like Callum. I coached a bit with him at Caversham a couple of years ago. Really, really top guy. So, yeah, big fan of Callum. So really good to see his crews going quick.
Yes, well, hopefully quick enough to hold off the other boats. And who have we got in lead? We have Exeter at the first 1,000 metres, followed by Southampton, followed by UEA, followed by Bristol, by York and by Bath, with only 3 seconds separating the top crews. This could be all to play for, and actually the battle for 4th actually could be quite tense.
Yeah, so only Bath have really fallen off the pace here at 4:06. The other crews are all 5 seconds apart, so, you know, UEA could really finish anywhere between 1st and 5th here. As you say, it is Exeter out in front, but only just by a little bit over Southampton. So, you know, UEA are in one of those middle lanes. That's where they'd want to be. They can see the race. Southampton just a little bit over to this side. They're unfortunate that Bath have dropped off a pace, so the crew they want to push off isn't necessarily there. But it looks like some good racing as we just look up the course. They're getting towards that last 500 metres. So Freya, go on, you know you want to take this one home.
I do. So, ladies and gentlemen, from your screens you will be able to see the blade timing, you'll be able to see the body swings, you will be able to see which crews are moving quick enough, and it is the middle 2 crews that seem to have the lead. But could we see a push from any of the crews? You can hear it, they're cheering on either side of the banks, increasing. As they enter the final 500, the Coxes will be telling them to step on the gas. Here come the timings: 5 minutes 57.5, only 2 seconds and a bit, followed by absolutely nothing of a second, followed by absolutely nothing of a second again. It is very much all to play for. But who are they by? Who's dropped off? It looks like East Anglia may be tying with, I would like to say that's York, and maybe Southampton here, who has it still in the tank. I think at this point, you know, in the novices, it will come down to how has the coaching led to the discipline. And I would like to hope UEA have that. Here we go. There they are. Exeter, UEA in 2nd, York in 3rd, Southampton 4th, Bristol 5th, Bath 6th. I'm going to have to turn my mic off because I'm going to start shouting.
Go on, you shout it. UEA, UEA. You know you want it. That's, you know. But it's a heck of a race. You know, yes. Freya's going to be getting very, very excited.
Oh my
here.
God! Right, here they come. Everything, boys. into the last 250 metres. We have UEA, we have York, we have that Southampton crew giving it everything they've got.
So I think it's Exeter out in front right now, but really being pushed hard by York. So sort of southwest versus sort of east, north, Midland area. I suppose York is the north, you know, but it gets a lot more north than that. But that's where the battle's coming from. Exeter and York, you can just see on the line, sorry, on your screen here. It's really, really close. Like UEA pushing really, really hard.
Come on, guys!
Bristol also kicking very, very hard over on that far side. So some fine racing in here in the B final.
Absolutely, and there they are crossing the line. There is your first place Exeter, second place York, possibly Southampton, then Bristol, then UEA, and then the crew from Bath. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. That was, of course, the B final. These are to settle positions 7 to 13. And there we have it, confirmation of your times. Oh.
Any insights you want to give us about UEA just before they leave? I think the parentals are going to, you know, watch this back.
Yeah, so I'd like to give a big shout out to Neil, Josh's dad, Joe, obviously, and Vince and Luke and Tommy. You've all done so well. I know it perhaps wasn't the result you were after, but honestly, lads, that was an absolutely cracking row. And after the year we've had, genuinely, please all just be so undulated with that. Here is, of course, a slow motion of them crossing the line. Beautiful stuff. And no rest for the wicked. We are on 2.
Well, I think, you know, that restart means right, guys, get on the start, get ready to go kind of thing. So this is the A final. This is for the gold, silver, bronze. It's got Cardiff in lane 1. That'll be to the right of your picture, not just on screen at the moment, unfortunately. Liverpool, who we mentioned a few times, you know, that's another crew here doing really, really well. IC, Cambridge, Durham and Nottingham. So Nottingham on home water's going to be really familiar, and they're going to be down the side where their fans are going to be, although their tent does look a little bit quiet, but I think people are sitting just on the bank side, which I think is a bit dangerous, but okay, fair enough, as long as they stay out of the way of the peloton. It used to be you weren't allowed on this side, you know. I'm a bit old school, because then the cyclists come down hard and fast, so as long as people clear the path, that's all that matters.
Fantastic. So here is where the medals are at play. I don't know if I'm qualified enough to make some predictions, but I would say that, you know, judging by the time trial, I think Imperial did incredibly well, Durham as well, you know, but it's a novice race, it's all to play for. And here they are storming into their first 1,000 metres. The Coxes will know exactly what they're doing here. They will be precise. There will definitely be some set calls at 1,000 metres. Okay, judging by your screens, who have we got on the screen? We have Nottingham, we've got Durham, we've got Cambridge, and we have IC. Who looks like they're ahead? I would be inclined to say Durham do a little bit.
Yeah, well, I mean, you get a little bit of, you get the parallax with the issue. I think as it swings round, you see the IC of the crew on this near side that are basically going to be in the lead. But it is pretty close, I would say, there between, like, it's certainly at least a race between Cambridge and Durham going on. So you can see that we just went past the straight buoy line a second ago, the red line. This camera, I believe, would be about at the K mark. So yeah, you can see IC right in front. So just the way the camera swings can be a little bit deceptive sometimes, but you know, it's just how it is. You know, we've got the splits there. So go on, Freya, take us through the 1K splits.
Through 1,000 metres, we have IC leading with 3:46. A second behind them, we have Cambridge. A second behind them, Durham. 3 seconds behind them, we have Liverpool, Nottingham, and Cardiff. Could Liverpool make a decent enough push to catch Durham? It is very much all to play for. They, you know, the Liverpool programme, as you say, very much ascending in terms of its success. Would we see a men's beginner medal. I think it could be a possibility here. It will all be about the Durham discipline, which we know they have. And also, you know, Cambridge, we don't get to see them at BUCS Head, so it will be interesting to see whether they've had enough regatta discipline instilled in them, if you will. But obviously, Cambridge, you know, having had a fantastic success a bit earlier with Bridget and Imogen doing so well.
Yeah, glad to see my use of the word ascending is catching on. I'm just going to use it so many times.
It's great.
It's just such a good word for programs that are up and coming. So you're going to hear the word ascending and just start using it. You know where you heard it first. It was in the Oxford English Dictionary. But at the same time, where did you hear it second? It was here on the BUCS commentary.
Exactly. Wow. So, you know, if you're watching this at home and you're not familiar to rowing, or you haven't rowed in a very long time, you will notice, you know, blade synchronicity is probably the main one, watching those body swings and those heads moving as one, but also body leaning in terms of leaning out, making sure we have a length in the stroke, especially when we come to the last 1,000 metres. You're wanting to make sure you're maximum effort per stroke is going in, and you're getting that maximum distance per stroke as well. And there we have it. It's going to be a very, very tight race as we come into the last 500 metres.
Yes, I love the purity of beginner rowing. Like you mentioned earlier, these people started this year. It's an arms race. It's as simple as that. You just get people through the door. You got to teach them to row. That is it. There's no other agenda. It's come in through the door. This is how you put a blade on the water, and this is how you push hard. And then, you know, guess what? You get your own category at BUCS. You don't get that in every sport, but we got beginner here at rowing. So if anyone's watching this and is a brother or sister doesn't row before, but one of your siblings do, and you go to uni, go and join the rowing team. You know, you don't have to have done anything. You don't have to be good at netball or whatever. Like at Birmingham, if you ain't an international player, you're not making the top teams in certain sports. But, you know, there's going to be a lot of programs where if you turn up and you know, you might be good at other sports, but you come to rowing, it's ground zero. You get that opportunity to learn and compete against other people that just started at the same time as you. So just coming into the line still looks like a really, really good race. So Freya, go on, talk them through the last part of this race.
So as we enter the final 500 metres, here are your time. To IC lead by less than 1/4 of a second onto Cambridge, with a second lead over Durham, and then we have Liverpool, Exeter and Nottingham. So here they come. The boys have turned red. Who will make the final push? Will it be IC or will it be Cambridge? It looks neck and neck from the commentary box here. The Cox is just turning around. They can see each other in their eye line. It looks like it's going to be a fantastic push from Cambridge. Who has it in the tank? Fantastic.
Yeah, I think it's Cambridge maybe by a canvas.
And IC just look around. Oh my goodness.
So close. Such a good race. Half a second in it. Durham there picking up another medal. That's good. So this isn't one of their senior crews. This is a beginner crew, of course. So to have Durham picking it up is brilliant. Liverpool didn't quite pick up a medal, but like we say, they're on the way up, just missing out there. Those athletes should be looking to sort of make strides into the intermediate category in future years. And then Nottingham and Cardiff just rounding us out. So a really, really good race there. Cambridge and Imperial, Empacker versus Empacker. You can see here it was so close all the way down. The Coxes, you know, they're up at the front here, no blocked view. They can just see how close it was, and it was just agonisingly close. Cambridge just held on. Imperial couldn't quite find that extra 2-3 feet they needed. Durham just not quite on overlap, but that was a heck of a race. And like I say, I really enjoy the purity of beginners, and we got more beginners here. So Freya, take us through this men's beginner quad B final and who's in it.
Okay, so we have the University of Leeds, we have Nottingham Trent, we have Reading, Del Montfort, Liverpool and Sussex. So quite a varied programmes in terms of, you know, scope, capacity, budget and everything, but really, really excellent to see the likes of Del Montfort and Sussex and Trent really just holding their own in this category.
Yeah, so some of these do put a lot of time into their sculling. So Montford, like I believe, won the men's quads a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years ago, and those boys went on and did quite good at intermediate level as well. I'm not sure if they raced champ, but they had a good cohort that comes through, so there's a bit of pedigree there now. Reading basically scull all the time. I mean, we sold them an 8 once, and then they just switched to sculling, so I don't know if it was the best purchase they ever made, but I'm sure they just flipped that boat and just turned it into more sculling seats. Leeds, coached by Dan Grant. Leeds is a huge program. The number of rowers they get through there some years, the way they run it is different to some other programs. Don't know much about Sussex, I'm afraid. Good to see them in here though. And Trent are from this very city, so sometimes they'd be on this lake. I know Nikki does a really good job coaching them. I don't know if they might have been able to do a bit quicker in the time trial, because apparently I think they picked up the wrong blades. I saw a coach mumbling and being a little bit angry about that earlier, but
happens to the best of us.
Definitely does. Right, take us through the K.
Fantastic. So Imperial have made an absolutely storming start with 3-4-6, followed by Cambridge, only a second down, followed by Durham, only a second down again, followed by Liverpool, Nottingham and Cardiff. I'm very sorry, I feel like I've just read the wrong race in terms of what I've told you. Is this men's beginner?
Yeah, quads B.
That's not what's that. I'm really sorry. What's currently displayed on your screen is perhaps not the correct information for this race, but there is in fact Nottingham Trent on your screen right now. There we go. My apologies, those were the timings for the old race. Here they come now with a 3:52.2, followed by 3:58.9, barely a second in it. These crews will know exactly what they have to do, and it's the discipline without a Cox that you need, but they're doing absolutely fantastically. A battle for third emerges between Del Montfort University and Liverpool, with a second between the two crews. Then we have Sussex just trailing to Leeds, who remain in fifth. Here we are. Now, it's going to be a fantastic final by the look of it, with battles for all medal positions, but I think what we really, really want to see is just good side-by-side racing, and I think pushing off another crew is perhaps the best thing in rowing. I have to be a little bit biased, but I am preferred to regatta season.
So wait, you're saying you don't like sitting in the cold for hours marshalling at the side of a head race before, racing and maybe not overtaking anyone? Are you serious?
Yes, as criminal as that is. Okay, on your screens you can see Nottingham Trent, followed by Reading, Del Montfort University, Liverpool and Sussex. It looks like I'm
looking out the window, and the hot pink of Trent look like it's the closest to me. That's the crew you can see on the right hand side of the shot right now. So Trent looking good. Reading, I think maybe just behind him, then De Montfort. Those are the crews you can primarily see in the sort of right, middle and centre right, middle and centre left, but also pushing up pretty hard. You got Liverpool on that lane 5 outside there, not Sussex, unfortunately they're a little bit off, but Liverpool are the crew at the furthest left on the screen, and they're putting the charge in here.
Absolutely. And here are the timings for 1.5k. Are absolutely mighty 6:01.4, followed by a 6:02.2. Looks like that crew has just dropped off by a second. Who's it going to be? This is the thing, I don't want to repeat the order because it could have all changed, ladies and gentlemen. But you can see from here just the excellence of these novice crews. Sculling obviously a little bit more balanced, a little bit more centred, but these crews will still be giving it a fair amount of welly. Again, a technical term there. Very
technical. So beginner quads got added in 2016, so this will be like the 6th one, I guess. So we did miss a BUCS, but you got the inclusive at each end, so about the 6th time. It's just moved on, this category. It's just moved on. Like, you wouldn't look at these crews and go, that's a beginner quad. These are just people that can scull.
Absolutely,
but we've got a heck of a battle happening out the front here.
Absolutely. And into their last 250 metres, we have Del Montfort and Nottingham Trent absolutely battling it out for this 7th place in this B final. And we have a battle between Liverpool and who is that? Reading and Liverpool.
So yeah, sorry, it's actually De Montfort and Liverpool kind of battling. It's Reading and Trent at the front here. Trent just needing to straighten up, nearly came out of their lane a little bit here, so really kicking hard. I think that maybe has given Reading the impetus. Reading just looking like an arrow right now, firing through. You see on your screen here, Reading just busted their way through this last part of the race, and it might actually be the charge coming from Liverpool on that far side that's going to put Trent under the most pressure coming into the end here. It's going to be Reading, Trent, and then Liverpool. As you see crossing that line, really close by the end, only 2.5-3 seconds separating that top three. Again, no medals on this. This is just sort of pride and execution, but they've done really, really well. Dan Grant and his Leeds crew, if they cut back to it, you'll see they're about to cross through the line, but some really hard, strong, powerful racing from these beginner quads. Absolutely. And it's really what we want to see at BUCS. Absolutely,
and here come that Sussex crew, still absolutely putting that power down, making sure they finish with their heads held high. So important. That Sussex crew of JJ Bailey, Blessing Shanika, Pedro Moniz Gomez and Tom Thistleton just crossing the line there. And their stroke will just be giving it everything. There we go. Okay, on your screens right now you can just see a lovely slow motion replay of that De Montfort boat coming across the line. And now we have, of course, the A final. Medals up for grabs here in this A final, and we will take you through the list now. We have Durham in 6, Surrey 5, Edinburgh in 4, Queen's in 3, Heriot Watt in 2, and Loughborough in 1. All fantastic rowing universities, really, really strong. So it'll be interesting to see. I can tell you now that the timings for the 1,000 metres are... University of Edinburgh absolutely stormed it, 3 minutes 37, followed by Queen's with 3 minutes 39, followed by Surrey at 3:46, followed by Heriot Watt, then Durham, and then Loughborough. But Surrey have absolutely stormed this. They seem to be a good 5... Oh no, Edinburgh, beg your pardon, have absolutely stormed this. Seem to be a good 5 seconds ahead. And now as they come to the 1.5k mark, the pain will be setting in and the discipline will separate these crews. Just on your screens you can see that Edinburgh crew taking each stroke, focusing on their distance. Absolutely lovely recovery time. Looks like they'll be going at very high rate, but just look how smooth that boat looks. Absolutely fantastic. That Surrey crew you can see in the top right, followed by Queen's, which is on your left, with that blue strip around their chests. There we go. Absolutely storming that though, Edinburgh. Yeah, it looks like the gold medal and the silver medal are going to be leaving the country soon after this championship, because Edinburgh are going to take it north and Queen's are going to take it across the Irish Sea. Surrey, though, looking to take a medal away from Heriot Watt to at least make one of them stay within the realms of England. So Heriot Watt are going to be trying to push on to Surrey, but it was a 7-second gap at the 1500 metre. But yeah, I don't think we can say too little about this Edinburgh and Queen's battle at the front. Both of these crews look so proficient. Really good sculling here in this men's beginner quad event. It's just such impressive execution being displayed here out on the lake at Nottingham. And here they are, the boys have turned red for both Edinburgh and Queen's crews, and they'll know exactly what they have to do in their final 15 strokes as they come in full power, making sure they can get a quickest time as possible and securing those medals for their clubs for the Victor Ladorum. I think this result is just testament to the excellence, discipline and skill tolerated by both Irish and Scottish rowing, which have both collected quite a hefty chunk of the medals now. And here is the Surrey crew about to cross the line. They will be driving, securing Surrey a 3rd place and a bronze medal.
Yeah, so that bronze for their beginner men in that quad coming on top of the really good gold they picked up for their beginner women's 8. That's a good pair of results there for Surrey. So obviously what they were planning to do and what they targeted has paid off pretty well there. You know, Queens haven't won it this time, Edinburgh have, but I've seen Queens crews win at beginner events picking up that gold. So they've picked up a silver this time, which is still phenomenal. Good to see them still right at the top, but Edinburgh broke up that little sort of I don't want to say monopoly, but Edinburgh have just moved in and said, okay, this time we're having this one.
Absolutely. As you can see, just the slow motion of those crews coming across. Okay, next up we have the women's intermediate B finals. Obviously fantastic crews all around. We've got Cardiff, Surrey again, Durham, Sheffield, Newcastle and Durham B. And here they are, timing through for the 1,000 metres. Durham lead 3:52. With a second behind, it's Cardiff. A second behind, again, Sheffield, Surrey, Newcastle and Durham. All trail. Very, very close race. Only 7 seconds between them. Could we see a massive change in this? Do you think a Newcastle comeback could happen?
Yeah, well, Newcastle want to show how quick they are, but you know, there's some names here that don't always feature, you know, up at the top here, Cardiff and Sheffield. So these are their A crews. These are possibly their best athletes racing here, because there's no championship crews for those institutions. So you know, unlike 8s, sometimes you can just find 4 athletes that really mesh well together. You know, it's much more difficult to find 8 athletes of that caliber. So to have 4, especially in this sculling, you know, it's much more grace and finesse rather than just power sometimes. So if you can find 4 athletes that can mesh together well, get off the start quickly and sustain their speed, you know, you can just be quick throughout a race. And Sheffield being in lane 3 suggests, you know, they were really quick through the time trial. Not just the time trial, but in the semi-finals would have just missed out into a 4th place. So as we cut to the screens at the moment, you know, you can see 5 of the crews in here. We can't quite see all 6, but in the middle lanes there we've got Sheffield and Durham, and then on the outside lanes to the far left you'd see Surrey and Cardiff, and then to this side is Newcastle and Durham will be the crews that you can see. So I believe that's Newcastle you can just about see on the far left of shot, be Sheffield the crew that you can see. If you look at where the umpires launch is, the one just to the right of that as you look on the screen will be Sheffield. Durham will be to the left, and the 2 you can see further over are going to be Surrey and Cardiff. You know, we've featured Surrey a few times recently, and it's good to see Surrey in there again.
Yeah, I think it's just testament to the programme that they're building up, and you know, it's definitely becoming more and more attractive and known as a rowing university for incoming, you know, prospective rowers. Okay, here are the times for the 1.5k. Durham lead with a 5:52. Only a second behind are Sheffield. A second behind Cardiff, and then we have Newcastle, Surrey and Durham just slightly letting off the pace there. But, you know, are we surprised to see Durham supremacy here?
Well, I mean, look, there's 2 Durham crews in here, so one's at the front and one's just sort of found the heat in the last 500 metres a bit too hot. You know, I mean, just looking out the window, all 6 crews are very, very close, to be fair. It was 6-second gap between 1st and 6th before, and then it was a 6-second gap between 1st and 5th, so still very, very tight. As they come charging up towards the line, we can see that it looks like the crew over there in lane 4, you know, the angle isn't really good here on the screen, but I can tell you Durham in 4 are the ones that are quickest. Cardiff on that far side are trying to get pace on Sheffield, who are in lane 3. So the ones you can see on the far side, Cardiff, they're not quite on Sheffield yet, but as it kind of swings round here in this last little bit, you'll see it's going to be very, very, very close. So Freya, go on, take us over the line here.
Okay.
Durham up in front there.
15 strokes to go. Well, not even that, judging by the pace of this Durham crew, who are absolutely storming it. Could we see a major push from Sheffield? Oh, I think that might be a photo finish. And both crews go down. There they are, both Newcastle crews finishing, and there is that Durham 4. Beautiful technique as they come across the line, catching beautifully together. There they go. You can just see our crews relaxing. Obviously, I don't know how much, if any of you have been to BUCS Regatta before, but it is pretty much an immediate stop in order to dock and take the boat out of the water. So all crews, in fact, have to, relax and take it very, very slow, very, very quickly. No winding down.
Yeah, I mean, luckily you get a bit more runoff than Peterborough. I don't know if you've raced there.
I have.
That's a real hard hold up. But okay, let's go to the A final. That's the next one that's going to be coming down. It's actually already in its last K. So Birmingham are in here. That's who I'm going to be shouting for in a bit. St Andrews, Reading, Edinburgh, Newcastle and Bath. That makes up this women's inter quad A final. So a bit of a spread here, not necessarily the names you'd always expect. So Birmingham, St Andrews, Reading, Edinburgh, Newcastle, Bath, quite a big mix of crews here.
Absolutely.
So the ones in the middle were Reading and Edinburgh. They're the ones we expect to be out in front, and it just looks like on the screen that we can see that Edinburgh do look to be the class of this field, really powering forwards.
Absolutely.
Quite possibly Newcastle in 4 are the ones chasing them, or it could potentially be Reading in 3, but Edinburgh, Newcastle and Reading, that's who we've got here.
I have it here as Edinburgh first, Newcastle second, Reading third, and then Bath fourth, Birmingham fifth, and St Andrews sixth. But that could have all have changed, because here come the timings for the 1.5k. Very, very speedy. Very, very speedy indeed. And I think that's the thing, these quads are probably one of the fastest boats you'll see down here. 2 blades, no cocks, and just sheer power. Judging by what you can see on your screen, you can just see the excellence of these crews coming through, and the excellence of that Edinburgh crew. And a very, very comfortable 9 seconds ahead. They will know what they have to do, their plan from here on in. Followed by Reading in 3, Newcastle in 5, Bath 6, and St Andrews in 5th, and Birmingham in 6th.
Yeah, it's a pretty close between 5th and 6th. The battle is for the medals at the top. It's the silver and the bronze. It looks like Edinburgh are going to take the gold. I mean, maybe if you can name drop them in a sec, I won't be forgiven if I don't name drop Erin, Dashley, Beth and Pez in the Birmingham boat. But tell us who looks like they're about to pick up this gold for Edinburgh then.
So the Edinburgh crew consists of... Izzy Clements, Anna Buchanan, Charlie Faint and Claudia Rossington are coming through. The red boys as we speak. You can see it on your screen. There they are, the Reading crew coming in second.
Yeah, and in fact, thanks to the people on the cameras, actually gold medal crew was just on the screen there. Reading look like they're going to be challenging for second, but yeah, not even in shot there on the finish. Edinburgh have really pulled it out in the red boys. Reading are going to cross, looks like second on our line, being chased hard by Newcastle. So Newcastle will pick up a bronze, and then pushing hard to the line now. It's been a really good charge from Birmingham. It's going to be Bath that just sort of hold them off by just over a length. Birmingham charge hard to the line, just going to be crossing the line you'll see here, and then just to round it out, St Andrews just losing a bit of speed in that last 250, but some really, really good racing. It's not the champ quads, but it's as close as you can get to them. So
well, I was going to say, it's a fantastic charge from Birmingham. Not to plug yourself,
races.
But that was a very impressive charge. Well done, Birmingham. Very, very good. Oh, and there you can see our winning crew, the Edinburgh 4, just sat there, sort of trying to relax, take it all in before they go and get their medal. There's our replay of our Reading crew crossing the line. You can see them just sail over. They know that they have done it. The relief and the celebration, followed by... What's that?
Yeah, so, you just sort of seeing that overall, like, past that, Reading then, Reading crossed sort of second there, Newcastle picked up the third, but Edinburgh way out in front, which was strong. Now we've only got 4 crews in this next race. It's the women's champ quad. It's Edinburgh, Newcastle, Durham and Nottingham. So it's similar to a race we had earlier. One of these crews is going to end up disappointed. 3 of them are going to be coming home with a bit of hardware.
Absolutely, but I would like to say that Perry McCluskey of Edinburgh was actually in the women's beginner singles last year, and to see her racing a championship quad is incredibly impressive. So congratulations, Perry.
And not just racing it, but being out in front by a couple of seconds as well here at the halfway mark.
Absolutely. And here they come. The order goes Edinburgh, then we have Newcastle, followed by Nottingham, followed by Durham. It looks not to be, there's barely 7 seconds in it. Thing is, these crews will have the discipline and they will have the regatta experience being championship crews, so this could all change.
Yeah, just unfortunately, like Durham have had some strong results quite recently and picked up some medals. Looks like they're going to miss out this time, sadly. Who's the judging on the screen? Of course, anything could happen in terms of there could be an equipment failure, but you really don't wish that on any competitor at this point. You've put in all that training, all that time. I mean, I'll bet all 16 of these scullers have been on a training camp of some sorts recently, and it's really all to set themselves up for this first event into regatta season. You know, you got that big run of BUCS Head, stuff like Met Regatta, and then into sort of the women's Henley run there. So, you know, that's what these people will be setting themselves up for. So you don't want anything to go wrong here. You just want good racing to the line.
Absolutely, and good racing it will be. Here they come now into the final 200 metres. The boys are about to turn red for this Edinburgh crew, followed by Newcastle, followed by Nottingham, and then Durham in fourth, just missing out on a medal. It looks like the cheering has gone up on either side of the banks, hopefully motivating Edinburgh as they enter the last 250 metres. The boys have turned red. Could we see a major push from Newcastle? It looks like they're gaining on them, ladies and gentlemen, but here go Edinburgh with about 15 strokes to go. They will be giving it everything. Newcastle are not giving them an easy time of it, as the other Edinburgh quad will watch on as their championship counterparts secure a gold, hands up in the air.
So yeah, that's the double then, you know, winning the gold in the inter quad and backing up with gold in the champ quad. You know, that just shows how good this Edinburgh sculling is. It was so good last year, like you say, going from beginner single up to this, but don't forget they had all 6 crews in the beginner singles last year. I mean, I'm pretty sure they won the quad and they won the 8 as well. If the beginner doubles had been in last year, I guess they would have picked them up too. So Edinburgh have translated those athletes up into real speed in the sculling category again in their seniors. So really good work from Edinburgh, and shout out to them for, as I say, just picking up that double inter quad and champ quad, picking up the gold in both.
Yeah, it's always good getting a medal in a novice category, but you know, it's all the more important to be able to translate it. And I think that is where things like funding and coaching come really into importance.
Right, now into the events I love, men's 8s. Like, it doesn't get any more raw than this. It's just a blast. So we're going to have 2 men's inter 8s. We're going to have the B final and the A final, and then the last medal race of the day is going to be the men's champ 8. So what you can see on the screen at the moment is the first of those races. The B final of the men's inter 8s features Bristol, Imperial, Newcastle, Edinburgh, Newcastle and Cambridge. I've said it in that order, but the camera's the other way round this time, so actually the crew to the left in this shot is going to be Cambridge, then Newcastle, Edinburgh, Newcastle, Imperial and Bristol in that order. So quite rapid, 3:16, 3:17, 3:18 through the K. You know, we've seen some crews earlier on hitting that sort of much slower than that, so that's really quick, and you know, wait till you see what the champ 8s are pulling.
Absolutely, and I think the thing is, you know, intermediates have a fantastic mix of those who perhaps were novices last year, or perhaps those who rode at school, or perhaps rode for a home club, and it really is such a mix, and you all come to university, and I do think it can be quite a good leveler, and that makes these races even more interesting, because obviously it's so variable in what you get and what you get to work with, and I think as coaches it must be incredibly hard to go, right, this is the pool, I'm going to have this for 1 year, what can I do with this? And I really applaud coaches for handling intermediates the way they do.
And intermediate is insanely competitive, especially if you watch some years the intermediate women's 8s are so tight at the top. You know, you can have all 6 crews overlapping over the finish line. Heck of a category. But we just focus back on this intermediate race. It was, like I say, really quick. Edinburgh, Newcastle and IC, really fast to the K, and you know, these are going to be charging down on the 1500. We've got our new splits. It's 4:55, 4:57, 5 minutes here. You know, we've got 5 seconds separating Edinburgh, Newcastle, IC. It's the same order as before. You know, it's hard to change the speed of the 8s, but they're sustaining this speed. Just looking out the window, like we're seeing, slightly ahead of what you're seeing on the screen, so I can see that Edinburgh are still out in front, but being pushed by Newcastle. You know, there's no medals for grabs here, but you know, all of these athletes are going to be a bit disappointed not being in the A final, and they're going to want to just show, actually, this is how quick we were, and then they can just compare their times to the race that happens immediately after and see like where they would have come.
Absolutely, and I think it's, you know, it's a top 10 national finish. You want to be in that top 10, and here they come now into their last 200 metres. Edinburgh once again showing their breadth and their excellence in their intermediate 8s. Here they come. Could we see a push from Newcastle now for that goal position?
So they just cut into that finish camera now. I mean, this is the one just before the finish camera. Edinburgh going so fast, they're coming off the screen. You know, so quick coming to the line. Rate of striking's high. So clean, so efficient, such beautiful rowing. You'll see them now as you cut to the finish camera. There they go, like the speed at which that boat goes through the finish line. There's nothing faster at these championships than a men's 8. And this is the second fastest category of men's 8s. So it was Edinburgh, Newcastle, IC, the way it had been through the first sort of K and 1500, and then they cross in there, Newcastle again, and then quite a close race towards the end there between Bristol and Cambridge, a couple of seconds separating them, but everyone fought hard. It wasn't one of those races where one of the crews was like, oh, we're out of this, we'll just sort of finish 15 seconds behind. Everyone was punching hard to the finish, and like you say, top 10 finish you're looking for. These are the 12 quickest inter crews in the country, so crew 7 to 12 here.
Absolutely. And
so,
Bristol's having a fantastic day for their men.
Yeah,
particularly good.
Bristol, another one of those ascending, or they have ascended. I think they've moved up. They're one of the best performing universities that isn't sort of a designated high performance program. So
Absolutely.
They're doing some really good stuff, like Ed over there, who took over from Cam a few years ago. I assume it's still Ed there. Just has done a really good job, and they've done things like making sure that they're open to like alumni or people that are in the Bristol area. It's turning into a bit of a hotbed of rowing.
Oh, lovely to see. And here they come. It is the men's intermediate A final. We line up Oxford Brookes, Durham, Exeter, Bristol, University of London and Oxford Brookes B. I haven't got the times as of yet, but it looks like a very, very quick off the start for the Oxford Brookes crew. And is that Durham as well on your screens?
So let's be honest, everyone's been waiting for Brookes to fall, and in the semi-finals it was Exeter and Bristol that won them. So Brookes in this happened to be in the 2 outside lanes. I still love Brookes, they're fast, but it was Exeter and Bristol that won the semi-finals, and Bristol are backing this up here again. In that last crew it was their B crew, this is their A crew, and they are leading the Inter 8s, which is no mean feat. This is a competitive, hard category. Like, the number of intermediate rowers is huge some years, and this year no exception. So for Bristol to be out in front of this, that's massive. Absolutely massive.
And I think, spectators will see that, we keep saying, oh my goodness, this is so close by a point of a second. This is 3 seconds. That's good. That's what you want to see. Nearly 4. It'll be interesting to see if they can sustain that through that well-known pain cave of 1k to 1.5k. And I think, the Bristol Cocks will know exactly what they're going to try and do. What exactly Brookes are going to try and do, and what exactly Durham are going to try and do, and they're going to just try and battle them down to the end, and it will just be that mental discipline.
Yeah, you know, that pain cave, or apparently Jürgen Grobler used to say, at some point the man with the hammer will come, and it's what you're going to do when he arrives. So Bristol,
Wow.
you know, they're 3.8 seconds ahead at the 1K. You hope their pacing's right, because if you go too early, I mean, I've said this to people on ergs, once you've blown up, no matter how far it is from the finish line, it could be 10 meters, it could be 20 meters, it could be 1,000 meters, like the finish line's too far away. So if Bristol have paced this well, and it looks like they have, they can sit pretty there. On our screen, still out in front, one of the umpires, like the umpire's launch, will move right across to have a look. Maybe there's been a bit of lane changing out there, but Bristol have crossed now 4 seconds out in front. Brooks, though, are moving as well. Like Brooks aren't just going to roll over here. They're going to charge. Brooks here in one are really shifting big. They've overhauled Durham. Exeter, they won their semi-final, but 2 seconds off. They're going to have to go with this charge. Everyone's going to try and have a crack at Bristol. Like we say, the man with a hammer is coming.
Absolutely, and he is going to come and he is going to absolutely smack them down. You're right with saying that Oxford Brooks had just moved through Durham, and the crowd is going absolutely mental down beneath the commentary stands. And I think it looks like it's going to be Oxford Brooks versus Bristol. This could be a huge result for Bristol if this happens. As they enter the last 200 metres, the Coxes look left and right. They know what they have to do, keeping both crews on track. It's Bristol, Oxford Brooks, Durham.
This is the noisiest I've heard it today. It's absolutely, like, let's be honest, there's two sides to this coin. There's everyone in the world that wants Bristol to beat Brooks, and then there's Brooks saying, no, we're still fast. So
here they go.
We're going to watch this on the
University
screen.
of Bristol coming across the finish line to confirm their gold as men's intermediate 8 champions, followed by Brooks, followed by perhaps
I think Durham just have tipped Ed. Yeah, Durham just over
Durham
Exeter, I'd say, but really close.
University of London coming in at 5th, followed by Brooks. Henley campaign, what's going to happen?
I mean, look, the Bristol boys still got energy. Stroke was up on his feet, that. Big shout out to Bristol, Yeah, love those scenes, absolutely wonderful scenes as Bristol celebrate, as they should.
This is
really celebrate that
when
gold
that
medal.
Leeds sculler knocked out my Drysdale.
I mean, the Kingslayer, it's we love it, but
wow,
crossing that line, it's immortalised now. It can't be taken away. It's
6:26.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's quick. It's not a sub-6 day. We don't have the tailwinds to create it, but it's really about what that means. It's Bristol who have been building and building and building, and those quartered lycras so distinctive, and today they'll be on the top step of that medal podium. So phenomenal stuff for Bristol.
Congratulations, Bristol.
But now, following that, it's so exciting. We're gonna have to turn our attention to my favourite race every single year. Not always the most competitive, but always very, very fast. The men's Champ 8s, of course there's Brooks. There are 2 Brooks crews in here, but there's London, Newcastle, Edinburgh and Durham as well. This will be the fastest, unless the weather changes of course, this will be the fastest boat to cross a finish line across the 3 days here.
Absolutely, and it looks like they're already at that K marker, which is very, very important. If you had to place a bet?
I mean, who doesn't bet on Brooks? We've got to,
And you'd bet correctly. Here they are at the K mark with 3 minutes, followed by London at 3:03. 2 seconds separating Oxford B, Edinburgh, Durham separated by barely a third of a second, and then Newcastle, who just let it go by 2 seconds.
Yeah, these are big names. Brooks is a big name, London's a big name, Edinburgh's a big name, Durham's a big name, Newcastle. Now, obviously, medals are important, but do you know what's also important? It's Durham versus Newcastle. That's super important, like that rivalry for them. Yes, of course they want medals, but they also want to come on the top of that tussle, and it's about 1.5 seconds the gap, so
absolutely,
we're going to have to keep an eye on that.
It really is fantastic. I still can't get over it. Bristol, congratulations. I'm going to say it and I'm going to say it again. Well done. I think, you can see on your screen that both Oxford Brooks crews looking to retain their supremacy, but those are the Purple Blades of University of London, perhaps keeping the Oxford Brooks B crew in check. Only 3 seconds separating second and third, but a huge lead of 8 seconds.
Yeah, I think Brooks have just wanted to assert their dominance. Like, they don't seem to have exactly the same depth that they've had, but if they can just lay a solid backhand on the rest of this field in this men's champ 8s, it still tells enough of a story. Yeah, okay, you know, it's almost impossible to do what Brooks have done and been that fast. It's almost a decade of them just winning this race every single year, and it looks like they're going to again. But you know, this is champ 8s, and the fact that they're going to have 2 crews potentially picking up medals is phenomenal. London are pushing them hard. You know, London have such a big pool of athletes that they can choose from. They've obviously picked some good ones because they're in that silver medal place at the moment. So looks like it's Brooks and then London, and at the back end I think Durham are hunting down Edinburgh for 4th, and I think that's just left Newcastle behind. But again, heck of a noise coming here from the stands. So much
coming
noise.
into the last 250 metres. The boys have turned red for Oxford Brooks, who will be looking to secure their supremacy as the men's championship 8 victors for however many years in a row. Their cocks will know that they cannot slack off. They want the quickest time possible. Here they go, the roar from the intermediates and the championships. There they are, Oxford Brooks victors. The cocks is up and on stroke. The water is being splashed. Here comes University of London crossing the line in second. Celebrations for them as well. Oxford Brooks B secure, confident third. Undulation from them, followed by Edinburgh. Heads go down, followed by Durham. And there is Newcastle completing the men's championship 8s for this year.
You know, Brooks, Brooks winning it just again, easy. Like, you could see it meant something. Like, they didn't not celebrate. They celebrated hard. Like, 3 is laying back on 2 right now, celebrating. But almost as important is in terms of like what's been happening domestically. Durham over Newcastle. It hasn't happened that much recently, but it's been happening all this year, and it's manifested into happening again. So I mean, look, I love the Blue Star. They've been a phenomenal program. They won Champ 8s 3 years in a row. I think like 11, 12, 13, or maybe 10, 11, 12. What a great program, always been in and amongst. But Durham are trying to get back to where they were sort of in the mid 2000s and fighting back to the top. So well done to them. But of course it is Brooks, and that, you know, if you were going to hand out one last medal and bang on who's going to win a gold medal at some point today, it would be Brooks, and they have picked up the last gold medal of today. So we're on to minor finals next.
Absolutely.
And we're looking forward to some really, really good racing throughout the day, but no more medals to be awarded. But, you know, we look forward to commentating and bringing you the next races, and you'll hear you know, from someone who's won 2 gold medals today at some point. So a treat for you guys listening here on YouTube, and we do thank you for being with us and watching. And of course, any rower that's been competing and is watching this back, well done to you, because we know how much time and effort has gone into your training to come to get to these championships, and even just qualifying for a minor final for some institutions is really massive.
Absolutely, and you know, congratulations to everyone that's rode today. I'll be back on a bit later on, but as we approach the minor finals, we have Salford versus Nottingham Trent in the men's intermediate lightweight sculls. This is just a battle of discipline and a battle of do you love rowing, and you can see the Notts Trent on the sculler just on the screen here. Jack Spears is just cruising down this course, looking cool as a cookie, really making sure his catches are perfect, getting the power down on his legs. You can see that lovely sequential movement of his body just rocking at the same time. Glorious, catching very close to the water, ensuring that speed and efficiency. Perhaps taking it a bit slow on the rate, but really just, you can see this snapping those knees down, and he'll just want to assert Salford supremacy. Thank you very much, and I'll see you in a bit.
Well, Imogen Grant, who's won 2 gold medals, is going to be taking over from me fairly soonish. But joining me now, Freya's moved to go commentate at the venue. I've got Fergus here. So how's your day been going in general?
Well, I think what's really nice is that there are so many people on the bank who are saying, oh, it's felt like no time since we were at BUCS Regatta, and that's because, well, obviously it was back in June last year, so it's only been about 10 months, so brilliant to be back. And yeah, it's always nice to get the first day nerves blown out of the way in the time trial, and looking forward to 3 fantastic days of racing.
And what's your view on Bristol winning that Inter 8?
Unbelievable stuff. I think it's been Brooks who've just been winning that for so long recently, and to have Bristol, not even one of the big sort of high performance programs, of topple them is absolutely class. You know, they had that quality Prince Albert for last year that got through to the semi-finals. I think they've got a few workhorses on board from that 4, but to have them really come up and absolutely mix up the order in Inter 8's absolutely class.
Yeah, absolutely. They've just picked up their medals and they're so happy, and they should be. Like,
yeah, rightly so.
It's so momentous, isn't it? Like you say, Brooks have just been in it. They almost named it Brooks 8s, I think. You know, but Bristol have just come in and shown actually it doesn't have to be Brooks. It can be us. So fair play to them. You know, there has been good stuff going on down there for a few years, and it's so good that it's manifested itself with that medal. Well, not just a medal, the gold medal.
But if we turn attention back to what's on the screen, Jack Spears of Nottingham Trent University is coming through the red boys. He's got 250 metres to go in this F final of the men's intermediate lightweight single sculls. It's been a fantastic performance from him. He's stretched out, and you can see he's enjoying this role. Up to the red boys. Perhaps he's got racing to look forward to tomorrow, Monday as well. A cracking start for BUCS, getting a win in a final this afternoon, and a really dominant performance as well ahead of Salford University's Alex Court.
So yeah, just crossing the line, I assume this is not the first time that this Trent sculler, Jack Spears, will have crossed the line here at Nottingham in the National Water Sports Centre. Possibly maybe Salford's Alex Court's first time crossing the line, other than the time trial earlier on. Slight wobble there, but you know, seems to have corrected it and is just working their way down. So, you know, these 2 athletes, sometimes it's nice to have a few more in here, but just the way the numbers work, sometimes you just end up with a straight head-to-head, but they still get the experience of the multi-lane race, you know, staying in your lane, attaching to the stake boat, all the stuff. You know, that's really what some of this is about. I mean, it's men's into lightweights rather than, you know, a beginner event or anything like that, but, you know, men's into lightweight, some of these people aren't always the most experienced athletes around, so good to be able to give them the opportunity down to an F final. So yeah, Trent and Salford were the 2 in that. Looks like, looking back up the course, what will be cut to is the next race, which I'd say has only got about 300 metres to go, so we're going to cut to that soon. It's going to be Cardiff, Loughborough, York, Liverpool, Cardiff Met and Heriot Watt are going to be the athletes that should soon come onto screen for you.
So it is the sculler from Cardiff Met, Charles Walker. His bow's just gone through the red boys, 100 metres to go in his E-final of the men's intermediate lightweight single sculls. Cracking row from him. He's edging out ahead of Sam Podmore from York University, their B sculler in this intermediate lightweight single scull event. They'll be closely followed by Liverpool University, Cardiff and Harriet Watt. I'm sure Charles Walker would be delighted always to get one over his Welsh counterpart. Always good to get one over your city rival from Cardiff University, Miguel Ferreira de Lima. We see sculler from York University, Sam Podmore. He's finished up just ahead, but a length or two up on Callum Kemp of Liverpool University. So you see the camera on screen there, delighted with that final win. And Alex, it's one of those really good things about the time trial is it means you actually get a really good competitive side-by-side race against people of a very similar speed to you.
Yeah, when they first brought it in, I'll be honest, till I saw it I didn't really understand what was going on, but then, you know, it kind of makes sense a few years down the line. So, you know, there was the old system, top 24 went through to quarterfinals, and then the top 3 of each went to the semi-finals, and then the top 3 of each went to the finals, and everyone else got knocked out, which is the case at a lot of places. You know, you get eliminated quite early, but they wanted to provide more athletes with the opportunity of side-by-side racing, so that's what this has done. So we still have a knockout kind of in terms of the time trial if there are too many entries, so you know, get that elimination, but it does provide more athletes with what they were looking for, that side-by-side experience.
Yeah, it certainly gives every club a reason to actually come and race at BUCS. Everyone gets a time trial, everyone gets a final, everyone gets a chance to do some of that side-by-side racing, compared to, as you said, quite a lot of the sports where you get one chance and that's you done for the day. But now we can see on screen those having a crack at their D final of the intermediate lightweight single scull. We've got Sunderland University in lane 1, Oxford University in 2, Surrey in 3, Glasgow University in 4, Harriet Watt in 5 and De Montfort in lane number 6. And from our position, we're sat right at the very top of the tower of the National Water Sports Centre. Looks to be a very close race, just 10 seconds separating all 6 of these scullers. Just a couple of lengths between it, no more than about 3 lengths separating first through to 6. And we can see all 6 of them charging down towards us. They're coming up to about 250 metres to go. And actually it looks to be that we are just missing that sculler from Oxford University, Andrew McMahon, choosing not to participate in this D final. But our current race leader looks to be Glasgow University, their B sculler, Ewan Bayrube, with, I reckon, clear water over the rest of the field. We can see it there, 6 seconds through 1500 metres ahead of Sunderland and De Montfort, but so close, just half a second or so between Sunderland and De Montfort. So it's really going to come down to this final charge towards the finish line, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how many lightweight singles there are in this, going down to like an F final. So this is the D final. A couple of wobbles I've just seen, but there's a bit of a charge up on this inside in lane 1 from the Sunderland sculler, James Samorin. So just coming, like, you can't see him on the screen yet, it's just going to pan around. So just entering the last 100 metres, the red boys, that sculler over there from Glasgow is definitely in the lead. And still just slightly off your shot, you won't be able to see him, but sneaking up in lane 1 is the Sunderland sculler. But looking over on that far side, it looks like it's Glasgow, Harriet Watt pushing hard. I mean, they're all kind of sharing lanes right now.
Delta and for the Sunderland
sculler
is coming through.
The Sunderland sculler, you can just see the bottom of the shot. I think probably picks up the third, really close on the other side. And then hopefully the Harriet Watt sculler stops sculling because it hit the Glasgow sculler otherwise. But yeah, sneaky in on this side.
That was
from James Samoran. Really good
two
stuff.
cracking sprints on either side of the field there from Sunderland and De Montfort respectively. I reckon they must have caught each other just out of the corner of their eyes, because it's so difficult to see right over to the far side of the course, right when you're in your racing element. But actually two cracking sprints there from De Montfort, Sunderland taking second and just third place respectively, but a cracking win there for Glasgow in the D final. And we can see just on screen it was so close. At De Montfort sculler managing to close it down to just a quarter of a length or so behind Glasgow University. Sunderland about a length behind, and then that Derby sculler. So on screen is race 179. Moving up, it is the C final. So all 6 of these scullers just narrowly missing out on that AB semi-final opportunity. And actually one of the things I think to note from this is just the depth of lightweight scullers that Strathclyde University have got. Like so Ben Parsonage, who was up racing in the championship lightweight single scull, getting a silver medal, and then we're seeing them racing right the way through this intermediate field as well. There's herds of them taking place today, which is brilliant to see that lightweight rowing is still very much alive. And we're also seeing that with just how many finals we're having in this intermediate lightweight single scull. But just taking you through the running order, it is York University in 1, Oxford in 2, Strathclyde, as we say, in lanes 3, Derby in 4, Heriot Watt in 5, and Plymouth will be on the far side of the course from the tower in lane number 6.
Now Fergus, I don't know if you saw it, but the Strathclyde Skinnies, as they call themselves, and their quad crew announcement that was done in a Power Rangers intro style, absolutely phenomenal. If you guys haven't seen it, just jump onto Uni Rowing or the Strathclyde Skinnies Instagram accounts. Absolutely brilliant. One of the best crew announcements I've ever seen. Big shout out to them. But yeah, definitely some depth in that program for sure.
And I think very similar to the D final we just had before, I think this is going to be a cracking finish. We can see quite the way they're lining up the crews at the moment. It's very much an arrow formation, so they'll have the 2 quickest crews lining up in the middle of the course, and then the 2 next quickest outside of them, and then the 2 slowest qualifiers for the final will be right on the outside. So we should have a diamond, sort of a chevron formation as they come down the course. But we're seeing a little mix up to the order in this one, looking particularly close at the sculler in lane number 5 from Heriot Watt University. He's making a charge, got a length or so up on the Derby sculler. That's Rowan Campbell Baker, and I reckon it is, well, as we can see on the order, Heriot Watt out in front by about 5 seconds. Strathclyde and Derby make up your top 3, but similarly it's very close, and anything can happen in these single sculls races, particularly as we get towards into these minor finals.
Yeah, 250 metres to go, you know. I think there should be a rate 40 minimum now. They should have to just wind it up and just wing it down this last little bit. You know, these are within the last 200. Come on, boys, let's fly, let's go. So yeah, you're right, it's lane 5 at the moment. The crew you can kind of see just to the left of the screen, the Heriot Watt sculler, who, what is that, pumping it down in a Swift? Something like that, a good advert for them. Slightly more to this side, the Strathclyde sculler over in 3's pushing it. So entering that last 100 metres, unfortunately no one's gone up to rate 40 yet. Come on, that's the only way to win. Just wind the rate. Okay, Heriot Watt are starting to move.
Strathclyde kicking in. Strathclyde, they've got a lead to hang on to. Derby are starting to push up as well. The closest to us, actually, you want a sprint, have a look at the York sculler closest to us. Absolutely flying all over the place.
On the red line.
Brilliant stuff. But as we come up to the line, it is a cracking win there from Heriot Watt. Some say the outsider in this race from Heriot Watt University gets a win over his Scottish counterpart. from Strathclyde University, Felix Rainish.
Yeah, they look like Derby, Rowan Campbell, Baker coming through. Plymouth on that far side.
But that sprint we saw from York, he's done it again. He snuck his bows into 5th place just ahead of...
That Stanfleet banana boat was bouncing all over the place. But yeah, what a charge. That's
legendary sprint finish there from Will Lupton of York University. Huge respect for Charlie.
There's the replay you see. Might not quite have done it, but look how high that bow was riding. My goodness. Whew. That's what I was saying. We want big sprints. We don't want people just, half pressure to the line. We just want it big. I think it's going to be women's beginner single, so that's who you're seeing on here. I know for Molly Cotton in the Birmingham boat, this is the first time she will have raced off of a stake boat. It might well be the same case for some of these others. But we've got Reading, Poppy Lofting, Manchester B, Freya Webley, Cardiff Met, Louisa Franco, Plymouth, Ruby Townsend, Birmingham, Molly Cotton, and then Bournemouth, Nancy Masters Powers. That's going to be the 6 crews on here, so you can see they've just gotten attached. No drama so far, but we look forward to this E final of the women's beginner singles, and usually a little bit of excitement off the start is in order. So looks like a couple of the scullers still needing to get attached at this point. Just being instructed on now. So you can see that's the sculler in lane 3. That'll be Louisa Franco. Just swinging the stern around. Stake boat holder just reaching out, and there we go. So getting a grip, and then lane 6. Just straightening up now, so that'll be Bournemouth. Nancy Masters Powers just getting attached here, ready for the E final of the women's beginner singles. For anyone who's, a parent, relative, friend or whatever who's been sent the link, beginner singles, the beginner category here at BUCS is for anyone that started rowing this academic year. So all of these athletes would have started sort of September or October of this year. That's how it works. Not many sports that have a beginner category, but rowing is one of the ones, and that's kind of the designation. You need to have started, I think technically you have to have started after June the 1st, possibly.
Yeah, it's one of the things that makes the beginner programs, or the beginner races I should say, so fascinating to follow, because you'll get to BUCS Heads, BUCS 4s and 8s Head. It was up in Newcastle this year on the Tyne, and you have no idea how your crew is going to perform. Absolutely no idea. You'll have the usual suspects who traditionally run very, very good beginner programs, the likes of Surrey, the likes of Durham, Edinburgh, Queen's Belfast as well. But it all depends on who you can find at Freshers Fair, who you can pull along to the first rowing social, and how quickly they're able to pick up the skills and move a boat as fast as possible. I think, as you said, Alex, it's one of the few opportunities for absolute beginners to get in and race absolute beginners and just see how they stack up. Quite often with your team sports, you'll pick them up at Freshers Fair, and then they'll slot into whatever netball team or hockey team or whatever, or perhaps because they're novices they can't race for the university, they go and they do intramural or campus league, that sort of thing as well. But to actually sign up at Freshers Fair knowing that you've got an opportunity to go and race and represent your university, I think it's awesome. I think it's really, really good.
Yeah, it is really, really good, and you know, it's also sort of staying alive because places like Women's Head, you know, they have those sort of novice categories, or, you know, not quite beginner. It's hard to exactly get it right, but you know, categories for less experienced athletes. And now that the system's changed with this points ranking index, you don't really get the people gaming the system a little bit like you used to. You know, crews are sort of holding it up to not get the win, to sort of retain their novice status for the next year doesn't really exist in the same way. So yeah, having these kind of categories for the less experienced rowers is really good for our sport.
Reading, Manchester, Cardiff, Metropolitan, Plymouth, Birmingham, Bournemouth, Attention.
So away they go. Everyone seems to be upright at this point, about 15 strokes into the race. The crews you can see in the centre lanes are Cardiff, Met and Plymouth. Outside of them you've got Manchester and Birmingham, and then on the far outside lanes Reading and Bournemouth. So all 6 scullers seem to have gotten away. A little bit of a steer across looks like in lane 3, but just coming back to the middle of the lane. So, you know, one of the challenge for these beginners is going in a straight line as much as it is staying upright, and then once you've achieved those things, then it's time to just push.
Yeah, and I think actually when you're a beginner athlete and you're side by side, you'll gain so much confidence knowing that you're either keeping speed next to the person next to you, or whether or not you're pulling away from them out in front. And actually, it's not until you race side by side, because I think, as you said a few minutes ago, Alex, for many of them this will be their first side by side opportunity. And what a confidence boost that'll be for those scullers who are able just to get the barrel balls up in front, or actually just get out the blocks particularly well, which is what all 6 of these scullers have done. They're out the blocks nice and clean, and each stroke they take and in a side by side course, some of them they'll be rowing with boys for the first time as well, and actually you're able to keep yourself relatively in the middle, get down from A to B, get stuck in, have a bit of racing, then you can come off the water feeling very, very proud of what you've achieved.
Yeah, so all of these qualified through the time trial. Unfortunately, one person did get eliminated from this event. There were 31 entries, so 30 will go and do these minor finals. This is the E final. Yeah, can't tell too much from this angle, but like I say, it looks like all the scullers have gotten off to a decent enough start. They're all moving their way down the course. You know, it's not going to be as fast as the Champ 8s, we know this, but realistically it's about these 6 athletes just trying to set, you know, we don't really have personal bests on the water so much because conditions can change, but, you know, basically looking for that best performance that they can put out on the day.
I think for a lot of these scullers as well, we can see some of them, the likes of Molly Cotton from Birmingham, Nancy Masters Power from Bournemouth. They're D scullers and B scullers respectively in this event, which suggests that they're part of a larger squad, a larger unit. So they'll have plenty more races to come and get stuck into, and plenty of promise to come for them later on down the line, whether that's in a quad, a 4 or an 8 as well. So it won't just be this single scull. There are other little projects to get stuck into, or depending on the size of the university, perhaps they'll be involved in intermediate racing in the days to come as well.
Yeah, so we have a beginner quad, of which, you know, Molly is the steers person for that, so this is going to be really good experience of going down the course, following a buoy line. Our quad are also breaking down into doubles, so that's the first time it's going to be run, that event, the beginner double. So, you know, we have taken a group of 4 athletes and gone, okay, you're predominantly going to be sculling from now on. This has basically happened from about Christmas onwards. Well, no, actually probably not that, but I'd say from BUCS Head onwards they've been sculling in the main, and So 3 of them have qualified in here. We had the one swimmer that didn't qualify was also one of ours. So we've got A, B, and D. Our A sculler got to the A final. Our B sculler, you'll see. Well, technically, our A sculler is in the C final, and our B sculler was in the A final. But our best sculler was in the A final. We've hit the C final and the E final. So it's good to have the experience for those girls before they go and race in the quad. Realistically, this probably wasn't our focus, and it might be the same with some of these other crews. Their quad or double might be their primary focus potentially.
Well, that's the thing with a lot of these beginners. Get them out and race in the same way that for those of them in the sport who've been racing for 9-10 years. When you're J13, you're J14, you just go out and you do as many races as you possibly can, because it's the best thing in the world, getting out racing. And the 2 in particular in this race that are just getting absolutely stuck into it, Molly Cotton from Birmingham and Ruby Townsend from Plymouth. So the 2 of them, just 0.6 of a second separating them as they went through the 500 metre marker. So clearly working very well off each other in the lane next to them. It'll be really interesting to see what happens over the next 500 metres or so, and then that traditional push so many people put in at the 1,000 metre mark. Manchester and Cardiff met. They're probably not too far behind, probably 2 or 3 lengths behind get the speeds they'll be moving at. So similarly, big 1,000 metres or so, if they can build up that confidence as they get further and further down the course, then it could be exciting as we get down.
Yeah, well, I've had a number of athletes sort of build themselves into the race. They kind of start off nervous and then realise 500 metres in, it's like, oh, I'm just sculling on a lake, am I? Oh, fair enough, I can do this. And then really push on. So maybe this Manchester and Cardiff Met sculler would do this. It is good, I think, that Molly and Ruby, the Plymouth and Birmingham scullers, are like in the adjacent lanes, because that does make racing so much better when it's a crew that you can kind of feel contact with. So, rather than it being a sort of a lane 1, lane 6 kind of thing. So lanes 4 and 5 pushing pretty closely, and then also the Manchester and Cardiff Met scullers there in adjacent lanes 2 and 3. So, races within races. It's always good here on a multi-lane course.
Langer, Hertfordshire, Derby, Rothbar, Nottingham, Westminster, Atherton, race 183, women's beginner single sculls, final speed.
So we're just awaiting the kind of the 1K splits. We're still seeing the 500 metre splits there. Me and Fergus were just kind of commenting between ourselves on the contrast of speed here. But it doesn't really matter. You're never going to race a single against an 8. But it's all about what can you do yourself. And there's been a bit of a spread here. So Molly at Birmingham has just moved out to about a 6-second lead over Ruby from Plymouth, who in turn has about a 6-second lead over the Manchester sculler Freya Webley, who's then sort of left Cardiff Met behind. So this field's starting to spread out a bit here, but again, it's all about experience. Like Fergus was saying, just get out and race. As much as anything, just push. I mean, I'm sure Molly's got a speed coach on a boat. Like we always give out those to our athletes if we have them available. So she's going to be looking to sort of beat the times that she set on training camp while we were down in the Docklands a couple of weeks ago. Well, a week and a half ago now.
3 minutes.
So this women's beginner single scull coming up to about 300 metres or so to go. Really, really strong performance from Molly Cotton, who's just getting further and further away. The closer she gets to the finish line, that'll be a really good feeling. Regardless of what final you're in as a beginner, out in front, seeing the rest of your competitors at whatever stage they're at on the course, knowing that you're winning, you've gone out there, you've won a final out in front of your mates and everything, and there'll be people from Birmingham out on the bank who'll be celebrating this as much as they'd celebrate any other win at BUCS. It's just phenomenal.
Yeah, and she's just going past where Birmingham are now, so she's going to get one heck of a cheer, so hopefully it doesn't unsettle her rhythm, or you don't get too excited. But looks like Molly has just turned on the afterburners a little bit there. Why not? Just push it on, right? There's no point in cruising to the line. I said rate 40 minimum, yeah? I should have just told him, Molly, when you get to the Red Boys, I'm not counting it as a finish if you don't hit rate 40. But I didn't tell him that, so she'll have to just go through at the more leisurely sort of 28 to 30 she's pulling at the moment.
Looks like it's been a very strong third 500 as well from Freya Webley of Manchester University, Manchester's B sculler. Looks to be about a length or so separating her from the Plymouth sculler Ruby Townsend. So held on really well to that margin that Ruby had over her at the 1,000 metre mark. Hasn't pulled away, it made it a difficult race to hold on to second place there for Ruby Townsend of Plymouth University. You see there on screen, fantastic performance from Molly Cotton. Clear water over the rest of the field in this E final. Next up to cross the line, coming through the Red Boys, it will be Ruby Townsend of Plymouth University. I'm just having a quick look around, checking to see how much further she's got to go. And confirmation there, you can hear the buzzer over at the finish line, and then it will be Manchester University, Freya Webley of Manchester University. A cracking third place finish there from her in this E final.
Yeah, and obviously these people are not generating the same raw watts as our championship athletes or whatever, but I can assure you for about 11.5 to 12 minutes there, these athletes will be pushing it pretty hard, based on what they can do. Like, they're not just on a leisurely paddle, so, well done to all of those. There's Molly on screen there, has done really well in that E final. I'm sure we'll cut to see some of the other athletes as well, but, some of this is as much about learning to be sufficient at races, making sure you know where your blades are, carrying your boat down, getting through boat check. These are things that those of us in the sport for ages just sort of, we know, the hill restraints need to be checked, the bow ball has to be checked, things like that. But for these beginners, it's the first time they've sort of had to go through that process potentially, so it's learning those skills to become the senior rowers of the future, basically.
I mean, you see on screen we're rattling on with the D final. We've got Westminster University in 6, Nottingham Trent in 5, Bath Spa in 4, Derby in 3, Hertfordshire in 2, and we are up in the tower at the National Water Sports Centre. Closest to us in lane 1 will be Bangor University. So we'll just keep our eyes also on the finish of that E final as well. We just had Cardiff Met sculler Louisa Franco. She's crossed the finish line. And just coming to the last 250 metres will be the sculler from Reading University, Poppy Lofting, as well as Nancy Masters Parrott from Bournemouth University.
Yeah, so like you say, they're kind of rattling through it a little bit. We've got the D final is also on the course. That's probably in its last 1,000. I reckon they've got about 800 metres to go. That's what you can see on your screen at the moment. In fact, there are the 1,000-metre times. Looks like Hertfordshire, first time I've mentioned a Hertfordshire sculler, I think today, is a few seconds out in front of one of the Derby scullers, following them Bath Spa, then Nottingham Trent, then Westminster, and then Bangor. So Westminster and Bangor like literally 0.6 of a second apart there at the K. Field's starting to split apart a little bit, but all those scullers, certainly down in the last K now, pushing towards the line. So it wouldn't also surprise me if the C final was also on the course. So it might well be that we get to see that a replay maybe of that start coming up soon. But on the screen right now is the D final of the women's beginner singles. This will be the penultimate minor final of this. We have C finals through to, in this case, E finals being shown. So, and it goes in reverse order. So E final, then D final, then C final. So it was Hertfordshire out in front of Derby, out in front of Bath Spa. Those are the three crews in front. They're the three middle sort of lanes, 2, 3, 4 of this. So that's what we've got coming down at the moment. So these crews now in the last 500 metres of their race. It's the Bangor, Hertfordshire, Derby, Bath Spa, Nottingham Trent and Westminster D final of the women's beginner singles. These crews, it was Derby, Hertfordshire and Bath Spa, still in that same order that we saw. Has split apart a little bit, not as much as the last race. Have to be a rather large blanket if you wanted to throw it over these 6 scullers, but it's Derby, Hertfordshire and Bath Spa at the moment as they move. Well, they're in their last 500 metres. Just looking out the window here, and you can't really see the boys too clearly on yours, but they're about 200 metres from the line now at this point.
So 250 metres is gone. We're into the red boys, 100 metres to go. Really, really excellent scull, this final from Josie Jackson of Derby University. Derby's B sculler in this beginner single scull field. Sitting in second place at the moment, it will be the Bath Spa sculler Grace Leatherby, coming into the last 50 metres. Then a cracking final is going to come up between Nottingham Trent and Hertfordshire. Looks to be neck and neck as they come up to the last 50 metres. Bath Spa just crossed the line in second place, but it's all so close for this second place between the two beginner scullers. I reckon it just is Holly Robbins from Hertfordshire who pips Becca Poole from Nottingham Trent. And you see the photo finish. But as you take a look down the rest of the field, just coming through the red boys, it is a Westminster sculler, Natasha Quinton, over on the far side of the course, just going past the scoreboard. She's come through the red boys. And then wrapping up this D final will be Jenny Clegg from Bangor University in lane 1, closest to us in the tower. Always good to see over on the far back, clapping, cheering, celebrating every athlete crossing the line here at BUCS Regatta 2022. Huge support for these women's beginner singles from all of their coaches, clubmates, family. There's so many people out here supporting all of their friends and family. And actually, we can see the tents on the far side, some of the picnic selections from the universities has been particularly outstanding. The support has been excellent across the board. The cheering's been phenomenal. We can hear it for Bangor as well. Jenny Clegg getting a right good cheer as she comes up to the finish line, concluding this D final of the women's beginner single sculls.
Yeah, I was walking up past the gazebos earlier, and one of them had the most phenomenal collections of cakes on there. Probably putting that cricket game over there's tea to shame, I reckon. It was very high class. Maybe need a bit more pasta on that table though.
Potentially. I think it's Durham University. They've turned up with cakes and salads and everything. They're doing particularly well this year.
So that's the secret, guys. Cakes and salad. Maybe at the same time, maybe not. We're not sure. We'll have to go spy on what Durham are doing. But put your cake with your salad. Right, cutting on to this, what you can see is Birmingham A, Clara Erickson in lane 1, Robert Gordon, Sarah Gilhooly in lane 2, Lincoln Hannah Jarvis is in lane 3, Manchester Katie Harrison will be in lane 4, Warwick Alyssa Basinger in lane 5, and then Trent Emma Raleigh will be in lane 6. So those are the different competitors here. Looks to me like Clara in lane 1 for Birmingham, who you can just see to the right of the shot, has a pretty decent lead, is about to hit the 250 metre mark in just a few strokes time. That slightly darker coloured buoy line you can see will be the 250, so I'd say it's just crossing now. Probably just about open water on that crew in the middle from Lincoln, so it's about a 5-second lead, and then the Lincoln sculler has about a 13-second lead over Warwick. So those are the top 3 at the moment. You know, Clara Erickson here, potential future Swedish rower. We're having a look at that at the moment, but you know, we're still very much in the infancy of this sport right now, but you know, competing well in this C final.
Yeah, cracking performance from Clara Erickson in this C final. Birmingham University, of course, one of the powerhouses of UK university sport, currently sat 6th on the BUCS overall rankings, so they'll be delighted to see this C final performance coming through. But as we look to the middle of the field, that's where the real race is taking place in this C final, between the likes of Hannah Jarvis from Lincoln and 2 lanes over from her, Alicia Bassinger from Warwick University. Warwick and Lincoln absolutely going toe to toe.
Well, I'm not sure if that's a better battle than Clara's battle with the buoy line at the moment, because it's opening a door or a window or both, because if she clips these next couple of buoys, it's going to get very, very interesting coming through to the line. This Lincoln sculler is challenging. Go on, Fergus, call it over the line.
Go on, Clara. Keep yourself in the middle, you can do it. There we go. C final win. Fantastic performance there. Oh, that was real composure there coming through in the last 100 metres. To clip that many. Fair play to her coming through. Lincoln cracking 2nd place there from Hannah Jarvis of Lincoln, and it will be Warwick University's Alicia Bassinger taking 3rd place by about a length or so. We can see that about 3 or 4 seconds back. Next up, it will be Manchester University's top beginner single sculler, Katie Harrison. And wrapping up on the far side of the course, it will be Nottingham Trent. Emma Raleigh representing Nottingham Trent. She'll have hopefully had a few outings on this course. Obviously, their university just a stone's throw away from the National Water Sports Centre. That was a cracking race, that C final. Thoroughly enjoyed that one.
Well, you know, that's what we want. We want good racing. Unfortunately, the next one's only got 2 crews in it, so it's not going to be quite the side-by-side that we just saw. It's Lincoln and Nottingham Trent, who actually were in the last race as well, but this is the women's inter-pairs E-final. Just the 2 of them, just due to the number of crew entries. Looks like a pretty commanding lead for the Trent crew over the Lincoln crew in this pairs event. So inter-women's pairs, there's an E-final, so we're going to have 3 finals, E, D and C. Now, I would say probably 2 of those, just judging on where the umpire launches are. 2 are on the course right now, but the one you're seeing is Nottingham Trent with Emily Ratcliffe and Jessica Milnes. That's who you're seeing on the front, although they're making a bit of a beeline for the camera right now, and then straightening back up again. And then you got the Lincoln pair just behind, about 20-second gap on this. So these crews, we've got the split for the 1K, but they're actually Nottingham Trent are in their last 500 now, easy in the last 500. They got about 400 to go. Lincoln, I think, are just sort of about to reach the 500 meter mark, which is what that red buoy that you can see on the screen is going to be. So Nottingham Trent and Lincoln just sort of competing their way down, just like in the beginner singles. It's about executing your race, you know, especially pairs, practicing going in this straight line down the buoys. How much pairs work have you done, Fergus? Do you enjoy rowing a pair?
I've dabbled in pairs every now and then. We had Scotland team trials were always in pairs. Got to a B final, won a B final at the British Junior Championships in a pair. Pretty chuffed with that, actually. Yeah, I've done my fair share of pairs work. Challenging pairs, challenging, particularly if you and your partner aren't actually able to row together and settle your differences and come together for the better of the boat, because of course in an 8 you're contributing 12.5%, in a pair it's 50-50, so much of what you do has a really significant impact on the feel of the boat, the direction it's going to go in, and things like making sure you're actually applying your power properly up at the front end. If you're missing out by a fraction of a second or so, then you'll start to see the boat quiver, and you'll start to see it get pulled around to it from one side to another if you're not applying it at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to teach some of the pairs we've had out recently, just like looking for that waggle of the tail, I call it. So you're right, if you don't lock on together, it surges one way. If one of you's on the power early, swings one way, and if the other person then is on the power late, it swings back, and that's not good for boat speed, that side to side. The best pairs are the ones that are just going to be connected together, sending it together and staying in the straightest line. So you'll see here that this Nottingham Trent pair have done the better job of that in this occasion. I mean, I think they're actually sculling really well together, I think. Rowing really well together, coming through the line. So yeah, good job, especially on a final push like that. That's probably the hardest point in the race to keep it together, I would say, when you go for your little wind. And then we've got Lincoln. I think Lincoln are doing a pretty good job there as well, just didn't have the horsepower this time, but up their rate of striking, really good steering line from the steers person in there, and doing a really good job crossing that finish line.
Yeah, it's a really tidy looking pair, that from Lincoln. Really impressed with them as they come up to the line. The first of the minor finals of the women's intermediate pairs. And coming through the line, it is Ellie Webster and Luvena Contreras from Lincoln University. Yeah, they should be proud of that performance. Yeah, tidy, well executed. Just on the day, someone was quicker, and you know what? That's sport.
Yeah, absolutely. That is sport. You know, one crew's going to be quicker than another. You know, we don't have dead heats all that often. But I think both those crews really did row that well. Pairs are not easy to row. But they both did a really good job of it. So we're moving now on to the D final. This is Trent, Liverpool, Loughborough, Durham, Aberdeen, and Birmingham. And on your screen as well, there seems to be a sculler, I guess down in lane 0 here. So not part of the race. It's being sort of spoken to a little bit by an umpire, I'd say. Just make sure you're not balking the race. But yeah, Birmingham, Aberdeen, Durham, Loughborough, Liverpool, and Nottingham Trent. These are the crews you can see. Birmingham with the crew you can see on the right hand side, so that will be lane 1, the crew with the kind of the high vis base layers, and then across from them I assume will be Aberdeen, and then Durham, Loughborough, etc. across to the left of the screen.
I think what I really like about these sort of CD finals in the intermediate category is you get a real mix of the performance clubs, you get a real mix of some of the up-and-coming clubs, and also some of the smaller university programs as well, who are perhaps, in this case for pairs, got one or two standout athletes who are rising to the top of the event or the respective category. And we've seen that here with the likes of Durham University, one of the big university programs, in the mix against the likes of Loughborough, who themselves are an outstanding sporting university, but aren't perhaps one of the big rowing names, but they're going toe to toe with them, and it's a cracking set of racing we've got. But actually, it's Aberdeen University who have probably travelled the furthest out of anyone. I don't know if anyone said that on commentary, but that's got a sort of a commentary bingo. Mention how far Aberdeen University have travelled to come and race at BUCS. They're running a really excellent pairs race and are very much up there in the mix for that first and second place position.
Well, you come a long way, and you want to be in a good race, and it is a 0.4 of a second between Aberdeen and Liverpool, who have both sort of pushed Durham down into third in this D final. But still quite close actually between third, fourth and fifth, so 443, 445, 448, so quite a lot of good competition happening here in a pairs race. And at the end of the day, if you're really in sync with your pairs partner and just decide to go, you know, like the French pair in the Olympics, Roland and Andre, you can just go, you know, just turn the jets on and fly. I suppose if it's easier said than done sometimes, but you know, as we watch these crews into the second K, these are not going to race again today, I assume. I think if you were doubling up and it was going to be a minor final, you'd probably just save your legs for the next day rather than, you know, if it was a medal race, so, you know, inevitably you're going to have to race it. But, you know, these athletes can kind of, you know, spend what they've got in the tank now and then, you know, go eat, recharge, come back tomorrow. Certainly the case of the Birmingham athletes, they are going to be racing again in a 4 on Monday. So, just good stuff for them to just empty the tank on this. I think this is about their third time on the water together.
I think actually one of the crews that I'm really impressed by is Liverpool in this one. They've had an absolutely brilliant head racing season so far, and it looks like they're starting off their regatta racing as well with a cracking result in this D final of the pairs. I think they went up to BUCS Head. They got a bronze medal in women's eights. They got a silver in beginner eights, and they got a silver in the beginner cox four, the men's beginner cox four. Then their women's squad went down to the women's head of the river race, and they got the gold medal in the challenge academic pennant and finished 31st overall. So I think Liverpool, similar to a resurgence or a rise that Surrey have had over the past couple of years, we might be starting to see that with Liverpool, a cracking set of head racing results, and they'll be looking to transform that, starting obviously with these pairs, but they've got the eights to look forward to tomorrow. I think rowing at Liverpool must be a really exciting thing to do at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I've mentioned them a few times as being like an ascending program, and they're definitely on the way up. Like Fergus has just highlighted some of their key results, and you know, it's quite difficult to get those kind of results without some kind of squad depth as well. It's unlikely that you're just going to have 3 or 4 good athletes that can get you those things. Well, of course, it says you need at least 8, but you know, earlier this year I was over at Runcorn just doing sort of a coaching course. You know, you could see there's a good buzz around Liverpool. You know, it's good stretch of water. It's the first time I've been to Runcorn, but it's, you know, it's a really still bit of water, quite sheltered. Water doesn't run particularly quick. You know, you can get good mileage in there, so they just using that to their advantage, I think, and it's manifesting itself with some really good results. And I think there's a new coach over there, not sure of the name, but I think someone has sort of taken over and is running with them.
So we can see Liverpool very much in the mix. Coming back into play is Durham University. Just 3 seconds separating them between leaders Aberdeen and the bronze medalists at third place that they are in at the moment. To give you a reminder, we are Birmingham in 1, Aberdeen in 2, Durham in 3, Loughborough in 4. Loughborough going toe-to-toe as well with Durham University, just 3 seconds separating them, a length or so at that 1500 metre mark. And Nottingham Trent University on the far side of the course. Actually, correction, it does look to be just 5 crews racing, but nonetheless it's going to be a cracking finish, this one. We can see lane 2 is Aberdeen. They've led from start to finish, but they've got to keep their composure now. They're starting to clip some of those boys as they come up to the last 100 metres of this, the D final of the women's pairs. Watch out though for Liverpool University. They're starting to charge over on the far side of the lake. Going with them, Durham University. They've hit the red boys. Alex, they've taken your advice. The rate's gone through the roof. Aberdeen University just trying to hold on. Liverpool University though, they're charging. It looks to me as if Liverpool University are coming through Aberdeen. Aberdeen trying to hold on against Durham University, who are coming. They've closed to half a length, but Liverpool are through. In the last 50 metres or so, Liverpool have taken the lead from Aberdeen. Aberdeen doing everything they can to hold on to that lead against Durham University, and they do just by a canvas or so. It will be Loughborough University who finish just a length or so back on those leading 3, and Birmingham wrapping up this D final. What a sprint! What a sprint from Liverpool.
I was asking for it, stick the rate up, and that's what happens. You take more strokes. It's not sustainable over 2K, but it's definitely sustainable over that last couple of 100 metres. Just get the blade in more times and kick it more times, and that's the outcome. I mean, Aberdeen coming under a lot of pressure from Durham there, just crossing the line. So really good work from Liverpool. Like we said, they've done really well, and that's actually Liverpool's B pair. They've got the A pair coming in the C final next. So it's good for Liverpool to pick up that win there in the D final. And then it'll be the pairs again from Liverpool in the C final racing. So also going to have to shout out Abby and Claire, or I'm not going to hear the end of it. So well done to those two, about the 3rd time they've been in a boat together. And keep going, girls, go with it. Monday we come back, battle again. So UCL, Exeter, Newcastle, Liverpool, Bristol, Oxford. That's who's in the C final of the women's pairs. And they're approaching the tail end of this race.
So I'm happy to sort out for you. Cool. You've done a pretty chunky shift. That's alright.
So we've just seen a blinding finish in that D final of the women's intermediate pairs. Alex has just given you the rundown of the C final, and it looks like we've got another belter on our hands. Newcastle out in front. They'll be disappointed to be in this C final, but they're out in front and they are leading ahead of Bristol, who go in lane number 2. Next to Bristol it is Liverpool University. We've just sung praises about them and their B pair in the D final just before. Liverpool holding on to 3rd place by about half a length or so over Exeter University, who will be looking to charge and move up the rankings as well. But Newcastle University just holding on. It is 250 metres to go, but I'm delighted to say Will Horrocks has just joined me with the excitement of this race building. The tension is rising. Crowds are flocking to the bank, Will, because it is Bristol against Newcastle with 150 metres to go.
It absolutely is, and you always know there's a Newcastle crew in the race because the Blue Star come absolutely swarming down to the banks, as I know you know far too well, Fergus. But great race here between Bristol and Newcastle. We look forward to some fantastic minor finals over the next 2 hours of racing to close out the first day of BUCS Regatta 2022 Bristol and Newcastle, one lane separating them. But I think Bristol maybe still have a small advantage over Newcastle at the moment as they come into the last 100 metres.
Newcastle have gone again. They've gone into the red boys and they have found another gear. They're trying to hold on to that lead that they have had over Bristol for the entirety of the race. Bristol have also found another gear. Newcastle moving across into the other lanes. They're going extra distance in this C final. As we come up to the line, it will be Bristol University who hold on, or should I say roll through and win this C final by about half a length. It will be Liverpool University who take third place, again about half a length or so over the crew from Oxford University closest to us in the tower. They'll be followed by Exeter University, and then wrapping up on the far side of the course, it will be University College London in this C final of the women's intermediate pairs.
That's not the first last 250 metres we've seen derailed for a women's pair today. I was watching the women's championship pairs final earlier. We saw the leader, Durham University, have a very similar issue in the last 250 metres and go drifting off in the exact same direction over towards lane number 6, and that definitely cost them on that opportunity. I'm not sure if Newcastle were going to have enough speed to come back through Bristol on that occasion. But the steering definitely didn't help them. As you can see, they were in lane 4 and they ended up all the way over on the far side, almost in lane 7, the lane going up to the start. Liverpool and Oxford coming through there in 3rd and 4th, ahead of Exeter, and then UCL just coming through your picture on the right hand side. But we're going to go straight down the course again now. We're done with the women's intermediate pairs, and we're going on to the men's intermediate single. We're starting off with the F final. Robert Amplet of Strathclyde in lane number 1, Rob Colston of Cranfield in 2, Oliver Bingham of Derby in 3, Breno Puppin of Manchester Met in 4, Shay Bradley of St Andrews in 5, and Kieran White of Bangor in lane number 6.
And well, this race is down into the last 300 or 400 metres or so actually. They've flown down the course, these intermediate single scullers, and no surprise actually, the conditions today have been phenomenal. Really, really good conditions for day of BUCS. I think historically we've had really good sunshine, but we go from extreme to extreme sometimes. So actually today has been perfect conditions for day 1 of a BUCS Regatta, and these intermediate singles will very much be enjoying that. But at the moment, out in front, it is the sculler in lane 3, Oliver Bingham from Derby University, I reckon. And going with him though in lane 5, separated by just one lane, it is Shay Bradley of St Andrews University. The two of them look to be nip and tuck as they come up to about 150 metres to go now. Very, very close. The sculler from Bangor University, Kieran White, holding on to that 3rd place position. But as they come up to the red boys or so, it does look to be St Andrews University. The Scot Shay Bradley creeping up. Looks to be that he's got a few extra gears to go through as he hits the red boys first, holding on to 1st place in this F final of the intermediate singles girls. Derby though isn't backing down. They're going to try and find whatever speed they can in this last 100 metres. But Shay Bradley, he's stepped up, he's found another couple of gears, and he's extending his lead over the rest of the field. He's out to clear water now, kicking on, solidifying his lead in this intermediate sculls final.
Yeah, very impressive performance there from the St Andrews sculler, and a real nice diverse mix of universities representing this intermediate singles final. We've got Scotland, we've got Wales, we've got the Midlands, and we've got the North West. As we can see, our St Andrews sculler there on your screens. Shay Bradley, fantastic performance from him. Just catching his breath after a pretty tough race. But that's a good way to finish off your day's racing with winning your minor final. Especially in these minor finals, they've been placed into these minor finals straight from their time trial results. So especially if you were maybe a little bit disappointed with your time trial result, you kind of wished you were in a slightly higher minor final. The only thing you can really do in that position is go out to your minor final, try and win it as convincingly as possible, execute your race plan, the race plan that you wanted to do in your time trial, and lay down a bit of a marker for the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. It allows you to perhaps right a wrong from your time trial that you've had, just like you said, Will, but also an opportunity to lay down a marker and say, actually, we are we are this good. It allows you to go out in that semi-final and put as much distance on the rest of the field as you possibly can, and send a message for crews that you'll be racing in other crew combinations in a couple of days to come that say, actually, this is how good we are. Go on, come and get us. Come and get us.
For sure. So, as you can see, we've already got our next race on the course. We're getting these singles off thick and fast just to try and catch up a little bit of time we're behind. Looking at my watch, we're pretty much back on time now. This race was supposed to start at 5:18 and it's 5:26 now, and they've already been racing for about 3 or 4 minutes, so we're doing pretty well. So we've got the E-final of the men's intermediate single sculls. Ioannis Sampanakis of Swansea in 1, Aaron Preston of Teesside in 2, Patrick Home of Warwick in 3, Ross Evans of Heriot Watt in 4, Thomas Hall of Hertfordshire in 5, and Solomon Thomas of Glasgow in lane number 6. So they've just come through the 500 metres to go marker, and we've got a pretty tight field here in this one. Often see this in some of these minor finals where we've got, especially in the middle, if you think about a bell curve, we're going to have quite a high distribution of crews or scullers in quite a small time distribution, Fergus.
Yeah, definitely. But as we look across here, there's 5 scullers that we can say are very much in contention, or the crews could change. Out in front, it is Teesside University out in front. Delighted to see them out in front, leading one of these minor finals. But just look at that, 0.7 of a second between Warwick, Heriot Watt, and Hertfordshire as well. Glasgow University not out of it either, just 4 seconds back, about a length or so on Hertfordshire. So with a big sprint finish, and we can see Glasgow on the far side just look to be stepping up and stepping on towards their fellow Scottish uni, Heriot Watt University. East against west going along there. But out in front, it is Teesside University. Delighted to see a programme in the northeast leading one of these minor finals. Teesside represented by Aaron Preston, and he is about a length or so up on Warwick University's Patrick Home as they come up to the Red Boys.
Yeah, very, very classy looking skull here from the sculler from Teesside. He's just been able to sit around about a length and a half, 2 lengths up on most of the rest of the field. Just keep an eye on them over his left shoulder. They're all over to his left shoulder, the sculler in lane 1, not posing too much of a threat and being able to respond to those moves. But it is Patrick Home from Warwick who's putting in a real sprint, almost getting that back to overlap now over the sculler from Teesside as they go into the Red Boys.
And speaking
They
of
just gone past our finish camera.
Speaking of those Red Boys, Glasgow University is charging towards the line on the far side of the course as Warwick and Teesside get so close to each other. But Glasgow University, they've made the most of this last couple of 100 metres or so. They've closed the gap right down to Heriot Watt. It will be just Heriot Watt who get 3rd place in this. About a bow ball back, I reckon. And then it is half a length back to Hertfordshire University, and then Swansea will wrap up this final.
I think
what happened?
I've got no idea. I think I might have cursed Aaron Preston there, because I just said how he was having such a fantastically composed race. I didn't see what happened because my monitor was slightly in the way, but I looked up and suddenly the boat was going quite slowly. I didn't see any big puddles like he'd caught a crab or anything. I wonder if he just maybe did he maybe hit a buoy line? Looks like he's quite close to the buoys there, so maybe he hit a buoy, slowed down, got his certainly got his sort of head slumped in his hands. Don't really know for certain yet who crossed that line in first. We'll have to wait for the official result to come through. But Fergus, as you said, also really tight race for 3rd between Heriot Watt and Glasgow. Glasgow really came charging through at the end. Heriot Watt just holding on by probably about half a foot or so to hold on to 3rd place in that one.
Surely he didn't make the terrible mistake of stopping before the finish line.
I didn't want to say it, but yeah, I think it's a possibility. But I'm gonna hold my hands up and say that I didn't catch exactly what happened, so I have to leave it up to the big board. Benefit of the doubt.
Well, the next race is on screen at the moment. It is the D final of the men's intermediate single scull. You can see there, Cardiff University goes in lane 1, Newcastle in lane 2, Edinburgh University in 3, Surrey in 4, Glasgow in 5, and Surrey go again in lane number 6. So Surrey will be looking to get at least one of these crews up contending for the top spot in this D final. But through 1500 metres it was Edinburgh and it was Cardiff, 0.3 of a second between those crews, all so close. Glasgow University not too far behind. Surrey again 0.3 of a second, and Newcastle wrapping up this one just a little bit for a couple of lengths off the back of this. But as we look down, Joe McConnell of Newcastle University, he's probably closed the gap a little bit in this last couple of 100 metres or so, but out in front I reckon we've had a change of lead. I think Cardiff University and Bo Hughes has pushed his bow out in front over Edinburgh University. Edinburgh are now being asked questions by the scholars next to them from Surrey and Glasgow, questions that they are struggling to answer. Bo Hughes from Cardiff out in front and leading this, but coming from Glasgow on the far side of the course, Ewan Pringle is moving up. Ewan Pringle is charging and going through the gears before they hit the red boys' wheel.
Yeah, super impressive last 500 here from Bo Hughes. He was only 0.3 of a second up on Edinburgh at 500 to go, and he's probably now got about a length and a half on the rest of the field. But as you say, over on the far side, Ewan Pringle of Glasgow has gone through the roof. So we're seeing of non-English countries absolutely dominating in some of these races. We've got one Welsh sculler and two Scottish scullers. Bo Hughes, I first came across him at the British Beach Sprint Championships last summer, so now doing some fine boat rowing as well, and is just about to come across the line with a lead of around about 2 lengths over Ewan Pringle of Glasgow. Edinburgh University's Thomas Robinson just holding on for third over Manuel Bradicic of Surrey, with Joseph Wright of Surrey in 5th and Joe McConnell of Newcastle coming through in 6th.
Yeah, Joe McConnell racing hard right up to the line there. But what a sprint, outstanding sprint from Glasgow University. That's the sort of speed wheel that you'd need on the hills to hunt a haggis, that sort of sprint finish speed.
The elusive haggis. So our last men's intermediate singles race is on the course. It's the C final. So we've been working our way up, and this is going to be the fastest of the men's intermediate singles left. We've got Hal Flowerdew from Newcastle in 1, Hugo Sanders from Oxford Brookes in 2, Tom Fortnum from Surrey in 3, Jacob Harrington of Reading in 4, Aidan Graham of St Andrews in 5, and Edward Gascar of Durham University in lane number 6. Looks like they're just coming up towards the 1,000 metres now.
But it's weird though, because I think since they have been behaving really, really well. Yes. Hello? Hi, so your men's intermediate.
So coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker now, and we've got another very, very tight field here. 3 scullers all within about a canvas of each other. It looked like it was Surrey over Reading over St Andrews, with then Newcastle and Oxford Brookes on the near side. No sign of the Durham sculler in lane number 6 just at the moment. We'll wait for those the lane numbers to be assigned against those times that are just popped up on the top left of your screen.
That's really, really close to 1,000 metres. Really exciting racing is going to develop over this next 500. See who's just being brave and attacking, and who's going to hang on just a little bit longer before putting a few bursts in, and trying to try his mind games at this stage almost, actually. With a length separating the entire field, it's mind games, and I love it.
Yeah, with a singles race like this, going through the K when they're that close, you definitely got a few scullers who are hanging on by their fingernails to try and stay with the pace, and they probably haven't got anywhere to go. And then there's a few that are just sitting on a little bit of reserve energy, just waiting for the moment when they can push away. And I know it's a cliche, but this third 500, it is the moving 500, especially in a singles race, where we'll probably see that the field won't be quite as close with 500 metres to go as they were at halfway.
Right. So Will reckons it's Surrey out in front. I've just thrown him under the bus there before the times come out next to all of the scullers, where we say that we're moving up to the 500 metres to go splits. The field has stretched out ever so slightly, but it's still very, very close there between the top 5 in this field. But there it is.
Oh, would you look at that?
Oh, would you look at that? Look who got their prediction right. Surrey University, they are having a blinder, opening up to about a gap 0.8 of a second ahead of the Scot from St Andrew University. Reading's not far behind though, and you can certainly never count out Reading in a sprint finish in a sculling event. Just look at what they did in their intermediate quads earlier on. Oxford Brookes sitting there in 4th place position. Newcastle a little bit further back, and actually, well, yeah, there's 5 scullers that we've got racing in this field. We're missing the sculler from Durham University.
Yeah, no sign of Edward Gascard. And I said we thought we'd see the field spread out a bit. I'd say the only way that that's been true is that the Newcastle sculler has dropped off a bit. But there's only 2.5 seconds separating first through fourth, going through 500 to go, and that really is not much, and it's definitely catchable in a single in the last 500. We see Oxford Brookes, who were in 4th, I think they have stepped on the gas. They're definitely at least up into 3rd. They might be up into 2nd. So I think it's Reading who are dropping back ever so slightly now in the last 250. But St Andrews, Surrey and Brookes all going absolutely flat out for these top 3 places in this C final.
Yes, St Andrews, of course, under new leadership with Alan Sinclair, the former British oarsman, coming in. He'll be delighted with this performance from his sculler. The rate has gone through the roof. Same with Surrey. Quick look across, quick wobble from Surrey, but it is going to come down to the wire between these two scullers. Surrey University and St Andrews going neck and neck. They've dropped the Brookes sculler. Brookes in danger of getting rode through by Reading University. But coming up to the line, it will just be Surrey University who hold on by about half a length over St Andrew in this C final of the men's intermediate single sculls. Oxford Brookes just clinging on to that 3rd place over at Reading University, and Hal Flowerdew of Newcastle will wrap up this C final performance. Another corker though, Will, from these single scull races we've had.
Yeah, I mentioned about having a little bit left at the 1,000 metres. If you've also got a little bit left with 100 metres to go and you can do that, that's also really useful, because Surrey just picked up about a length there on the rest of the field in the last 100 metres of that race, just by absolutely stepping on the gas. I think maybe thought that he had it in hand, then saw the St Andrews sculler just getting a little bit too close and just flew away. And you can see the gap that they put into Oxford Brookes in the last 250 metres there, where they looked really, really close when they were coming towards the Red Boys. Reading University just dropping down ever so slightly in that race, and Newcastle coming through in 5th position. So that concludes the men's intermediate singles. Our next event is going to be the women's beginner 8s. You can see from our camera shot there, they're just looking down towards the start line. Don't think we've got any crews on the course. I don't even see any crews that are down on the actual stake boats. So we might still be waiting for the E-final or the women's beginner eights to make themselves known to the starter down at the beginning of the course.
Why are they not being so boats aren't the boating Was it very sincere? Okay, good on him. Okay, great. Thanks a lot. Cheers. Now I'm going to apologise to me. What beers does everyone want?
So the flag tells me that I can start to do time. The flag also tells the line so as long as the flag is out, it's a line. So you leave the flag out until you're or passive aggressively hold it out for 5 minutes.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Obviously, if I turn
Yeah,
up and
close
stop,
sandwiches.
I call a false start. So you should do is if those of you that can work out this false start, just check that you start to essentially. So that tells a lot of people start. It doesn't want the same thing at the start. So if you press the red flag, it says go, cause flag. So yellow should take it from there. You might say, I want to show you. No, I understand language. James makes this regatta now called the time. We still haven't got a race. We haven't got a single race to start. Here's our Andrew left. That's the one-time race. First one I've had, there's not a crew here. I saw it here. I think it's a world indoor road. Probably somewhere.
You've already signed up, haven't you? Well, I'm not doing it. We've got a meal in there. Yeah. So I'll have your photo taken. Move on and then we'll do it.
Race 191. Final lead of the women's beginner heats. Queen Mary, lane 2. University of Bath, lane 3. University of Leicester, lane 4. Love University, lane 5.
So we are now back underway after a little bit of a gap in racing with the E-final of the Women's Beginner 8s. 4 crews racing in this one. We've got Queen Mary's London in 2, Bath in 3, Leicester in 4 and Loughborough in lane number 5. A reminder that for all these beginner events, these are all athletes who have started rowing in the last academic year. So most of them will have started rowing either in September or October with their universities signing up at their freshers' fairs, learnt to row over the last year, and here they are at BUCS. For many of them, this will be their first proper experience of a side-by-side regatta. Some of them may have gone to some of the smaller ones over the last couple of weeks or so, but this is the big deal. Then we'll have got some experience at the head races at the BUCS Falls and 8's Head, Women's Head of the River race.
So we are through 500 metres of this E-final of the Women's Beginner 8s. A tight battle between Leicester and Bath. Just a second and a half or so separating the two crews. Queen Mary University, they are in 3rd place at the moment. Again, not too far back, no more than a length between themselves and Bath University. And Loughborough wrapping up in 4th place again, but a length or so back. So relatively tight field in this first 500 metres. We'll see who can find their confidence, find their rhythm as we get into this middle 1,000 metres of this E-final. But actually, approaching 1,000 metres, it is Bath who look to have developed stronger rhythm over Leicester. They look to be edging their bows out in front and going with Bath. Queen Mary as well, perhaps closing the gap ever so slightly ahead of the early race leaders, Leicester University.
Yeah, still looks pretty tight between Bath and Leicester though, as we're coming up towards the 1,000 metres. And fantastic experience for all of these crews as they look to finish their first season in rowing, and then hopefully we'll be seeing many of these athletes moving on to the intermediate events next year.
Yeah, Bath University have indeed stretched out over Leicester.
Yeah, there's not going to be too much separating these crews though as they come up towards the 1,000 metre marker. Just coming level with it now, and I'd say it's around about a third of a length, maybe half a length in favour of Bath at the moment. 1.8 seconds to the crew from Bath. Loughborough in 3rd, just ahead of Queen Mary.
Very good. Second 500 I should say from Loughborough. Of course, Loughborough not too far down the road from the National Water Sports Centre, about half an hour away. So perhaps they've had the opportunity to get out to this stretch, a different stretch of the river. Is it the Trent through Loughborough, Will? It is the Trent.
Oh, through Loughborough. I thought you were about to say, is it the Trent through Nottingham? And considering we can see it out of our window, I'm not 100% certain on what the river is that goes through Loughborough. I'd have to check. Good shot there of our 4 crews rowing away from the 1,000-metre marker. Not quite as sunny now as it was a little bit earlier in the day. The sun is still there trying to poke through, but there's a thin layer of cloud. But otherwise, as Fergus mentioned earlier, it's been a pretty fantastic day of weather conditions. Hasn't been the warmest, but I think if you're doing a lot of racing and you're outside a lot, you don't want it to be super warm. It's been in the mid-teens. Sun has been out pretty much the whole day. And there's just been the ever so slightest of head breezes, which is maybe a little bit stronger now than it was around the middle of the day, but definitely nothing that's causing any concern. The water out of the finish line has just got a slight rippled look to it, but nothing that would warrant you to think too much about adapting your technique or putting any clams on. Have you found out the answer for us, Fergus?
It's the Soar. River Soar is the closest river to Loughborough. But from what I know of it, it's quite a windy river. So perhaps a trip out to the Trent or to the National Water Sports Centre every week, every couple of weeks or so, might be a very useful training tool, that one.
And we can see our 3 leading crews there, and I think Bath have pushed out a little bit more over Leicester in the third 500 of this race, and they're just about to go through that third 500 now. You can see that red buoy that Bath are just going past now. There we go, 7:04.1. Yep, so they've extended that lead to 2.5 seconds, and Leicester, so just jumping back a tiny bit from Bath, and Loughborough in third. Not too far behind, so only 2 seconds separating those crews in third and fourth. Actually, no, there we go. Loughborough have overtaken Leicester. So Leicester really strong first 500, but not quite being able to maintain that pace all the way down the course.
Tell you what, I'm really looking forward to seeing what Loughborough can do in this last 400 metres or so. It's quite a slow start, but they've been building all the way down this course and taking a few scalps. They took the scalp from Queen Mary. They've now taken Leicester, and they've got 2.5 seconds to close down on Bath with about 300 metres or so to do it.
Yeah, I wonder if they actually had a little bit of a problem off the start, because it did look from our camera down on the start tower that they were the crew that really did drop back quite significantly in this race, and they've just been, as you say, slowly clawing their way back. So maybe they've got a surprise for us in the last 250 metres, which they're just going through now.
I think they're going to do it.
You're calling it.
They think they look that little bit sharper than Bath as we come up to the last 200 metres. Bath are going to have to hang on. It looks to me that they're starting to look around, just trying to clock the little movement Loughborough are doing, but Loughborough, they're going for it. They're absolutely charging and chucking the kitchen sink at it as we come up to the Red Boys. I reckon we'll see what happens when the camera pans right, but we can hear the cheers from the bank as they go past the Loughborough tent. It looks to me as if Loughborough are starting to draw level with Bath University.
I think you might be right. If Loughborough are going from 4th at 500, 3rd at the K, 2nd at 500 to go, and in the lead by the finish, that will be an almighty comeback. And I think you're right, Fergus. I think they have now stuck their bows out in front of Bath. What a performance this from Loughborough. Who says if you have something go wrong off the start, but you can't row back down through the field?
They have absolutely nailed the timing of this finish, Loughborough University. With 100 metres to go, they've taken the lead, they've extended, they have rowed through Bath University to take the win, first place in this E-final of the Women's Beginner 8s. Congratulations to Loughborough, hands up in the air.
Huge celebrations from them.
Delighted there, what a performance there from Loughborough University ahead of Bath. It will be Leicester who take third place, 1 length ahead of Queen Mary University. So a very tightly packed race this one. Just a couple of lengths between all of the boats.
Huge celebrations there from that Loughborough crew. Great
Rightly
to see.
so. Rightly so.
And I want to give a shout out to the Loughborough Cocks, because I think that would have been a really, really tricky job, especially with the beginner crew. If something had gone wrong off the start and you're suddenly 2 lengths off the pace, to keep your crew focused and get them working on their race plan the rest of the way down the course and not getting flustered is really, really impressive. So kudos to Loughborough and the whole crew.
I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to say that's probably one of the performances of the day. Just that execution of the race. I think that's a really, really well put together race from Loughborough. They kept their cool, they kept their composure, and as the rate came up, they were able to back themselves and came through Bath to take a really, really excellent win in that D final. Well done, Loughborough.
Well done, Loughborough, indeed. We are straight onto the D final, which, as you can see from your screen, is in progress. It is very around about the 500 metre marker, so I'm hoping we'll get some timings coming through very shortly. We have got 6 crews racing in this one, which you can see on your screen, going from right to left. We've got Southampton B in 1, Warwick in 2, Cambridge B in 3, Sheffield in 4, Lincoln in 5, and Leeds B in 6. We've just got the timings coming through. Hopefully we'll see those allocated to crews in a second. There we go, Cambridge University B in lane number 3, with Sheffield and Warwick in 2nd and 3rd. Decent spread there between the 6 crews over the first 500, with around about 9 seconds going through from 1st through to 6th. So coming up towards 1,000 metres, and it's still Cambridge. We think it must be a Cambridge College crew. They're not in their distinctive light blue kit. Don't want to get Cambridge and Edinburgh confused.
Terrible mistake there.
I'll get thrown out of the Edinburgh Alumni Association for that.
Yep, Cambridge University still out in front though in this final, the D final of the women's beginner 8s. Sheffield though, they're not letting them get away. When they pass that camera position, still contact, still overlap, which is so important. Still gives that crew hope there's a chance of coming through, and the likes of Southampton as well, still very much in the mix, 2.5 seconds back, so maybe we'll see a Loughborough performance from one of these crews in this last 900 metres.
Yeah, I just want to mention, so honestly at most rowing events, all the colleges of Cambridge, Oxford, Durham, they exist as separate rowing clubs. They have separate British rowing codes, and they race separately. But at BUCS, you race as the university institution, not as your British rowing club. So it gives an opportunity for some of these college crews to represent their university. They still do so in their college boats, college blades. They've got the opportunity to go out and represent the university, go down the course racing as Cambridge. which I think is a really great thing, and I think you often see some good camaraderie between the university crews and the college crews. And also it can be, especially if you're a university that's going for some VL points, if you've got a couple of fast colleges and you can stick them in intermediate 8s, intermediate 4s, it can actually be quite a useful little point spinner.
It can be. Cambridge are very much looking like one of the challengers for the VL this year. Edinburgh University as well. 77 entries Edinburgh University had, which is massive, absolutely massive. And obviously we saw it last year at BUCS and this year again just how successful Edinburgh University's beginner programme is. Edinburgh University, their women's programme, having a cracking day today. And Cambridge as well, a huge number of pairs made it into that intermediate pair semi-final. 5 or 6 pairs managed to get into that semi-final. So Cambridge really pushing, and they're showing their depth here as well. This their B crew in the women's beginner race. So two crews from Cambridge stepping up and having a crack, which is always brilliant to see. Always good to see Oxford and Cambridge actually continue their season, actually, because they raced and trained so hard for the boat race, but to then see them continue on through, keep the season going, just like any other actual university, any other student athlete. Their goal is BUCS Regatta, and to have them coming through it means we've got a really good spread of universities participating, dozens and dozens of institutions racing over this 3-day event.
Absolutely. And a beginner college crew as well, which is quite impressive. So not whether they're full sort of university resources, but as a college to train up the probably from quite a small group of people, maybe 200-300 people, depending on the size of the college intake, and get them to the point of being able to race in this minor final, the D final of the women's beginner 8. But we're into the last 500 metres, and this race is still pretty tight. We've got Cambridge out in front, but Southampton and Sheffield are not letting them go without a fight, are they, Fergus?
They are absolutely not. We can hear the cheers from the bank. Tells us we've got less than 200 metres to go, and it is Southampton University are charging. They have found another gear to go through, and Southampton, I think, have rode down, caught up with Cambridge University, and they've caught up with Sheffield as well. Southampton very much the dark horses in this crew as we come up to the last 100 metres. The Cox is going to have his wits about him to keep his crew in between the boys from both.
Sheffield could also still be in the running here. I think they may have gone through Cambridge, and I think
Sheffield
Southampton haven't been able to quite hold on. So Sheffield in lane 4 in the centre of the course. They're just coming up towards the finish line now, and across the line, very, very tight for second between Cambridge and Southampton. We're going to have to wait for the official photo finish on that one. Then over on the far side, Lincoln, followed by Warwick, and it'll then be Leeds. You can see Sheffield there. You asked for another Loughborough style row through, and I think we just got one.
I think we got it. Yeah.
Not quite going through from last to first, but still pretty impressive.
Sheffield there, absolutely solid as steel, that performance.
So we've got the last of our women's beginner rates on the course now, which is the C final. You can see them rampaging down towards the 1,000 metre marker. 6 more crews in this one. We've got University of Cambridge A in 1, Southampton A in 2, Cardiff in 3, Glasgow in 4, Manchester in 5, and University College London in lane number 6. I think they are right through the 500 metre marker. and coming up towards 1,000. Hopefully we'll get some times for you soon, so we'll be able to tell you who is out in front.
Brilliant start from all of these crews. Just, well, 3.5 seconds we can see separating them as they go through 500 metres. So not quite a length at this stage. It's going to be really, really good. Manchester early leaders ahead of Southampton, Cardiff, Glasgow, University College London, and the second of the Cambridge University crews. The one, of course, we saw finishing second in the race just before.
Yeah, so only 0.4 of a second separating those top two crews in this one. They're coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker. Let's see if the race has spread out any more. It does look like it's still Manchester and Cardiff who are making the running in this one. Southampton closest to the camera now, just starting to push through as well. Is it Manchester? Is it Cardiff? Cardiff.
Yeah, and as the camera pans around at 1,000 metres, Cardiff University are now your race leaders. They have been chased down by Southampton, just a quarter of a length or so back on them. Keep your eye as well on the likes of Manchester, very much still in the mix in the middle of the course. Glasgow University going strong as well. And we'll 6 seconds as we go through 1,000 metres. It's not far, it's not too far in these beginner rates.
No, that's really not. We can see some pretty big changes in speed, especially if you've gone too hard. In an 8, it's quite hard to speed up. But if you've gone too hard, you can lose that boat speed really easily. And in an 8, it's all about getting up to a really high boat speed and then having the power to maintain it. And if that starts to drop off, if you've used a bit too much energy in those first 500, it can start to drop off. But they're through 1,000 metres. Great shot there. 5 of our crews going from left to right. You can see the crews on the far side of the course as well. They're heading up towards the start line.
This is a really impressive race from all of these crews. None of them are broken yet. They're all very much in contention for either that first place position or one of the minor places, second or third. The only one who's perhaps struggling at the moment to keep pace is that Cambridge crew in lane 1 closest to us. But full credit and hats off to these beginners right here. They're absolutely going for it. And neither of these crews have backed down yet. And I think as they start to go through their tiers, it's very much stepping on, stepping up, as opposed to waiting for that sprint to come.
Yeah, you mentioned tiers there, Fergus. I said in an 8 it can be pretty hard to add on a huge amount of speed, so you don't tend to go for like one big massive push that you might see in a smaller boat. You're just looking to incrementally add that speed. Just right, we're just going to press on, add that extra 2% on the leg drive, hold that for 15 strokes. Right, now we're going to go again, let's add on another 2%, and every time you're just looking to maybe just push the legs a tiny bit faster, move the hands just a little bit quicker around the back end.
And through 500 metres to go, we are down to 4 boats in contention, I reckon. UCL struggling to keep the pace of our other contenders. Southampton, Cardiff, Glasgow and Manchester, your 4 leading crews at the moment. As you can see on screen, it is still Cardiff University just leading ahead of Glasgow University in lane 4, slap bang next to them. Manchester, about half a length or so back on them as well. And Southampton, they're underdogs at this stage. Southampton, they've got a big sprint to make up, but it's doable. It's doable.
Yeah, they've dropped down from 2nd to 4th, but Glasgow have gone from 4th to 2nd. So a really impressive performance from this Glasgow crew. And I think they're the fastest boat on the water at the moment. The crew in lane number 4, Glasgow University. And have they actually pushed through Cardiff? We're seeing so many fantastically paced races from some of these crews.
I think Glasgow are through. Glasgow have had a brilliant last 300 metres or so. They have taken on They have taken on Cardiff, they've taken on Manchester and Southampton, and I think they have broken through, not by much. It's going to be oh so close, with 150 metres left in this C final of the Women's Beginner 8. But Cardiff are now struggling to hold on. Southampton are charging. Over on the far side of the course, Manchester as well. Cardiff are in danger of perhaps getting rode through by Southampton, because Glasgow have opened up about half a length's lead over the rest of the field as they come through the Red Boys. It's been a well orchestrated last 500 metres of the race from Glasgow University. The Scots have had an absolute blinder with 50 metres to go. Cardiff University as well, they look like they're going to hold on to that second place position. Manchester and Southampton, the race is very much on for that third place position in this C final, but as we come up to the line, it's been an absolute belter from Glasgow University, who take first place in this C final ahead of Cardiff University, and it will just be Southampton who hold on ahead of Manchester, who finish in fourth. Keyes College Cambridge, I believe it's Keyes looking at their kit, will wrap up in fifth, and on the far side of the course, University College London in sixth place.
Superbly based race there from Glasgow, going through from fourth at the K to winning. Really impressively done there from Glasgow. And so we see a lot of beginner crews these days being lent the pretty nice equipment from their senior squads, and Glasgow going and winning that C final in a I believe an Intersport Predator, which I spent quite a lot of time in as a junior, and good to see that you don't have to have a fancy aluminium wing rig boat to win a beginner C final.
Yeah, it's proper beginner rowing, that is. You'll love to see it.
So we are moving on to our next set of races, which is the men's beginner Cox 4s, and you've just seen a crew in lane number 1, the Southampton B crew, are miles ahead in this race. I was speculating, I think potentially the only reason is they maybe didn't have the best of time trials, but they are so far ahead of the rest of the field in this one. The crew here, we got Southampton B, Salford, Sheffield, Aberystwyth, UCL and Harper Adams. They went through the 500 metre in 1:59, 8 seconds ahead in the first 500. I don't think the times we got on the screen there are quite right. I think maybe actually if you look at the column on the right hand side, I think those are the seconds. I think we're actually seeing hours, minutes and seconds here. But yeah, so around about a 19-second gap there for Southampton. But I would say Fergus has finished his shift for today, and I'm now joined by Freya for the last hour of the day.
Hello. Very excited to be back. Obviously, minor finals, no medals in contention here, but just as good quality of racing.
Oh, we've seen some fantastic races over the last 30 minutes or so. I think all of the women's beginner 8s we've had the crew that was leading at the K didn't go on to win, so we've had some fantastic road throughs, some really well paced races. Just seeing some interesting steering now going on from the Southampton crew. If you look on the right hand side of your screen, the umpire's boat just needs to get out the way a little bit sharpish. I think their lead is big enough to account for it. But
yeah, I was going to say, I don't think that's going to affect their very comfortable lead at the moment. Yeah,
and just wondering if there was maybe some steering issues in the time trial earlier, because I think this Southampton crew is definitely of a standard higher than this F final. Not to denigrate these other crews in any way, but to set out a 19-second lead in the first in the first 1,000 metres. I think it shows that you're operating on a slightly different level to the rest of the crews.
Or you were very, very clever and had more left in the tank.
So they're coming up towards 500 metres to go now, so we should get some updated times coming through for us in just a second. So that Southampton crew on the right hand side, still well out in front. I think it's the crew in lane number 3, that is the Sheffield C crew, who are, I think, currently sitting in second position.
University of Aberdeen, lane 3. Arthur Adams, University, lane 4.
The University of Salford are currently just leading over UCLB in what looks to be quite a contested battle for the 5th place here. Obviously, Salford coached by John Impey, who will be, pleased to see the crew giving it some welly. Another technical term used there.
You've been absolutely full of fantastic technical terms for us today. But Southampton, down in the bottom left of your screen, into the Red Boys, expending a bit of anger and frustration on the course. They're really taking it up. The timing of the crew just ever so slightly going as a result, but they have achieved the feat of them being the only the only crew in shot as they come across the finish line there.
Yeah, the Cox has sat up and congratulated her crew. What a great row.
Yeah, really impressive row. And as we wait for our next crews to come across the line, it should be Sheffield C that will be coming through next. But we've also got a tight race going on for third between Aberystwyth and Harper Adams. So it is Sheffield C who come through now, but really tight. I think Harper Adams have actually come through Aberystwyth in the fight for third position in this minor final of the men's beginner fours.
Yeah, just confirming that they're now across the line. Celebration from the bow seat of the Harper Adams.
And then in lane number 2 we've got the crew from Salford coming through in 5th position, just coming into your shot now. And then over on the far side it will be UCL rounding out the field in this F final of the men's beginner fours.
I think what needs to be said about a beginner 4 is, these rowers only started at this academic year, so incredibly impressive feat for all of them to have picked up the sport and be competing at such an intense day of racing. I think, regattas are really quite mental in terms of the fact it is nearly 6:30 at night, and these athletes and rowers will have started their time trials at what, 10?
Yeah, it's been a really long day. If you with the change in format that was made to BUCS last year, we used to do time trials, semi-finals, then all the minor finals, and then the A finals. We've now flipped that round. So if you're doing a minor final, it's a really long gap. If you're only doing one event in a day, where you're having to sit around for 8 hours or so, you got to think about your eating, your hydration. You might even want to try and have a little sleep, and you can really get stiff from that first big effort. But we've now got the E final coming through the 1,000 metre marker now. You can just see our leading crews going through now. So we've got Birmingham B, Bournemouth, Sheffield B, Leicester, Queen Mary and Lincoln racing in this one. Looks like it was the crew in lane number 2, Bournemouth, who are out in front here.
Oh, our timing screen seems to be changing, but it looks like Bournemouth are well out ahead with the 7-second gap, which is a length. It goes Bournemouth, Birmingham, Sheffield, Queen Mary, Leicester, Lincoln. Quite a tight battle it looks like between Leicester and Lincoln occurring down the course, so it'll be interesting to see how that pans out.
6 with a gap of 2 minutes and I get that actually they have now, but it's more prominent to everybody else. I would say that's almost worse. Yeah. Yes.
And here they are approaching the last 500 metres. From our view we can see that the crew in lane 2 are pulling away Bournemouth, having a very successful row by the looks of it, but all boats behind them seem to be fairly even, which will make for a very interesting race as we enter the last section of the race, where it is just about pain management and Cox discipline. Yeah, if you look at the top of your screen, you'll see that Bournemouth are well clear with a 10-second gap emerging between them and... who would we say? Between Birmingham and Bournemouth. Again, Lincoln, Queen Mary and Leicester all in it really, with only a 1/9 of a second between the bottom 2.
Yeah, and only 3 seconds separating the bottom 3, and we've seen in the last few races that you can see some pretty big shifts. So, of course, there you can see those crews in lanes 3 through 6. Not too much separating them at all, but it is Bournemouth in lane 2, that one crew that's definitely out in front of the whole field here. Into the last 500 metres, they're actually climbing up towards 250 metres to go now, so you can start to think about your sprint. Last race of the day. That is one of the advantages of there being a decent gap, is you can definitely recover from that 1500 metre time trial effort to be ready to really go flat out into these minor finals. Bournemouth coming up towards the last 100 metres got a big advantage, but Birmingham, who are just off the right of our shot, I think they're still sitting in second.
And here they come into the red boys, last 250 metres. The boys from Bournemouth will know exactly what they have to do to finish this race. Their cocks will be absolutely screaming at them to empty everything they have into this, and we can just see that their backs pulling into it as one, just ensuring that they cross that line as quick as they can, followed by Birmingham B. Sheffield and Leicester are currently neck and neck. Just behind them are Queen Mary, and behind them Lincoln. On your screen you're just about to see, here comes Birmingham B, followed by possibly, I think it's going to be Sheffield. It is.
Yeah, Sheffield just holding on over Lincoln. Queen Mary coming through in 5th position now, and then just coming into shot we've got Lincoln over on the far side of the course in lane number 6.
I think what also needs to be said about a Cox 4 is a Cox 4 is probably, like, in my opinion, and completely tell me this is wrong, but it's probably the heaviest boat. So you're carrying a quarter of the weight of the boat and a quarter of the cocks in comparison to coxless when you have no cocks, and obviously an 8 where you're carrying an 1/8 of the cocks. So although you might see slightly slower times today, it is definitely a harder boat to row.
Yeah, it is a hard boat to row. It's right, you definitely need to have a good amount of power. It's one of the advantages is maybe more forgiving than a coxless 4, where you do need to be pretty sharp to row it, and you have to make sure you're moving together. The Cox 4 sometimes referred to as the lead sled, because of that weight. Each, if you think about a Cox 4 compared to an 8, each rower is carrying a quarter of the Cox's weight as opposed to an 1/8 of the Cox's weight. So you're having to you think between the difference between a Cox 4 and a Coxless 4, each rower is carrying around about 15 extra, having to push along 15 extra kilos.
I'd just like to give a quick shout out here to the York B boat, who contained Jake Morris, who I actually went to school with, although I didn't know it at the time because he's a couple of years younger than me. But shout out to Jake and York for doing so well to be here at the D final in the men's beginner 4 at BUCS Regatta. If you're just joining us now, they are around just coming up to the K marker, so hopefully we'll get some lovely times. Who do we think's in front? I think it's lane number 2.
There's actually one of the crews all the way over on the far side in lane number 5, Birmingham A. Just a bit further away from our camera. So we've seen in these last three races now, one crew that's been a good deal faster than the rest, which is either a sign that the time trial didn't quite go as planned, or they've just found a load extra in the intervening hours between the two. So Birmingham with about an 8-second advantage over Harper Adams, Aberdeen in 3rd, York in 4th, Manchester in 5th and Loughborough in 6th, but not a huge amount of time separating those crews between 2nd and 6th.
And I think that's the good thing about having a Cox is, often you don't need to have that own mental discipline. Somebody else can be yelling at you to make that move and to make that call as to when to move.
Yeah, and worrying about the steering, which is always nice. So the beginner events at BUCS, historically it was either you did a big heavy sweet boat, you did the 8 and the 4, and then maybe if you were either from a smaller university or you were really good, you'd spent some time in the single, and you did beginner singles, who now enhanced those events. I was there at Bucks Head, I think it was in 2016 in Newcastle, which was the first time they brought in the beginner quads, and think about how much that's advanced now. We're going to have the minor finals for the beginner quads coming soon. Great to bring in coxless sculling events into BUCS, and then this year's first year we got the beginner doubles as well, so we've now got the full suite of sculling events on the beginner side. There's enough demand there for singles, doubles and quads, which I think is really, really impressive.
Okay, and the timings have just come through for the 1.5k. We still have that Birmingham crew leading by quite a significant amount, but everyone else in the field seems very, very tied. Harper Adams, Aberdeen and York barely separating, but Manchester and Loughborough still fighting it out with only 3 seconds between them. Can just see the Cox of the Birmingham boat take a look around, making sure that she knows where the competition is. She will know what she has to do.
Yeah, this race between Harper Adams and Aberdeen in the middle of the course is looking fantastic. There's some, I would say, some slightly agricultural rowing going on, which you often see in these beginner 4s towards the end of their 2,000 metres, when the bodies are slightly giving up on them, and it's not quite as pretty as it maybe was down at the start. Aberdeen, I think, have pushed through Harper Adams ever so slightly in 2nd place, trying to close down on Birmingham, which I don't think they're going to be able to do. This Birmingham crew looking very classy out in front.
Okay, as Birmingham start to approach the red boys, they'll know exactly what to do, making sure that, because they'll obviously be able to see the crews now, they'll be sending it as far as they can, sending that water as far back to the other boats as physically possible. But I think we are seeing quite a strong move from Aberdeen, who are, giving it everything, taking a look across to their left, making sure they can close as much water as possible.
Yeah, they've really closed that gap down. They might almost have overlap by the time they come across the line, maybe just shy of it. Birmingham crossing the line now. Let's have a look. Oh, pretty much bang on a length that Aberdeen were behind. Harper Adams coming through in 3rd, and not far behind York in 4th. Great race by them.
Well done, Jake.
Yeah, well done to Jake indeed. And over on the far side, just catching a little crab in the last 50 metres for Manchester as they come across the line now. And then it's going to be Loughborough to round out the field in this D final of the men's beginner Cox 4s. Timing's coming through on here.
So you'll just see on your screens we've got a lovely slow motion finish of the race, the men's beginner 4D final that we've just seen happening there, with Aberdeen just crossing the line there. Okay, now we turn to the men's beginner 4C final, the last minor final of these men's beginner 4 categories, with Warwick, East Anglia, Queen's, Glasgow, Sheffield and UCLA. And I think there's quite a confident couple of seconds between.
Looks like the crew's in the middle of the course, so Glasgow and Sheffield there just getting their times as they go through the K, but not much separating them, just 3 seconds separating the top 3, Glasgow, Sheffield and Queen's Belfast, with the University of East Anglia, UCL and Warwick rounding out the field. What can we expect to see from this UEA crew, Freya?
Well, they're led by our lovely Cox Tendai, who learnt to cox at Kingston, and we're very, very grateful to have him. He is fantastic, and he will just be coxing the boys down classily and calmly as he does. You've got Byron sat in the stroke seat, who will know exactly what he's doing, and Fergus, who is a sort of new addition to rowing, but who has done a fantastic job of picking it up so quickly.
Always good to get the inside scoop.
Yes, no, our lovely coach and captain, sort of, Callum, has done a fantastic job of the novice men's programme, and it's really testament to having, a B final and a C final for both crews. So not much in it, which is always lovely to see.
Yeah, always impressive when there's the strength and depth. There isn't a big drop off from the top 4 to the second 4, as we can see our crews now. And it still looks like it's the crews in lane 2, 3 and 4 that are making the running in this one. I would say the crew in lane 2, Sheffield, they were in second place going through the K, but they might have pushed through into the lead. Queen's Belfast are in lane number 4. They had a bit of a disappointment. I think they were slightly held up in their time trial. Maybe would have been hoping to have been in the ABs, but they haven't out and stormed this race in the way we have seen the big margins in some of these previous ones. They're getting a really good race from the crews from Glasgow and Sheffield.
Yeah, there is just 1 second in this top 3, and I would just reiterate that just because this is a minor final doesn't mean there's any less competitive racing. All crews here will be looking for a top 20 finish, and also, a decent amount of sense of pride and of self-accomplishment as well. I think that is the fantastic thing about rowing. It is the getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning, it is the training sessions in the evening, it is the endless amounts of pasta, and especially having a beginner category where they do that for the first time, and it is the first year of that, is so important and so detrimental that we continue to see good racing from our novice programs.
100%, completely agree with you there. And it is the Sheffield crew that are making the most out of this race at the moment. They have really pushed through in the second half, although Blamework getting a little bit scrappy now just yet. You can see it there on your screens. Are just sort of about a second or so behind what we're seeing live. It's just bringing them ever so slightly back toward the crews from Glasgow and Queens.
And here they are in the last 250 metres. I feel like we could see something very dramatic happen here. Who's it going to be? Sheffield, Glasgow or Queens?
I think Sheffield are just going to hold on. Oh no, they've had some real blade problems in the last few strokes.
It's going to be Glasgow.
I think they might just about hold on over Queen's Belfast. Oh, right on the line. Queen's Belfast and Sheffield pretty much neck and neck. I think Glasgow went through in third. I think our timings there on the screen might just be ever so slightly out. UEA coming through in 4th, UCL in 5th, and Warwick in 6th. We're going to have to wait for their photo finish to sort that one out.
Well done UEA, well done Warwick, well done UCL.
Yeah.
Very well held.
You could kind of see that the Sheffield crew, I think they were flagging ever so slightly in the last 150. They had one little hiccup with about just over 100 metres to go, and then with about 30 metres to go, they had a big crab.
So sorry.
They managed to get it going again, but we're going to have to wait for the.
I feel like I cursed that. I didn't mean for that to happen. I'm so sorry, Sheffield. Oh my goodness.
It's in the unofficial times. It has gone through as the exact same time to the 10th of a second. Now our official times can do to the 100th of a second, and I'm sure they'll be checking over the photo finish to be 100% sure. I'm very sure Glasgow were in third, but it was very tight
close.
between Queens and Sheffield. It can be really tough to try and spot those ones when you've got one crew that's moving significantly faster than another to try and call it over the line.
Just like to say congratulations to Byron, Will, Fergus and Tendai for doing such a fantastic job, and obviously John Leary, King John Leary. Congratulations, boys. And there is the slow motion just replaying. Goodness me, I feel like I cursed that a bit. That was perhaps not good commentating. Lesson learned.
If that had happened about 10 metres earlier, then Glasgow definitely would have been in third, and if it happened about 10 minutes later, they definitely would have been in first. So that was a really fascinating one there, and I'm keeping an eye on the big screen that is opposite us here in the finish tower at the National Water Sports Centre for the timings to come up on there, so we'll let you know when that has happened. But we're just looking down the course now to the first of our beginner quads minor finals, and we're starting off with a nice relaxed one to start with. Just two crews in this one. It's the University of Exeter in lane number 4 and the University of Derby in lane number 3, and the nice distinctive hoops of those Derby crews always makes them very easy to spot, and I think a really classy kit as well, and they've got a pretty big advantage over the University of Exeter currently in this D final.
Yeah, Derby have just come off a win at their varsity against Hertfordshire, so hopefully riding on a high into this D final. As you say, lovely kit. Do we have Yes, we do have official times.
We do, yeah. So for that's the C final of the men's beginner Cox Falls, it has just come through, and it was Queen's Belfast that took it. Sheffield dropping down into second position with that late crab. Glasgow in third, and it was just 0.61 of a second, 61 hundredths of a second separating the top three. Not quite the closest one of the day we've had. I think probably the battle in the men's intermediate eights between Edinburgh and Oxford Brooks, that was I think only 9 hundredths of a second, might have just taken it, but really tight racing there. UEA in fourth, UCL in fifth, and Warwick in sixth.
Congratulations, UEA. Just returning to our D final of our men's beginner quads, Derby have taken quite a significant lead at the 1.5k marker, almost 30 seconds ahead of Exeter. This is Derby had a very successful regatta last year. 2 very good places, one in the women's into ones and also in this event but for the beginner twos, so it's nice to see some continued success.
Yeah, and Derby actually picked up a silver medal earlier today in the intermediate lightweight singles, I believe, or possibly the intermediate singles. So and I couldn't remember the last time that Derby have picked up a medal at BUCS. If I'm forgetting one, I apologise to them, but really impressive for them to be picking up a medal in the singles.
Yeah, lovely to see. I think, you know, with a kit like that and with a sculling style like that, how could you not?
So we've just been admiring in the commentary box the kit of the Derby crew. So denigrate their rowing, but this hasn't been the closest race as they crossed the line. Derby, that very nice kit with the white tops and three stripes across the front. And I was just reminded of learning a little while ago why so many kit, sort of old-fashioned sports kits were just 3 stripes across. It was because dyeing clothes was so expensive, So often you would just get a white top and then you would sew in 2 strips of fabric across the centre. So you'd end up with a sort of two colours with white in the middle to distinguish yourself over other clubs, which is why the sort of British kit for a lot of things like rowing, cycling, etc. was just sort of red, white, and blue hoops across the centre.
The more you know. And there are the lovely Exeter Quad finishing up their race. The 3-seat just punching the air in celebration, and that's what it's all about. You know, perhaps there isn't a medal involved, but if you're happy with that race, then that's all that you need to be. There we go, and we can see the next race just coming down. This is the C final, where we have Bath Bar, Worcester, Strathclyde, Teesside, Notts Trent and Westminster. So quite a big final, a C final full of, lots of smaller clubs, which we love to see.
Yeah, and just going through 1,000 metres now, and it looks as though it's the Strathclyde crew in lane number 3 who've got quite a big lead in this one over Nottingham Trent and Teesside. Bath Spa closest to the camera, just coming through now in, I believe, 4th position, but we'll wait for the timings from our lovely volunteers down in the timing huts. There we go, we've got the times, we just need to wait for some crews against them. Perfect timing. Strathclyde, Nottingham Trent, Teesside, Bath Spa, Worcester and Westminster University. So big 10-second lead there for Strathclyde.
I can't say I'm too surprised at the result. Strathclyde just had 11 medals at the Scottish Rowing Regatta, so and also had the best rowing crew lineup introduction I've ever seen, and it's the Power Rangers, the old Power Rangers intro photoshopped with their faces on. So that's fantastic. So well done, Strathclyde. Very, very well done.
And probably a huge shout out to the social media secretary who was responsible for putting that together.
The best thing I've seen.
The commitment to the gram from Strathclyde University.
Absolutely, and I think that is so important. Social media has become such a big part of our world, and the rowing clubs will all have their own publicity and social media secretaries, and they will be working this weekend to make sure that everyone keeps up to date on what you're doing. So if you know that your media sec or pub sec is very, very busy, go and buy them a cup of tea or a nice big glass of water, because we're not drinking this weekend because it's racing. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's great stuff. He was on the commentary with us earlier. She's the social secretary with Birmingham University, and in her gaps in between racing was going and getting her camera out to go and snap lots of lovely photos of her Birmingham cruise. So keeping herself very, very busy, and she was racing today as well. So huge congrats to her for the amount of effort she's already put in this BUCS Regatta. You'll be hearing her over the next 2 days as well. Great shot here of our Strathclyde University quad, powering away from the rest of the field. 13-second advantage going through 500 metres to go. I think Teesside have maybe pushed up into second over Nottingham Trent. I think those are probably our leading 3. We can see they're going from right to left.
And there we have the confirmation of the times as we just push through to the last 500 metres. We have Strathclyde leading, followed by Teesside, Notts Trent, Bath Spa, Worcester and Westminster. And Strathclyde are going to know exactly what they want to do. They can see the crews in front of them. They know that they are about to hit the 250 metre mark, and everything will be emptied out of the tanks. They've got one last race today, and it'll be this one.
Yeah, it's just about to hit 7 o'clock, so it's been a incredibly long day for these athletes. Just seeing just to the right of your shot now, good battle going on between Worcester and Bath Spa. I think Bath Spa just slightly dropping back in the field now. I think Worcester have moved through them and trying to close up on Nottingham Trent. But into the last 100 metres go Strathclyde University, trying to extract every last bit of boat speed out of their hull. and they are powering away from the field into the last 50 metres of this C final of the men's beginner quads. Coming into the last few strokes, and across the line they go. Strathclyde with Teesside going into second. Worcester really have had a strong second half of this race. They're getting very, very close to Nottingham Trent, but Nottingham Trent just coming into your shot now. They're going to come across the line in third, with Worcester down the bottom of your shot. Steering just going ever so slightly wonky there in fourth. Bath Spa in fifth, and Westminster in sixth. And something we haven't really spoken about is the difficulty for a beginner rower, having picked up a set of oars maybe for the first time 8 months or so ago, to have to steer a quad down a 2,000 metre course when you've got a set of boys to your left and your right.
Yeah, no, it's no mean feat, and all the crews do impressively well to complete a race. And I think there's our Westminster crew just coming across the line, and now moving on to our women's intermediate forward, who will probably find steering a little bit easier, a little bit more of experience in the boat. They line up as Harriet Watt, Surrey, Bath, Bournemouth, Edinburgh and Manchester.
Yeah, you can see this race already quite far advanced, already through the 1,000 metres. We were a little bit behind time, so good to see these crews getting onto the state boats nice and quickly, and our umpires getting the races underway so we can try and get back on time and not finish too late today. We want everyone to have time to get home, get some food, get fueled up, ready for tomorrow. So we're coming up towards 500 metres to go. Just having a look at the timings here, it was the University of Edinburgh C crew who went through in first position. Edinburgh had a really strong day today. Actually, they won the A final of this event earlier today, so their C crew now winning their minor final. I believe this might be one of the recreational club crews from Edinburgh. They've got their high performance side and the club rowing side, slightly less intense, don't have to do the full 12 training sessions a day and 5 a.m. wake-ups. 12 training sessions a day? 12 training sessions a week, my apologies. 12 might be a bit,
sure
might be a bit
excessive.
excessive.
Would do 12 a day. I'm genuinely convinced. Lots of love for rowing. You can definitely feel it in the building. Right, barely a second between our Bournemouth and Surrey crews and Bath crews, all to play for now as we start to confirm our F final three as they come through the last 500 metres. I think the thing is, even though athletes may be recreational, the competitive side of people does absolutely come out in this. And you might say you're a recreational athlete, and then someone puts you on a track, and you're like, I want to win. So that'll be fun to see.
Oh yeah, it doesn't mean that when they come to a race they're any less competitive. It just means that they want to spend quite as much of their university time in an erg room or a whist room or a drink.
Isn't that funny? Yes, parents, family and friends who don't row, most of the athletes on here will have been on quite substantial drinking bans for perhaps a week and a half or week. So yes, while you're enjoying a beer perhaps on your bank holiday, please take a moment for the many university students who cannot.
That's unconscionable for a student thinking about not touching alcohol for a week and a half.
I know, but it's, I understand. It's a sacrifice we all must make. And Bath have made a quite significant move to now take over this Edinburgh crew. Bath now leading, followed by Bournemouth, Surrey, Edinburgh, Manchester and Harriet Watts.
Yeah, Edinburgh really chopping off the pace in the second half of this race into the last 100 metres, and it is Bath in the blue and yellow holding out a small advantage over Bournemouth.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Bath as they push forward into their last 10 strokes. They will have seen the boys turn red and they will be giving it absolutely everything to try and beat this Bournemouth crew. Here they are, expecting celebrations from this Bath crew. Yeah, look at Stroke, delighted. Fantastic. Bournemouth as well. Fantastic bit of racing from Surrey, who have overtaken and rode through Edinburgh. And on the far side you'll just see Manchester coming into shot now, followed by Harriet Watt in the yellow and blue.
Because Harry Watt had also been based in Edinburgh, it was sort of a rival per se, but at that time not particularly good. And we were quite rude, and whenever anyone said Harriet Watt, we just go Harriet who?
So on your screen you'll just see that slow motion replay. I love that they're doing this year. Fantastic. There you go. There is the Bath crew. You see the stroke go forward in celebration. There we go, followed by lovely Bournemouth. Lovely stuff. Okay, our next race is made a very, very speedy down the course, and it is the
E-final of the women's intermediate quads. Yeah, they're really motoring down. They're pretty much at 500 metres to go by the time that we pick this one up. So this E-final, we've got Glasgow, Bristol, De Montfort, Sheffield, Birmingham and Loughborough in this one. Going through the 1,000 metre marker, it was Sheffield who are leading over the University of Bristol, and in third place it was the University of Birmingham's B crew. They're already coming up towards 500 metres to go now. You can see them on your screens, and it does look as though it is still the crew in lane number 4, Sheffield, who are out in front, but it is a pretty tight race here. I think lane 5, who were in third position going through 500 metres to go, that's the Birmingham crew. They're definitely challenging into this last 500 metres now.
And here they come through the last 500 metres. These quads will be giving it everything and then some, taking it up notch by notch with every stroke. Here they come, Birmingham crew looking to assert their dominance as the boys are about to turn red, followed by the Sheffield crew still looking to press through and row through them, but it looks like the
Birmingham, Sheffield.
Yeah, looking like the De Montfort crew is going to make a significant press on Sheffield as they just come into your screen. There we go. It's going to be Birmingham taking first place in the E-final of the wins into quads, followed by Sheffield, who have held off that push.
Yeah, really, really impressive second half there from Birmingham to move through from third position into a comfortable win. Sheffield just getting rode through, but holding off De Montfort, with Loughborough over on the far side. Bristol just coming through into shot now, and then finally it will be Glasgow to round out the field.
Okay.
And then 4 races after that to finish the day. So just 6 races to go here on the first day of BUCS Regatta. Do let us know how you found your day. Get in touch with us on all your social media channels. Let us know what you've been up to, whether you've been racing, supporting, enjoying. Get in touch, share your pictures with us. We'd love to hear from you, but just 6 races to go, and one of those on the course at the moment, just through the halfway point. In fact, fully through the halfway point. This D-final, the women's intermediate quad skills, Exeter B in 1, Exeter C in 2, Bath B in 3, UCL, Reading C in 5, Southampton in 6.
So, as we're getting towards the end of the day, my co-commentator Fraser just had to step out of the studio to head on home. She'll be racing tomorrow, so he needs to get a good feed in tonight and then get ready for good night's sleep ahead of racing tomorrow. So you're just going to have to deal with me for the next half an hour. Poor you. So into the D final of the women's intermediate quads we go now, and it is Exeter B in lane number 1, Exeter C in lane number 2, Bath B in 3, UCL in 4, Reading C in 5, and Southampton in lane number 6. Going to the 1,000 metre marker, it was the University of Bath who had a lead of 2 seconds over UCL, with the University of Reading C in 3rd. But, as you can probably tell from your screen, they're a little bit further on than that. They're already through 500 metres to go. They've actually just gone through 250 metres to go. And I think it is still Bath who are leading over UCL, who are leading over Reading. You can see those 3 crews going from right to left on your picture. I can't say I'm too familiar with the UCL crew, UCL kit that we're seeing in lane number 4. So I'm not sure if that is another sort of college of the University of London that races under UCL. I'll ask some people and see if I can find out what's going on from that point of view. But into the last 100 metres, and it is Bath in this D final of the women's intermediate quads. They are going to come across the line with around about just shy of a length's advantage over UCL. It is then Reading C coming through in 3rd position, with Exeter C, and then going to be very tight for 5th and 6th. Just Southampton ahead of Exeter B. So we've just got 5 races left to go now. I'm on to my final sheet of paper. Good amount of spectators still supporting down here at the National Water Sports Centre. The usual supporting section from Newcastle University. I think they've got 1 crew left in their women's intermediate quads. I'm sure I'll see the Blue Star exit en masse, but great to see them all still hanging around, wanting to support their last crew of the day. So we've got the C final of the women's intermediate quads with the aforementioned Newcastle crew in it on the course now. We've got Newcastle C in lane number 1, Liverpool in 2, Edinburgh B in lane 3, Exeter A in 4, Oxford in 5, and Queen's Belfast in 6. Just for our graphic to be updated there from race 202 to 203. They're already moving away from the 1,000 metre marker and coming up towards 500 metres to go. Just checking on the times and going through the 1,000 metre marker. It was Queen's University Belfast who were out in front with Edinburgh in 2nd. But I think that might have flipped by the time they went through the 1,000 metres. It's showing me on my screen as Edinburgh. They went through 500 metres to go in 1st. But the steering from the Edinburgh crew, they're just moving towards Exeter at the moment, which they're going to want to stop doing. Looks like they have corrected that now, heading back down in the straightest line towards the finish line. Definitely the line of choice. Line of least resistance, but now maybe they're just drifting off towards stroke side. So I think that Edinburgh crew just struggling slightly to keep their steering absolutely dead straight. I do know from experience it is very, very hard in these Scots crews, especially if you're not used to doing too much steering. But Edinburgh do train on a 2-kilometre buoyed rowing course at Strathclyde Park, so you don't think that they'd be reasonably well accomplished with the footplate. Looks like the closest battle is going to come from Oxford in lane number 5 for this Edinburgh crew, but I think despite the steering problems, Edinburgh are going to have enough to hold on unless they have any sort of catastrophic issues in the last 150 metres or so. They're just coming up towards the red buoys. You can see Oxford over on the left of picture. They are providing the closest challenge, but we then have the Exeter crew in the centre, kind of in the Oxford-Edinburgh sandwich, Queen's Belfast over on the far side of the course, and then we've got Liverpool who are just out of shot as the cheers for the Blue Star erupt, but Newcastle currently sitting in 6th position in this one. Edinburgh University just coming up towards the finish line now, and they are going to cross the line in 1st position in this C final of the women's interquads. Oxford through in 2nd, Liverpool cross in 3rd, Exeter in 4th, and then Queen's Belfast in 5th and Newcastle in 6th to round out the day in the women's intermediate quads. That was the women's intermediate quads C final. So we've just got one boat class left to go today, the men's intermediate 8s. 4 races, F final, E final, D final, C final. You know the drill by now.
Just 4 races to go now, and thank you to all of those of you who've stayed to spectate these finals.
So we've got our F final of the men's intermediate 8 on your screen now. Race number 204. Imperial D in 1, Sheffield B in 2, Nottingham Trent in 3, Bath B in 4, UCL in 5, and King's College London in lane number 6. So we've got that final coming through the 1,000 metre marker now. You can see the an armada of men's 8s at the back of the shot there. So just through 1,000 metres, and it looks like in UCL in 1st position at the moment. Indeed it is, with a 2-second advantage over Sheffield. Nottingham Trent in 3rd, Bath in 4th, KCL in 5th, and Imperial in 6th position.
Well, through 1,000 metres, it was UCL in lane number 5 that took the lead ahead of Sheffield and Nottingham Trent, but barely anything separating the top 4 crews. In fact, the top 5 crews through 1,000 metres, it's only 4 seconds, so just over.
So just 24 crews left to finish off their day of racing here at BUCS Regatta. Day 1 for 2022. The sun is starting to get pretty low in the sky here at the National Water Sports Centre. Got this race and then 3 more to get started. I think I can actually see the C final is already on the course, but we're through 500 metres to go here, and UCL in lane number 5 continuing to push out here in the F final. Sheffield in 2nd, about 4 seconds back. They've got a 1.5 seconds lead over Nottingham Trent, Bath in 4th, KCL and Imperial.
It was close at 1,000 and it's still close here coming into the final 250 metres. UCL from lane 5 lead the way, but in lane number 2 Sheffield University.
So into the last 250 metres, and it's UCL out in front but oh so tight behind them. Sheffield, Nottingham Trent and Bath absolutely neck and neck, 2nd through 4th. A huge amount of people still on the banks cheering on these men's intermediate 8s. UCL, they've been the class of this race, but so little separating. Sheffield maybe now just about getting into 2nd position over Nottingham Trent. But coming up to the line now into the last few strokes, and it is UCL in lane number 5. They're going to come through in 1st, ahead of Sheffield. All really tight there between Bath and Nottingham Trent. I think Nottingham Trent just. Imperial and KCL rounding out the F final of the men's intermediate 8s.
It was oh so close, and as we get towards the end of the day, the racing intensity is going absolutely nowhere. Another really close race there. In that the F final of the men's intermediate 8s. It's now the E final coming up in just a moment's time. I can see them approaching us here in the finish tower. They've gone through 500. They'll be approaching the 1,000 metre marker sometime soon. Manchester in 1, Southampton B in 2, ICB in 3, St Andrews in 5.
So the 3rd last race of the day, just going through the 1,000 metre marker there. So we've got the E final now, my apologies. We've got Manchester in 1, Southampton B in 2, Imperial B in 3, St Andrews in 4, York in 5 and Cambridge B in lane number 6. So didn't quite pick up the times as they went through the 1,000 metre marker. There we go, just as if like magic they appear on the screen. Imperial went through in 1st, but less than a second advantage over York. St Andrews in 3rd, Cambridge in 4th, Manchester in 5th and Southampton in 6th. We often see in these minor finals where we've had really big entries that in these minor finals can produce some really, really tight races, because on the time trial results some of these crews may have only been separated by a handful of seconds. So the race between them is going to be really, really tight when they come to race side by side. But they'll get an idea of who was best able to exert themselves in the time trial in that kind of race against the clock, and then who actually able to get a little bit more out of it when they've got some side-by-side competition. They can look their opposition in the eyes and prove that they are the faster crew. So we're through 500 metres to go now, and I think it's still Imperial, the Imperial B crew, who are out in front. It's Imperial B crew of Rory McDougall, Daniel Ritchie, Jack Powell, Bert Edwards, Peter Demyanov, Angus Miller, Cassian Cockings, Matthew Gumow and Lauren Bowles. Into the last 500 metres, looking to finish off their first day of BUCS Regatta 2022 on a high. But trying to spoil the party, York in lane 5, St Andrews in lane 4. What can they do? With just 250 metres left, they've gone through the red buoy, signifying 250 to go. I think Imperial have got enough to hold on to this this leading position here in the E final of the men's intermediate eights. But York have had a really good race down this course here, keeping Imperial honest. They're much bigger club, and it is going to be Imperial B who come up to the line now to cross the line in first position of this E final, ahead of York St Andrews in third. Then got Manchester coming through in fourth, ahead of Keyes College Cambridge in fifth, and then Southampton B rounding out the field in the men's intermediate eights. So just 2 races left to bring you here today at BUCS Regatta. We've got the D final of the men's intermediate eights, which I can see is already on the course and is approaching the 1,000 metre marker. So we'll hopefully bring you that very soon. And indeed, here we go through the 1,000 metres. We've been doing a good job to try and catch up as much time towards the end of the day. Looks like we're only going to be finishing around about 10 minutes behind schedule, which is a pretty good effort by all of our crews, and obviously our umpires, officials, marshals, everyone that's been involved in putting this event together. So who have we got here in this D final? We've got Queen's Belfast in 1, Nottingham in 2, Southampton A in 3, Durham C in 4, Warwick A in 5, and Exeter B in lane number 6. They're 3,000 metres charging down the course. These eights are going to be getting quicker and quicker as we get as we sort of go through the speed order from the time trial. So this D final will be ever so slightly quicker than the E final, and then the C final, which will finish us off, will be ever so slightly quicker again. But going through the 1,000 metres, it was Southampton who had a 2-second lead over Nottingham, Durham sitting in third. So we can just see in the bottom right of our shot the last race of the day, the C final of the men's intermediate eights, getting ready to head off the start, and indeed there they go. Yep, just starting pretty much bang on 10 minutes behind our scheduled time for today. It's supposed to be 7:12, it's now 7:22. But coming up towards 500 metres to go, we've got our D final to contend with first. And just out of shot to the left, I can see a small peloton of coaches' bikes that follow along the north bank of the National Water Sports Centre following these races, and it's still Southampton who are out in front. Those timings coming through: Southampton over Nottingham, Queen's Belfast in third, Exeter in fourth, Durham in fifth, and Warwick in sixth. So look, those crew from Durham just slightly slipping down the timing order. Might be a college crew because I don't see the distinctive Palatinate of the usual Durham crews. But Southampton definitely out in front. Nottingham and Queen's Belfast in lanes 2 and 1 trying to close down, as are Exeter over on the far side. Going to be tough for Queen's Belfast and Exeter. They're so close, but they are separated by 5 lanes. So trying to keep on top of each other is going to be tricky. But into the last 150 metres, and I'm still so impressed by the amount of cheering for these crews. Southampton hit the Red Boys with a lead of around about just under a length over Nottingham University. So here they come, coming up towards our camera on the main regatta centre, just under a length in favour of Nottingham. Great race for the rest of the field though. Who's going to take it? I think over on the far side it was Exeter. Very tight between Queen's and Durham. with Warwick coming through in 5th. Indeed, I think it's Collingwood College Durham that were the college crew representing Durham University there in that D final. Great race from Southampton there on the screen. So here's Southampton and Nottingham in our unofficial results. Have to see who we get in 3rd, 4th and 5th in that one, because it was a very, very tight race. So there's Southampton coming across the line. Remember, this yellow line is unofficial. We then got Nottingham coming through. Up on the far side, I think it's then going to be Exeter coming through in 3rd. Then Durham and Queens. Oh my word! That's definitely going to require a photo finish for 4th and 5th position. But we've got our last race of the day, the C final of the men's intermediate 8s on the course. It's just about to hit the 1,000 metre marker. There they go. They shoot the 1,000 with, I believe, Leeds currently out in front. So we've got Swansea, Bath A, Leeds, Liverpool and Sheffield in this one. My apologies, I think that's actually Liverpool out in front in lane number 5. Just counting across from the near side. So Swansea, Bath, Durham, Leeds, Liverpool and Sheffield. Yep, that's definitely Liverpool that are out in front. Sorry, it's been a very long day. I'm struggling to get my words out. Yeah, so going through that 1,000 metres, up by 2.5 seconds was Liverpool University. Perhaps didn't quite get everything out of their time trial this morning, missing out on one of the top 12 spots, which would have taken them to the ABs. But the men's intermediate 8 was so competitive this year. You saw how tight the semi-finals were earlier today, and the A and B finals. Really not much separating them. But coming up now towards 500 metres to go in this last race of the day. Liverpool University looking to end it on high in this C8s, the C final of the men's intermediate 8s. So with 500 metres to go, it's still Liverpool. Sheffield now are in 2nd position over in lane number 6. Durham in lane 3, they're in 3rd with a 2-second advantage over Leeds, who only have a less than a second advantage over Bath. Swansea currently sitting in 6th position in this one. So let's finish this first day of BUCS Regatta on a high. Almost 12 hours after our first time trial cruise came down, we have our last side-by-side race of the day, the C final of the men's intermediate 8. Thank you so much for joining us today, wherever you are joining us from. Whether you're a rower, a family member, a supporter of one of these crews, your support means a huge amount. And for these crews, as they come into the closing stages, it's still Liverpool, but Sheffield fighting hard. Sheffield on the lane number 6, fighting hard, trying to close it down in the last few strokes. I think Liverpool are just going to hold on, but Sheffield are really coming hard at the crew from Liverpool. They're both pulling away from Durham in the closing stages, so Liverpool cross the line ahead of Sheffield. Durham are now going to come through in 3rd and very tight for 3rd and 4th. Look like Bath just over Leeds, with Swansea coming through in 6th position. Really tight there. And so that, with our last race of the day, concludes racing for the first day of BUCS Regatta 2022. Thank you so much for joining us. We do hope you'll be back with us again tomorrow. We're starting similar time, around about 11 a.m. after the conclusion of the time trials for the start of side-by-side racing for BUCS Regatta Day 2. We'll see you then.